What's up, y'all? Oh, sorry. I forgot to update the sticker. Do this. I have to update. All right. Josiah, do you mind sharing it and adding everybody? Sharing it to the Discord and the live stream channel. So the good news is that she is no longer a missing person. We have found her. I'm excited about that. You know, last thing we need is another woman to be missing. Welcome, Mike Reed. She's no longer a missing person, so we can take her off of the milk cartons. We can take her off the posters, all of that. She has surfaced. And you're probably wondering, she's surfaced after all this time. She's going to come back with a really good apology. She's going to be, somber, demure. She's going to be apologizing to all the people that she harmed, right? That's what we're thinking. Maybe a ukulele. Oh, jinx Mia. Maybe a ukulele. But no, that's not what happened. She resurfaced, not to apologize for anything she did, but to make another video about Charlie Kirk. To tell Charlie Kirk that the Unfucked America tour is gonna continue and she will see him soon. And we just want to know, where's the money, Lashandra? Where is it? Where is it? And as you guys have heard, it is like the Firefest. As you guys have heard, pretty much all the creators dropped from it. So a lot of people had concerns about where the money went. So we can definitely talk about that for sure. Why are you yelling at me? Right. I just want to look up one thing to see. Let's choose this place. Was it in Houston? Is that where this was located? College Station. Okay. You'll know why in a second. Oh, wait, but I'm going to make a guess. Hold on. I'm going to make a guess. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay. We're just going to do some guesstimations. Dang it, that's actually not that bad. Probably about $600 plus tax. If they were rented out of Denver. Sorry, I'm doing some calculations. I'm doing some calculations because everyone wants to know where the money went. Hi, Tia. Hi, everybody. Um, well, first things first. Apparently, which I kind of suspected, because some creators have let it slip that their donate link, they called it an affiliate link, which as a longtime content creator, that makes my ears perk up. So apparently there was commissions on that based on how much we donated. So that's where some of the money went. And
But
then
that ain't enough of a number to.
no,
That's nowhere near.
that's not
Like,
making some guesstimations. So I looked up what it would cost to rent a BMW for 2 weeks. Now I don't know if where it was rented from, so I just assumed a place. Um,
mm,
and it was about $600 plus tax. But that can vary from city to city. I know Peyton said that he was in Denver at one point, so I just put Denver. So that's that. We do know also that they rented out an entire restaurant. That's what they said for dinner. Now, without calling restaurants around, which I'm definitely not going to do, but my husband's a chef, and I know for their restaurant, it's like 10 grand minimum. So start start adding things up.
like the interesting thing about this, and I want to make sure that people understand what you're saying here. So tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
Mhm.
At this point, it's not about the creators, it's about this organizer and her frauding at this point, right? Is that what you
Yes and no. I do think that I don't think enough accountability has been taken by particular creators, especially um, the people at the top,
okay?
because literally a simple Google search would tell you that this lady was not trustworthy. And
That's fair.
it was clear that the creators were chosen based on who they were friends with and who they liked versus who had a reputation that should be actually like emulated. Because had they looked into some of these creators, they probably wouldn't have been invited, which is problematic, especially because we know that apparently something happened with one of the creators and nobody wants to talk about it. It's been this big hush hush. Nobody wants to talk about what a creator did that was problematic over there, um, which is funny because when I was running the topic, the left protects abusers and predators, protects and attracts abusers and predators, everyone was up in arms. But here we are.
Here's
Um,
here's the thing.
mhm,
If you have to be palatable and be a certain way and allow certain things to be in any group, that's not a group you should want to be in. Uh, It's that simple. It's not a group you should want to be in. You shouldn't want. You should want people to be accountable um,
mhm,
for what they do, and like, I don't make me go pull out my whole thing about accountability and read it on your live. Um,
mhm.
Cause
And put a one in the chat if you are someone that has watched at least like the earlier seasons of Grey's Anatomy, because if not, it's going this reference is going to go right over everyone's head.
I did.
Mhm. Okay, there's some people, all right. So the vibes I was getting, um, with all the lives that happened afterwards with a bunch of the creators together, it was giving me the vibes of that one episode where all of these climbers were brought in as an emergency, um, and uh, they were missing like their friend. They said their friend passed away, like didn't make it. And then they find the friend, and the friend has like a freaking hammer or whatever in the back of his head. So it's obviously that someone did it to him. But like all of them were like visibly uncomfortable, but were like trying to keep the same story. That's the vibe. They were all like, everyone was visibly uncomfortable, trying to keep from bucking up this story. Yeah, the ones that
Mm.
the guy that had frostbite. Yeah, I love that there's people that understand that reference. Um, it was like a hostage situation where everyone's
Yeah.
just kind of like,
And I think that's a good comparison. I think that totally it does explain a lot.
it was a good episode.
I mean, honestly, the first few seasons of that was pretty good. It
Mhm.
it got around season 20 though, it just really jumped the shark, as they say. But because you said Grey's Anatomy, right? Yeah,
Yeah, I think once we get to the double digits, it
it gets a
gets a
little
little,
sketchy. It gets
which I haven't
sketchy.
finished. I haven't caught up on like the last few seasons. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. I I want to make sure. I think that we need to do something. I have an acronym. I'm trademarking this, so don't steal it. Um, Accountability, communication, education, and responsibility. Accountability. Should you be accountable for this? Are you effectively communicating it? Have you educated yourself about anything that you need to be educated on? And do you have the ability to respond? Responsibility. And until those things are done,
mhm,
we spinning our wheels.
mhm.
Because how can we actually, like, I'm sure, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it out loud. So before anybody say
Woo!
anything, oh,
Thank
that's good.
you. Thank you,
Be
Amy.
before anybody says anything, and I know the first thing everyone's gonna say is, "Here she go. She running this lie." Response does not equal responsibility. I said the ability to respond appropriately. Let me make sure I clarify that. And respond doesn't mean talking. Your actions are a response. Anyway, um, I need people to understand that they're going to say, well, here she go running this background again. She just doing this for clout. Do y'all not understand she doesn't gain clout from this? People actually actively get upset with her for this. They
Mm,
actively attack her for this. She's lost friends for standing up for what she believed in. She has lost a lot.
it's fine, Ren.
No,
I
it's not. It's
I know,
fucking
but like
not.
then now people are gonna be like, oh, she's painting herself as a victim when she did it to herself, and blah 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 blah.
Oh, you know what? Standing up for what's right is not doing something to yourself. And honestly, you're gonna be the victim no matter what you do
That is true.
because you can't explain things to people that are committed to misunderstanding. They are committed to misunderstanding,
Hmm.
and I want to make sure that everyone understands that you don't make these decisions lightly. You don't make these decisions without a lot of internal conflict. You don't make these decisions and just say, oh, yeah, I'm going to do this for clicks. And no, like you did not do it easily. And I need people to understand. that people on both sides of the aisle, for you MAGAs that are in here, personal responsibility and doing what's right, no matter what anybody else is doing, is important.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna get off my soapbox and I'm gonna just let you know I'm here for you. I know that this has not been easy on you. I know that this is not. Hold on.
I swear, y'all just try to make me cry all the time.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'm not trying to make you cry, but I want you to know that I appreciate the fact that you didn't enter into this. Um, you didn't enter into this without considering how it was going to make you look. You didn't enter into this. I mean, originally you thought it was just going to be a conversation,
Hmm.
but you didn't enter into this like, oh, clout. You didn't run away when it got hard. So, integrity integrity is what you do when nobody is watching, and you have moved in a way that where people have been and haven't been watching. People don't understand the things that are happening in the background with you. They don't understand the things that you do on the back end of this. I know, but that's because I care. That's because I want to know. It's because I am actively checking on you. I need us to act like we give a damn about each other.
Hmm.
That's what I need. I don't care what side of the aisle you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're doing. One racist thief of a grifter should not have been able to destroy as much as she did. And I said what I said.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I said this on an earlier live where I think the part that I have such an issue with is like, it's always hardest to be the first person to stand up for something. It's always hardest to be the first one in line to raise your voice first, to step up to the microphone first. But Peyton did it. So Peyton did it. Um, so no one had to be the first. It was done. All people had to do was say, you know what? Me too. I'm out. I'm leaving now. Like, I'm not going. And I still haven't seen a valuable enough reason why that wasn't what happened.
See,
If it wasn't for
here's the
clout
problem with what you're
and
saying.
exposure.
Here's the problem with what you're saying.
Mhm.
You have to understand that everybody's value system is different. Clout and exposure is not valuable to me. It holds no value. But for somebody else, that may be a lot. It may be worth it to them. Just like to me, a BMW don't mean shit. But to somebody else, it may mean a lot. The reality is everybody's value system is different. So while me and you may absolutely agree that it wasn't worth it, they may beg to differ, darling.
Which is totally fine. And it's okay if that's what it is. But I think the reframing and the rewriting of what happened, it's like that's I think what a lot of people are having a hard time with. Because,
Yeah, I think a lot of people are absolutely having trouble because they feel gaslit.
um, sorry, repeat what you said because I got a call and
Okay,
it
yeah, I said
froze.
I think a lot of people, the biggest issue has been, I think a lot of people feel gaslit. Because when you're saying it's about, if your value system is clout and exposure and the opportunity to grow your platform, then say that.
Hmm. That's what. Yeah.
You know? Like just say that, because then if you say that, then at least everybody is going into it eyes wide open. They understand what
Hmm.
your value system is, and they may decide that you're not the person that they want to associate with, and that's their right. Like I need us as humans to understand, show people the truth of what your value systems are, and give them the respect and consideration to allow them to walk away if it don't work for them.
The informed consent. We talk
Yeah,
about that a lot.
you know, it is not being honest is causing us more harm. It's more hurt. People end up in a situation where they feel misused, they feel mistreated.
Hmm.
They feel it, it just didn't have to be that way.
Yeah, and I think the other part that I'm grappling with is it appears like everybody is just saying this one person lied, pinning it all the problems and everything on that one person as if people don't have their own autonomy and just saying, all right, guys, it's a wrap. Problem solved. It was that one person over there. No one, and it's just like, none of us did anything wrong. It was that one person over there that told us. And I'm not saying like that one person over there didn't do what they did and lie or whatever, but
My words, as usual, there's enough blame to go around.
mm,
There's enough blame to go around. This is not a zero sum game of blame. There's enough
mm.
blame to go around.
Lauren, because she is holding the bag. It's a robbery. Because she's no longer yesterday we had the missing thing, or the day before we had the missing thing. She's no longer missing. She has resurfaced.
If she wouldn't have made that video, you probably would have did something else, wouldn't you? Maybe.
I probably would have still ran the missing thing. Because I was gonna say it's 16 days since we last saw her. It was just like until we found her, like a missing person. I still can't believe she came back to the internet and was
Didn't even
like that
address
that that that
nothing.
sound. How y'all doing? Like
That is
no apology, nothing.
cuckoo bananas.
Hi,
Hi, can y'all
TD.
hear me?
Yes, you have bars, but we'll see how
Can you hear me?
that hands. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm outside, so yeah, that's probably why. Here's my whole thing about this tour situation, and here's what I
Mhm.
said before. Us Black people had no business being on that tour. We were supposed to be
Mhm.
resting. We had no business being on that tour. We had no business being a part of that because we done told the entire public that we were resting. And then we decided to get, not me, but Black people decided to get involved in something that, again, in my humble opinion, we had no business being a part of because those people showed us who they were. And this is why. That's exactly why I told people I'm not going. I have no interest in going. I don't, I, I, I don't because This is what happens. You get
Mhm.
burnt. We had no bit like as Black people, we had no business on that tour. None.
And the black creators are the ones holding the majority of the bag. They're the ones catching the majority of the flack. They're the ones whose communities are um, looking a little bit sideways. There's our.
Well, you notice like Parker didn't do his live addressing it until after
Yeah,
like all the Black people did their lives, and Santana did his cleanup live, and
yeah,
I don't know, Tina, have you request?
yep. And that is the disturbing part. That is the
Mhm.
disturbing part. And if we want change, we need money out of politics. I said what I said.
Yeah.
You can say that one more time. You can say that one more time because, like I said, we had. This is my humble opinion, and I don't care who gets mad. As Black people, we had no business being on that tour. None. Zero. Zilch. Because this is what happens. People take advantage. People show their true colors, and then instead of pulling it out immediately, they want people like want to shove it under the rug, and then get mad when someone else calls it out immediately and call him a white knight. Because I watched that live and I was disgusted. I had to unfollow some people. I'm not naming names because I don't do drama, but I had to unfollow some people and make some decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, I haven't watched it because I don't give Dean the time of day like ever. Because why would I? Um, but also we were live at the same time when that was going on. But I did hear that like they treated Peyton terribly. That's what I heard.
absolutely disgusting. When I tell you it was horrible, yeah, they they told, and it was basically Dean triangulating Mermaid against Peyton. That's what it was. He was using her and her anger at the situation to basically gaslight and bully Peyton, and he was smiling about it. That's what disgusted me.
Yeah.
Splits or Tina, do you have anything you want to add to anything?
If Splits wants to go first, because Splits was
No,
up.
no, I have no problem with letting you go first. Go ahead.
Um, as a black woman, seeing this whole thing from the tour from the beginning, before they even went to Texas A&M, I just automatically knew this felt extremely rushed, because where did this come from? What were they doing? So I was like, okay, they're gonna go anyways. But it's just learning from the fact, and I don't like how no one is talking about this. This is including holding my own people accountable. Is all of them knew in some way, and however it was, the acknowledgement was messed up. They knew about Z, and they had to have known about Payne because one of the creators contacted Payne in the first video, which they refused to talk about. Mermaid only wanted to keep talking about Payne's second video, but not the first one. It's very weird to me, and knowing that I believe, I'm correct me if I'm wrong, that all the black creators and the members in the tour, they believe personally that white people are inherently racist, and that's perfectly fine for them to believe. I personally don't believe that, but my thing is, to me, and I think we all agree with this, is that we do not work with people whom we deem racist. I'm not working with someone I deem racist happily. I know nobody else would. So for me, it's very confusing for these black content creators. I'm so happy to see representation there. But if you think that these white people on this tour are racist, this is what you believe. This is something you will say. If given the chance, this is what you preach. Practice what you teach. And that's something that's very confusing to me. It's very conflicting, and I don't like how the accountability is not being taken on all of them. If you knew Z said what Z said, and you're not calling it out, that is insane to me. Because if it was never called out in the first place, none of them would have said anything, and it's like the blame is being shifted away.
Hmm. Well, I
I
mean,
agree. It's
it wasn't
exactly
even
what it
just
is.
that. It was also like there was a very homophobic ad that they put out, and some of the creators even reposted it. And I know several creators that continued to go on and not say anything about it, even though their community like shared the video and was very upset about it. And no one even wanted to say that, ew, that was a really shitty ad. All you guys had to do was say that was such a fucked up ad. I'm gonna reach out to them and tell them they need to take it down. Say something.
I'm so sorry. I've never heard about anything homophobic. What was this? I'm so sorry.
I have.
Yeah.
I know what Aliana was talking about. Yeah. And I even said, so you're just okay with that? You're just okay with that ad being ran and not like y'all not calling it out? And they're like, well, I don't want to tell us, but like this is what I was told by one of them. And I'm not, again, I don't name names because I don't do in the business of drama, but I was told they didn't want to cause friction and drama within the space. That was the
Mhm.
answer I was given.
Well,
So
when people made comments on the video, Z said, "This is why people hate the left," or "This is why the left is never going to win," or something like that.
This is why the left is insufferable.
Yeah,
that's what I was exactly. And I'm just
I
like, oh, okay. And now I'm
just
done.
want just one second. I'm sorry to interrupt but it's a few people are concerned in the chat that I didn't receive. Thank you so much, Amy. Amy sent a $50 cash app for Please Treat Yourself, sending you love. Appreciate you. W to Mike. Mike sent me 15 for cheesecake. Thank you, Mike. I will get the cheesecake. And Bethy sent 5. Thank you so much as well for keep doing what you do. Thanks for all you do. Make sure you guys are also gifting the panel. I know Ren has pay links in their bio. I'm not sure if anyone else does. But as the panelists come through, make sure you guys are sending them love for sure. And for anyone that's new to me, I foster kittens. So it's Kittens and Red Bull, which is where my funds go to.
Probably have 50 cats in that house, don't you?
Not that many right now. Not right
You sound
now.
like my sister.
Thank
Listen,
you.
my sister has 5 cats and she wants more. And I said, I'm not coming to your house because if I catch a cat crawling all over where you're cooking, and I said, I know those cats
Uh,
be everywhere.
See,
No, ma'am.
I fostered the tiny babies, the kind that you like put somewhere and they don't really move, like the ones you have to bottle feed and stuff. Yeah,
No,
they're not climbing over.
she has 5 of them, and one of her cats is racist. I'm gonna come out and say it. She does not like me. She likes my sister because my sister is
Mhm.
more light skinned than me. So not only is that cat racist, she's also colorist. I don't like that cat. Me
Marker's
and
one
that
of the
cat will
mods
fight.
has a racist cat as well.
Like I said, I will fight that cat. Me and that cat will fight.
Hmm. So did anyone else have anything that they wanted to add, or any concerns where the money went, or any of like
Honestly,
the lack of accountability?
where did the money go? In all honesty,
That
because that was a lot of money, and there's no way that majority of that money was spent on travel. Just
you
absolutely.
took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, we have found out that the creators were paid a percentage commission on the donations. So the little link under them, they got commission for that. That was
Mm-hmm.
one part of it. Um, we did also hear that they rented out an entire restaurant for them to have a meal. I'm not sure if they did that one night or multiple nights, but that's usually about 10 grand to rent out a restaurant completely to close it out for the night. They also said that they rented 2 full floors of hotel rooms. So depending on the hotel, how many rooms per floor. So I mean, a good chunk of change there.
There you got merch. You got rental cars or shuttles or
Mhm.
whatever. Uh,
Oh, it was 4 floors, Tina? I heard 2. That's crazy.
yeah. So
Sorry, but just to make sure I'm not crazy, if you make that type of money and your whole goal is reaching out to not just the youth but voters in general, and you're trying to make change, I mean the tour is literally called On F America, so clearly you're trying to help for the better of the change of America. Why is not even a portion of this money going to change something that actually does something? Because frankly isn't going to do it, whether it's Charlie Kirk or whether it's them. Talking's only going to get so far. Actual change does something, and in America the world runs on money, and especially in America it runs on money. So I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it's killing me. Like, what was the point of this? Because half of the page was attacking Charlie Kirk, which they have the free
Well,
will to do, but it
it's
should not be just about Charlie.
more importantly than that. I have a more important question because the whole thing about this tour. I thought this tour was about educating young voters and getting them to register to vote and educating them on the political state. Not chasing a MAGA gremlin all across the country. Are you all serious? You mean to tell me the whole tour was y'all chasing a fucking gremlin around the country
I have heard
and
him called
debating with him?
I've heard him called a goblin, a
You,
gremlin, a
you,
ghoul.
like, don't piss me off. You mean to tell me you were chasing a gremlin around the country and trying to debate him for brownie points? That was the whole point of the tour? Nah, quit playing with me.
When I said that the first live, when it was first starting to be announced, this was like 20 days ago. I called it, I said it looked performative, and I said it needed more representation. And then I was like, they were like, performative, why, whatever. And then I did get to talk to that day, which, by the way, y'all, like, the way she spoke to me was totally different than the way she spoke to the panel of Black women. So, like, red flag there. Are we surprised? Probably not. But basically, it was like they were trying to make it seem like it was everything but performative. And at one point, I was like, because they essentially said that the reason why they had to have Dean and Parker at the top was because they have the biggest followings. They can draw a bigger crowd. And I was like, so it's like a meet and greet. Like, is this like a meet and greet? And they're like, oh, no, we're doing all this other stuff. But it's like, if you're picking people based on their fans and who they can draw a crowd from, then you're not actually going there to change minds. You're going there to like a meet and greet.
To get brownie points, and that's the whole thing. Because when I was told that by my friend, she was like, "Yeah, they're here to debate Charlie Kirk. That's the whole point of the tour." I I was gagged. It was something more serious. Like, not that correcting his bullshit is not important, but I thought it was way more important than that. You know what I mean?
Well, not
Meek, it was definitely a homophobic ad. Just because you don't think it's homophobic doesn't mean that it's not a homophobic ad.
everything
Just
that
because you think that that's like just, oh, it's just shock value. No.
everything that is shocking is not good for the people that you are advertising to. Shocking, that whole thought that all publicity is good publicity, it does not always ring true. And
Oh,
this
thank
is
you. Thank you. Adrian sent a 5 saying, pretty sure cheesecake costs more than 15. Well, no, maybe, but maybe, I don't know. Cheesecake Factory. I don't know how much a cheesecake slice costs, but hi, Black Historian. How are you? Hi, dietitian.
Mm.
I don't know if
Oh
she
my
can talk.
gosh. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to request. I've been tapping.
Well,
Thank
we
you.
heard everything you were saying. I'm just kidding.
If I said anything, it was to my cats. So
I'm just kidding.
okay.
All right, we'll drop you down.
Thanks.
Splits.
Hey.
Hi. What would you like to add to the conversation?
First of all, I want to say that I'm kind of new to what's going on. I was on vacation for a while, and coming back and actually looking at TikTok and seeing what has been happening has been mind blowing to me. What I will say is, first of all, TD, I think you're completely right, and it's not something I even thought about. Was Black people, especially Black women, should be resting. I don't understand why they would be on this tour anyway. I fully agree with that sentiment. What I will say is that the very first time I saw what was going on was because of Peyton's video. And ever since then, seeing the comments and seeing the comments from other big creators, it's felt like as a woman who's not like a Black woman, it has felt like any creator who is kind of being rude to Peyton, your message is we shouldn't call out racism immediately and swiftly, or else people will get mad at you for it. And I think that's so odd to me that especially big creators. Like when you talk about like the parasocial relationships people have with these big creators and acting like they can do no wrong, but it's so baffling that he is catching so much hate for doing the what in my eyes at least, and I think in your eyes as well, at people on this panel, the way you've been talking is the right thing. You don't get to act a certain way without also walking the walk. You don't get to talk the talk and say, well, this is how I feel without doing it. And if I was ever on in an organization where not only we can even, and I'm not saying that we should put it aside because it's not important, I'm saying even if we put the whole weird beautiful panel, if I was ever on an organization and they told me that the owner was on a live where people were criticizing our movement and being rude to them, immediately I would have been like, I absolutely want nothing to do with you. But then you're going to also bring into the fact that it was so apparently and unobjectively racially motivated. And we're going to vilify the guy who said, hey, absolutely not. And I know, Alina, I know that you've also done, you called it out from the beginning. I did my research on it. Like I said, I was not here to watch it happen in real time.
It's funny though, because when I finally connected with Peyton and I had a conversation with him, I was like, "Are we surprised that it took a white man to say something for really to
Yeah,
get
and
traction?"
you're absolutely not wrong.
Because I said something and I got shat on and everyone ignored me, and there was a
I'd
panel full
really,
of Black women that
like
got shat
to,
on and
I'd,
ignored.
I'd
It
really
was
love to
crazy.
also bring the conversation back to the fact that this space, this space needs more women in general. I mean, the picture that you have behind you of the Unfuck America tour, when I first saw that, like I said, I was just coming back into it. I was just getting back on social media. I hadn't been using it for a while. I saw that picture and I went, "Oh, that's Dean and Parker's tour." And I'm not saying that the tour didn't. If you go on their website, I'm not saying that they didn't explicitly explain that it even says featuring,
Mm.
but using cisgender white men is an age-old tactic, isn't it? It's a classic. And although I'm not going to make the argument that neither Dean nor Parker aren't smart young men, that they aren't, that they don't have some I'll give Peyton this. He's smart enough to be like, I'm not gonna leak names because we're not gonna send hate or whatever or drama to people that don't want it. And I don't want to know. It's none of my business. But even if he didn't speak to those people, even if all he saw was what happened in that live, what what is the problem with him going, I don't want to be associated with this? I don't think that these things are what I signed up for. I don't think that it's okay for me to, whether he had signed a contract or not, that doesn't mean you have to continue with basically enabling whatever the hell is happening. And I will say once again that anybody who wants to deem Peyton as the bad guy, um, you're kind of just telling people it's okay to not call out racism immediately. That's how I look at it, and I don't understand how that's a good thing or an okay thing or a bad thing that he did what he did.
Wait,
And I
hold on a
think
second. There's a comment. So all y'all perfectly fine with how those women were talking about white people before Z said a word. What are you talking about?
they didn't talk about white people at all.
I sent you a request.
I They didn't say anything. That's the thing.
They were criticizing the movement, and here's the thing: it's okay to criticize the movement. That's the thing that I love about um, kind of this side of the aisle is we should be able to criticize each other no matter what. And like I said earlier, if I was ever involved in an organization where the leader of it went on a TikTok live to yell at people who were criticizing, immediately I would have been like, I want nothing to do with you. You're weirdly unprofessional.
And then to double down today on this whole idea of a tour, to double down on it.
Yeah. Yep.
I can give you the reason why they're doubling down on it. I'll give you the exact reason why they are. It's because their checks were affected and they're pissed off that Peyton affected that checkbook and that pocketbook. That pocketbook was affected, so now they're mad. There, I said it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Are we like going to forget how Erica, because she went on the tour, she lost her job over that? So absolutely, and her on Mermaid's Live yesterday, and just how everything sounded. I'm like, why are we throwing Peyton any shade? Why are we angry at Peyton at all? It doesn't make sense.
I'm not sure if that's the
And
reason why. Yeah, I don't know if that's the reason why. I don't want to spread misinformation. I don't know if that's the reason why she lost her job. I don't want to
Yeah.
speak on that.
Her video,
they,
maybe if I like misunderstood it, but based off her video, I don't know.
oh, she was. Well, I was in that live with Mermaid because again, I went around and watched everybody's point of view and then made an assessment. Um, she was basically she said she was confused why she was dropped from this space, why she was dropped from a moderator at this space. And again, I didn't know what all transpired, so I can't speak on that. But
Mhm.
to her, she seemed confused, and I'm like, you might be confused, but I'm pretty sure the host wasn't confused why she removed you. Pretty sure the host had a good reason why she made
Yeah,
the decision that she did.
she lost her job before the tour.
Yeah,
Before she got asked.
and I don't know that the losing the job is relevant to this. I'd rather like stick to.
Yeah, it's not relevant.
Mhm.
I thought they weren't doing the. It's going under a different name.
That's what they're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, with a different
Which
person.
Shay, I haven't talked to you in a few days. How are you
Mhm.
doing with everything?
Um, um, just a little bit better than before. I did talk to a couple of the creators. Um, but um, I don't. It's been crazy that about Mr. Jones, you know. But
Mhm.
after everything that came out, well, before all of this happened, it's all starting to make sense. Um, about him and the money and all of that stuff. So yeah, not shocked. Face. I'm wondering if he's gonna come back. I don't think he can come back from this. I don't think he can.
The only thing is like
Stranger things have happened.
I've been like I've been on political talk for at least 5 years, y'all.
Mhm.
And when I have that background that says the left protects and attracts abusers and predators and con artists and all that stuff. Like, I mean it.
Mhm.
And men do not get canceled on this app. They go away for a little bit. Harry will be back. Harry didn't lose that many followers. He actually probably stayed about the same.
Mhm.
Men do not get canceled on this app because, like I also say all the time, USA doesn't like women. So,
Mm. I don't know if
and
he
they
can.
definitely don't like black women,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
because we can't come back. I know I spoke with Johnny. That was not a good experience.
I
At
saw a little
all.
bit of that. I don't know if you want to share a little bit more, because I didn't get to catch. There were so many lives going on that day. I was jumping around from live to live trying to keep up.
That that one pissed me off. I'm gonna let I'm gonna let Miss Black historian tell you because it was her experience. But I was in there and that pissed me the fuck off.
So he made a video talking about the black women came in there and cut mermaid off, and then he cut them off because he didn't want to blah blah blah. But that's not what happened. They came in, they waited for her to introduce them. They even had a little nice banter back and forth, talking about how beautiful she was and this and that. And then they said, "Hey, I just want to let you know that the the sponsor of this tour is racist." He stopped them and said, "Hey, I just want to keep a positive spin on this." And I'm in the comments like, "What? A positive spin? They trying to come in and tell this lady that this person is racist and that basically trying to protect her and let her know what she's going for because it's a black woman." Nope, he just continued on. And then when I brought it up and I said, "Well, I can play the video." Maybe he misspoke. He used the wrong words. He said, "Well, I was trying to deter the conversation." Well, you should have said derailed instead of saying cut
Mhm.
off because they did not come in there and cut him off. He kept interrupting me. Um, he said that, well, I do. He never apologized officially. It was more like he rationalized and said, "I do a lot for my community and this and that." Yeah, you do a lot for white people, but you hurt black and brown people mostly. You're the type of Democrat that black people don't like. You're a racist. I say he's a racist, but it was horrible because he doesn't realize how privileged he is and how much he's rude and doesn't know how to read, doesn't read a book when it comes to black people, especially black women, because you say these are the people that you love, and just because you have proximity to mermaid or black women doesn't mean that um um you know, or you can how can I say, that you can come into a black situation, a black conversation. That was a whole black ass conversation, and you decided to interrupt and interject because you didn't want to make the racists feel bad, because you wanted
Yeah,
to keep the core positive.
when I watched the clips of that live,
Mhm.
like I
Mhm.
took it as coming from a place of care,
Mhm.
black woman to black woman, saying like, "Hey, um, this person's racist. Like, you should probably know that."
Mhm.
Um, that's how I took it, and I thought they did, like you said, they were very nice about it. They like, you know,
Yeah, just want to let you know. And he just interrupted, and I'm like, "So you want to protect the racists so you can protect your pockets?" And I'm like, "You Yeah, I would never ever." And then after I heard some of the shitty stuff that he did, like calling ice on people and talking about uh the food, what was it, the food stamps that
Excuse
mhm.
somebody selling their food stamps and they should be put in jail. I'm like, no, people sell their
excuse the
food stamps.
I'm
They
sorry,
need
but
money.
excuse the fuck out of me. He did what?
He called ice on people?
Jokingly, somewhat that I,
Ain't
if you
shit
read
funny.
the,
Yeah,
supposedly that's what he
I
did. But my thing is,
I don't
people sell
appreciate
their
that
food.
joke, honestly. Like, I
I don't
don't,
either.
and
I don't either.
I've seen it
That's
done a lot on the left as well, and I don't think it's funny because really the people that are not here documented weren't able to vote. So like, it's not funny to even joke about that.
Then,
n-
but I'm like, people sell their food stamps. They need some people sell their food stamps because, hey, the light bill, the electric bill needs to be paid, or hey, I need gas for my car. So I'm
I
like,
bought food stamps from my neighbor a couple times because she needed it for things that she could not use her food stamps for.
right.
I've done it multiple times. Where I used to live. She was a wonderful lady. She needed cash.
It-
I gave her cash. I used her food
Or
stamps.
even for medicine, food
Not a
stamps don't
problem.
buy medication.
Stamps don't buy medicine. They don't buy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that food stamps don't buy.
Buy toilet paper. They don't buy laundry soap. They don't buy
Yep.
dish soap. They don't buy socks. They don't buy drawers. Come on,
Mm-mm.
y'all. Like I need people to get, if we genuinely want change, and I keep saying this.
They don't pay your rent. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, if we genuinely want change, we have to start caring about each other. If we genuinely want change, if you don't, then don't care about each other. That's fine. Like, if a person is selling their food stamps, the question should be, why do they need to do that?
You can say that one again. And not only that, Black historian, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a positive pushback. He absolutely does know and is aware of his privilege. That's why he felt so comfortable disrespecting you. I don't agree with the premise of, well, he doesn't. He's not aware of his privilege. Oh no, he's absolutely aware. That's why he felt comfortable in disrespecting you.
And I want to also say something. He likes to berate that him and Kamala are really good friends.
Him and who?
Kamala
Kamala
Harris.
Harris, even though he met her one time. You
One
met her
time.
one time, girl. Bye bye.
Met her one time. My family, one of my family members met her a bunch of times, and he went to the same school as Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he
So
said he
he
got his her number and everything. Like
Nah, you
that's
can't call her on the phone and be like, "What's up, man? You ain't her friend."
yeah.
she and low key no tea, no shade. She probably gave him a fake number because she found him annoying. I think that's what she did.
It's crazy.
Hmm. Freaking hilarious. Do you want to talk about what you were saying earlier?
Yeah. So, all right. I mean, I guess for starters, let me just explain that number one, I'm a black man. I definitely take up for black people as much as possible because it happens way too often. And it's pretty disgusting, to be honest. But there's some things that took place throughout this entire thing that has me questioning stuff. And if I'm wrong and if there's something I'm missing, I would love for whoever can give me some sort of insight. Um, but let me just say, for starters, I was in a lot of the lives as the time it was happening. So when Dean brought everybody up and he was telling everybody something happened and it was Z and she's being racist. Once I heard that, I was irate. Like I was really upset about it. And then the way he kept apologizing, but he never said at first that he knew anything about it. But he just kept apologizing for going on the tour, et cetera, et cetera. I knew something else was going on. And then when Sam came up and said that she's been reaching out to people and trying to tell people this, and they all decided to just go on the tour like it didn't happen, I was pissed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just start there. But then I was also in the live with Jones when Santana hopped in, and I kept telling myself then, as Jones was talking to all the women who were in the live with Z, or I'll say majority of them were in that live with Jones. And as I'm listening, something kept telling me something was off with Jones. Like I just knew something was off. And sure enough, Santana came in and he explained his piece and he put Jones on ice. And the last thing I did was hear the actual audio when Z was in there
Mm-hmm.
with these women. And to be perfectly honest, I was highly upset with these women because it all started off so much negativity about like Dean and Parker. And basically they're too white for certain things. And even David mentioned stuff about,
Let me
you know,
interrupt
Jones.
you.
Jones should have like educated them, etc. And it just seems almost as if
What?
it's
No.
I was
Let
there.
me
I don't remember
interrupt
any of that.
you.
Oh,
I'll say this. I'll say this.
Let
there,
me
that did not
interrupt
happen.
you. Let
No,
me
I'll say
interrupt
this. I'll
you,
say this.
please.
That
Hold
happened
on.
when Jones was on, or when they were
Hold,
on with Jones. I'm sorry.
hold on.
That's
Hold
when
on.
that happened. And they did say that. They told Jones, well, you should have sat down with them before the event and educate them on black stuff and so forth and so on. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I even recorded a lot of it, to be perfectly honest. So I'm pretty sure I have that. But going back to the
Wait,
original
Ren wasn't
conversation.
finished.
Let me interrupt you. First
Oh,
of
go
all,
ahead. Go ahead.
what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
you said it's a whole bunch of negativity, but do you even know about the people that were on the panel? Do you know that some of them have experiences with Dean and Parker that inform the way that they see this? You don't have enough of the backstory to make the determination that they're being negative about those two.
Well,
You
even
do
then,
not.
I guess that's not even that's not much to me. If they have an issue with Dean and Parker, that's that's their thing.
But
I'm not
that's what
gonna.
you just said. That's what you just brought up.
I'm just explaining what I heard when I first got in there and the stuff, or when I listened to it, etc.
That it's more easy to blame black women than it is to actually believe that what that woman did was racist.
Yeah, how are
What
we
you're
calling them
saying.
negative for recounting their experiences with Parker, Dean, and Z? That's not negative. That's just recounting a negative experience. And they're angry about it.
Well, I
And they have
guess
every right to be.
the stuff that I was saying was negative hasn't really even came up yet. I was just explaining what I was hearing as it was going along from that live.
So you said that they were saying you felt that them saying that they're too white to speak on certain experiences. You thought that was negative?
No. The reason why I even brought that up
Because
is
they
because
are.
the reason why I brought it up is because to me it seems like before Z got in, their whole situation was basically about white people in general. And that obviously there wasn't enough black people. Black people were afterthought. I heard them even say that. The black people were
Black women.
afterthoughts, etc.
Black women were an afterthought, not black people. Black women were an
Or
afterthought.
black women? Okay, well, yeah, I took it as black people in general. And then I heard afterwards Santana say that I guess he was one of the first ones they reached out to. But that's neither really here nor there. Let me fast forward and let's just say, so when Z first got into the live, the first thing that was said was, "Oh, now we got to listen to a white woman."
And she's white.
Okay, but still, like let's be perfectly 100 with each other, guys.
I'm sick of
That's
these.
not okay.
I'm sick of you black men always caping for these white women.
I'm not at all.
But you are.
No, I'm not.
Because they were criticizing her tour. And she came in because she was unorganized and she did the microaggressions. You don't think they have a right to
Wait. Are you talking about Jones's live? Are you talking about Jones's live?
No. I'm talking about the original one. Yes. What's she talking about now?
Where Z came in and was talking about you women are portraying.
Right.
So what? I mean, it seems like, she came in to say that they were wrong about the tour. There were no colors, so.
Correct. Okay, but even then, if you see what I wrote in the comment, I didn't say anything about Z being innocent. I didn't say anything about Z being innocent.
So why do you have to come up here to throw shade on the black women, but when Z was
I'm not. What I'm saying is, it's not even about throwing shade on them.
Z did racist.
It's the simple fact is when she got in, say it again.
Z did the racism. You are more concerned with what the other people did than the person that did the racism.
No, here's what I'm doing. I'm starting an order of everything. That's what I want to do. When she first got in there, the first thing was said was, "Oh, here come a white lady that we have to listen to." Yes or no? Okay, all right. So y'all are gonna say, and that's perfectly fine.
I don't even remember that being said.
Well, it was. The audio's all over the place, so it definitely
Okay,
was.
hold on.
I don't remember it being said either.
I'm pretty sure I can pull it up myself. It's all over the
No,
place.
one of them did say that. They did say that, but it's not the point. But yes, and like they said, yes, and
Okay, so and put it this way: why do y'all feel that that's necessary? Just as from a human heart to human heart, regardless of anything else, just from human heart to human heart. Do y'all feel that that's okay? That's necessary? Y'all just perfectly fine with that, right?
Yeah,
yes.
because why would she come into a black space?
Really?
Yeah,
So see,
I know
like
better. I know better than that.
that is just wild to me. Like if it was the other way around or any other race,
It's
whether it was,
every day on
That
this
sounds like a
app.
personal issue, sir.
and it does, and it should be confronted. I'm not
But
saying it doesn't
to
happen every
confront
day.
racism, people like you always want to sit here and make excuses for the racists.
But why can't I just say
Why
people should treat
about?
people with respect? Why you got to make it seem like I'm taking up for a
Val.
racist? Why can't people treat people with respect?
Buy a vow.
Okay, I'm gonna say something real quick. When a white teen lady, a white woman, say that black women, a bunch of beautiful, educated black women, are uneducated and they don't have any better things to do, that is racist. That is racist.
And do you know she was in the comments?
And she was in the comments.
Do you know that?
I do know that.
And they
Okay.
also told her not to go up.
Yeah. She was told many times not to go on that
The
panel.
creators told her not to go up.
A
Okay,
bunch
and
of
I would
creators
even
told her
understand
not
that.
to come up either.
And I agree. And one of the things that I've said to other people who I've talked to about this was she set herself up for being dumb enough to go up there when she understood how these ladies felt and what they were talking about, etc. That's on her. She put herself in that situation, and she kind of deserved. That's not my point. The thing that I said in the comments was, so do y'all think that it's okay for the way they talk to her and the way people talk to people in general? Just
They
because,
weren't
like I
even
said,
that mean. They weren't even mean to her.
okay, so you're really gonna say, okay, so all right.
I was there. I was there for most of the live.
All right, but not only was it the first thing that they said, well, we could just I kind of want to grab my laptop so we could just play the audio. They were going off on her
I got a question
before
for
she
you.
Y'all,
said the
I know we're doing
microaggressions.
an open forum, but there might be, we might still be doing pay to kicks. We might still be doing pay to kicks.
So
Just saying.
so basically, you just mad because the first thing you heard a black woman say was, "Now we have to listen to this white woman." You didn't like that comment. Is that what you
No,
mad
it wasn't
about?
even that. It was a full on. To me, they seemed like they were upset at the moment because of the tour, because of her, because of how organized it was, because black people or black women, as you corrected
Hold
me,
on one second
black.
before you do that. I'm talking to the host. Go ahead.
Because black women were afterthought, et cetera, et cetera. So
I'll
in
leave it
my
to you,
head,
Ben.
hearing all of that, it instantly tell me that if any white lady or anyone of the sort would have went in there, they was ready to go off. And that's exactly what happened.
No, that's not what happened. She did her microaggressions and then they went off.
Okay, hold on. So not
Also,
only
like she came in like saying like she was already agitated when she came in, and she was like, "Oh, I only have 10 minutes, so like let me
okay,
just skip
well,
this out." Like,
one thing for certain, they did make the comment about, oh, so now we got to listen to white women. Then they kept telling her before she could even start talking was, shut up, did I tell you to talk? Shut up, you only talk when I tell you to, etc. There was all sorts of stuff. I've heard the audio. Like, and for y'all to sit here and make it seem like they were treating her like a decent human being, that's not true.
Yeah,
They
I
said
did
that.
call Johnny. I did call Johnny an undercover KK member, and what about it? All of his actions prove that he is.
Wait, who, Johnny?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not talking about that. I don't know. I mean, if Johnny is, he is. I'm talking about the live with Z.
I know you not. Somebody in the comments said that.
Okay. But all I'm saying is, and again, I'm going to fight for black people. I'm going to fight for black women.
No,
I'm going to
you're
fight
not.
at any given turn.
No, you're not.
And you can say because that I'm bringing this to
No,
the
no,
way
no.
I say it. Y'all can say what y'all want to about me. Everyone who knows me knows for a fact.
But you're wrong.
I need you to be quiet for a second. Because the whole reason you came up here is because you wanted to humble black women. That's the reason you came up here. You came up here because instead of focusing
Not at
on the
all.
racist thief, grifter, you want to focus on the black women. Don't get it twisted. Do is there a better ways that he probably could have been handled? Sure. But I am not gonna police how nobody deals with the people that have harmed them and hurt them. I'm not gonna police that. And you
Okay.
shouldn't either.
Put it this way. Put it this way. And and them being in it. Did y'all hear when Misha came up?
Oh
Yes.
God, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me you're gonna defend that lady.
No, what she said was definitely shouldn't have been said. Period.
Okay, thank God.
My point is, even with her saying these things that shouldn't be said, I'm the type of person. I'm not gonna say stuff like, "Oh, this chalk skinned lady." The
Bye.
So
I'm
he
done.
mad.
W. Robbie,
So he mad that we called them names.
W. Robbie for the pay to kick.
Like,
Oh God.
bye.
Majority,
I'm done.
majority of what he said was wrong, but the part about calling anybody names, no matter if you disagree with them, I don't find cute. Because personally, on our side of the things, when someone is called like for example, Mermaid, when she was called Whitewash Roach, and Simple Black Theory as well, where we're denied being black, or just like the
She was
black is being
not
defined.
called a
Wait,
roach.
hold on, but can I
Wait,
finish though? Respectfully,
No,
no
no, no,
black
no,
person
because
should be
you have to
called that
tell the truth.
just because they disagree. No black person should be called that. No black.
She
Oh,
was not
what the hell is
called
she?
a roach.
He was not.
It was Johnny.
She is not. I know she's not.
It
That's
was
my thing in
Johnny.
general. Oh my gosh. I'm
It was
sorry.
Johnny that was called a roach. It was not
I
her. It was not Mermaid.
it was not Mermaid at all. And they like to flip the narrative, and it was not Mermaid that was called that.
I know that clearly because she was asked for the clip and never brought up any type of clip of she claimed that Tashika called her that or
The
whatever.
clip.
So I'm not taking
Yeah.
anything. There was no clip showing. But in general, no matter what size is what I'm trying to say, no black person should be called names just because they disagree with you, unless clearly this person just a bad individual.
Why do you
Then
keep
hey,
saying that? Because no, hold up.
What
Why
black?
does she?
Wait,
Are
what
you
black
saying
person
that
was
the
called a
black person?
name?
Yeah, I'm like, why does she keep saying that no black person should be called a name by who? By another black person or a white person?
anybody, especially a black person, no black person should be telling another black
So
person that they're
who?
not black.
Why are
That's
you
just
saying
weird.
that? I'm like, why are you saying that? Your background
Who
noise is
are you
fucking
talking
crazy.
about? Like, who are you talking about? Who
Yeah,
called another
Tashika
black
was
person a
not
You
name?
talking
need
to
to
her.
you need to leave from your environment because nobody can hear you with that music playing.
And it was
Wait, hold on one second, just because I keep accidentally skipping Hanji. Is it Hanji? Am I saying that right?
That's my dad. Yes, yes. Hello.
Oh,
So
hi.
thank you for having me on your panel. I'm coming from the deconstruction side because there was a point in time where Dean and Parker were heavily influenced in the deconstruction side of TikTok. And I noticed certain things when it came to those two, when they were corrected or brought to light about certain issues. And unfortunately, I started pulling back because I started noticing that there was hidden misogyny and hidden racism within them. I was sent, I don't know how old it is. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard it was circulating when Parker was using the Nazi salute, excuse me, Yahtzee salute and all that stuff. TikTok shop is amazing.
Wow,
Um, yes, it was a picture that was circulating. I can find it in the deconstruction Discord if you guys need me to um send it
that's
out to you
news.
guys.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Um,
That's crazy.
yes. So
Mhm.
because of that, back from it.
Wait,
Um,
so the deconstruction community left them. They didn't leave it.
we decided we're not going to platform Parker or Dean um because of certain issues that were going around. As a matter of fact, Sam, who is another prevalent person in our community, no longer works with him. As far as I know, she's more with allegedly Ian now and Tashika, which I hope she's okay. Um, but Parker did admit this. From what I was told, they said that he was young and naive and he's not he changed his ways. He used to be conservative when he was younger, but I digress. That being said, I have issues with everything that is going on in the Unfuck America for the simple fact that they want to bring light to the situations that are happening within America, but yet I have not seen them do anything in regards to the Indigenous Americans. I have not seen them put anything whenever it comes to the situations that are happening with ICE, that are happening with our fellow Black and Brown American people. I'm a woman of color, and I'm also from a family of immigrants. I am also Taino Indigenous on my father's side. And I have yet to see these people do anything to actually put into this country that I now call home. I see a whole lot of patronizing and microaggression and condescension when they do debates. And that's just by a scroll. And yes, for the people who are asking if I am a woman of color because I have to validate myself every time, there you go. I am Greco-Egyptian with Taino roots. Is this satisfying enough for you? And it's sad that I have to actually prove being a woman of color. I could show you my nappy ass afro too, but there's a reason why this bonnet is on. But I digress. With that being said, I feel that a lot of things involving TikTok, we should really choose the people who we hang out with carefully. Dean and Parker, they're not allies. They never were allies. I never they could fit. And until we start holding these men accountable, because I'm seeing a lot of men being brushed off like, oh, it's okay. It's whatever. Give it like 2 months. They do an apology video and it's as if nothing happened. No, we need to stop doing that. And like I said, Alina, is that how you say your name?
Mhm.
I can go ahead, get on the Deconstruction Junction Discord. Send me your your disco information. I'll send
Mhm.
you the picture and video.
Gotcha.
But with that being said, we need to start helping out each other. And please, if women of color are telling you that they have issues with certain creators, listen to them. Stop it. This has gone far enough. These women have voices, they need to be heard. You are no different than the oppressor, and that is the problem. But thank you for having me up.
Thank you.
Appreciate each and every
Oh,
one of you, and I hope for the best.
yeah, I'll send
Hanji,
you a
Hanji,
message.
can I just quickly say, Hanji, I think that was beautiful, and I totally agree with you. And I think a big part of this discussion should be the parasocial relationships that a lot of the fans have with these debate bros. They act as if they are infallible, and oh well, they said this, so that means that they could never actually act on these things. Um, when the whole thing with Harry was going on, and I'm not trying to bring that into the discussion, what Harry did was disgusting, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But all these people are like, these people would never do that. They'd never. You don't know them. I don't know them. You don't know them. You know what they put online to make money. And I am not trying to say that, I want to make it very clear that I'm not trying to say that if you dedicate your life to doing this kind of work, that doesn't mean you shouldn't make money. But
Within
a lot of
reason.
it is very monetarily motivated. Okay? So to act like what she said was so spot on, to act like these people are your pseudo friends and that they towards and just watch the way people talk, and I'm so baffled by the fact that people act like they are They're friends. Understanding the like I said, the parasocial relationships that we have with people online is also, I think, a big part of this. Truly,
Mm-hmm.
these people don't know you. You don't know them. You can agree with their political takes, and you can agree with the work that you believe that they are trying to accomplish. But to act shocked, devastated, disgusted if they do something wrong is
Okay, Splits, let me interrupt you just for one quick second.
yes, of course, please.
Um, I don't know what misinformation was provided because I don't follow Dean or Parker.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about them.
I have no idea. If it don't apply, let it fly. Let's
Sure.
leave it like that. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the text. If it don't apply, let it fly. If it's not, if it does not apply to one, or it applies to both, or it doesn't apply to the other, then y'all know what she meant. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, I have no
You have
idea what it is. But I do want to say thank you, Leah. Leah sent $15 for the kitties. I appreciate you so much. And Christopher sent $2 for ew. Love you, Lena. Love you too. And ill right back at you. If you know, you know. But I do want to push back on something you said because if you're in my Discord, we are friends. I'm in there all the time.
I would love to join
Um,
the Discord. The only reason I didn't was because I really don't follow things. That I followed Dean and Parker's Discord after the Harry situation, just because I wanted to see what was being said. And once
mhm.
again, I don't want to bring the Harry situation up. It
Yeah.
has nothing to do with
To
it
get in the Discord,
now.
all you have to do is be a standard subscriber, and then you click the little star and attach your Discord. Not all that is in the chat. And if there's anyone that wants to be a goon and can't afford to be a goon, just write in the comments, and you might get kicked to a sub. You never know.
There's just a couple things that I want to say is I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying that they're making money through Discord. I don't know who commented that. Huh? I didn't even know you could make money through Discord.
Hmm.
And to think that literally everything they do is not in some way attached to monetary value is, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know where your head's at. If you
We live in a capitalistic society. Everything is directly correlated to your ability to
and like I said,
acquire
I
capital.
totally agree with you being able to make money if this is what you're
No, no, I'm not
putting
talking to
your
you.
life towards.
I'm not talking
Oh, I apologize.
to you.
think she was saying in general. She was saying that in general. Like it
Yeah, I
wasn't
wasn't
directing that
talking to
towards you.
you. Yeah, I'm saying that there's no way. I know you're not saying that they shouldn't be able to monetize their platform. We live in a capitalistic society.
Exactly.
That would be an unrealistic statement to make.
Yes.
You're just saying that there has to be a point that the money cannot outweigh the people.
Thank you, everyone that's sending subs out. I appreciate you.
Beautifully worded, Raptured. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you for.
Is Mishi somebody I should be following or not? I don't know who Mishi is.
You will have to make that decision for yourself. Uh,
I'll say no.
but I was going
I
to say,
mean, if
but
they're anything like
we'll
Johnny
talk.
or
She's
Johnny.
some white lady. No,
Oh well, yeah, no, never mind.
that voted for Trump in 2020 as well. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, well then, yeah, no.
No, and I have extra tea on her. She she
Somebody
also
in the comments said, "Girl, hell no."
yeah,
Brand won't
no,
say it,
it's
but
a
I'll say it.
yeah, it's a hell no. She also is one of those secret microaggressive people. So there's that. No, you should not
Okay.
follow her. Hell no. It's a hell no. It's a hell fuck no.
Since everybody, I was going to say, no. Hell, fuck no, bro.
Tell me that on the if I don't like Johnny, I'm not gonna like her because I'm gonna be cursing her out on a daily and then
Yeah,
block
Yeah,
her.
yeah,
fuck
and
no,
Johnny's
bro.
best friends with her.
Oh
Best
hell
friends with
no,
her.
no.
So there's that.
Splits, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down so we can keep moving the panel along. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, I
Yep.
very much appreciate it. I good rest of your night and tell your cats I said I love you.
Oh,
I
well, you guys
think
are about to see one now.
I was gonna say I think everybody should follow who they feel like they align with, and that's all. That's how I'm gonna leave it. That's how
Just
I'm
not
gonna leave
Michi. Just not Michi or Johnny though, because they're both problematic.
it. Yeah. So anyway,
I'm just saying it to save
mhm,
Shay the time and the
that's
energy
fair.
And
of
plus,
having
Where
to unfollow.
where's
yeah,
the
and
cat?
plus,
I'll show you guys in a second. I just got to heat up some milk.
yeah, plus, Michi is very, she's a chaos agent. That's all I can say.
Okay, let's leave her where she at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to summon her because I am not in
Yeah,
the mood.
let's leave her where she at. She has the
But
following that she has. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Warrior Princess, what would you like to add to the conversation? And then I'm sorry, not you yet. I'm sorry, Warrior. Bethy, you were up here first. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Oh, hi. I really appreciate it. There is a video that I forwarded to my to Leftyland, my server, and people in my server are saying that they can't see it, like they can see a preview of it. It's where she admits that she's back on the tour. Thank you for the gifts. And some people in my server go to the video, they can't see it. I'm not a techie. Did she remove it or has she put it on like
She
supporters
might have either
only?
removed it or she might have those people blocked because I couldn't see it.
Okay.
I had to download it from a different thing. But if you're in my Discord, like I think we posted the clip in there, so you
Yeah,
can
that's
just
the
upload
one.
it.
Okay, good. That's the one that I forwarded to my server. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna go check that
You
out.
might have
Thank you very
forwarded
much.
like the linked one, but just get the one that's like the actual video and just download it and then put it in your Discord.
Thank you very much. That's all I needed. Thank you
This
very
is
much.
Truffle,
So
y'alls.
cute. He's a black cat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one time I was driving somewhere and it was like a mother and like 6 black cats were right behind it. I'm like, am I gonna have bad luck forever?
Nah, they're good luck.
But they're good luck. And it was like, okay. T, thanks for the $15. Thanks for the cash out. That's crazy. That cat is cute. You're gonna have to bring him back.
Thank you, Amy, for the donation. Thank you so much. I
I miss
appreciate
you.
it.
Oh, he's so cute.
And thank
I
you,
missed you.
Bethy. I did get yours. Thank you so much.
All right, so next up, Warrior Princess.
Yep.
Everyone. So I just kind of want to talk about. Um, I know we had mentioned before that the tour was just very rushed, and I think at- Zia at one point had mentioned that saying that like it's just so hard to organize you know um, events and so on, which I understand. Yeah, it can be difficult, but if you're gonna plan something, don't half-ass it. If you're going to plan something like especially a large event such as a tour, it should be well thought out to a venue. You know, make sure you have like your team, plan out all the documents, plan out who's gonna be a part of the tour. Make sure you're actually vetting people, um, and even like people who are asked to be on the tour, like they should also be vetting like who is organizing this tour, like who is this person. And I understand that everyone was probably like really excited about trying to go after Charlie Kirk, but at the end of the day, like the intent of the tour,
Why? I don't understand why.
yeah, no,
Why? I would never want. Why am I gonna be following a racist dude around in
Yeah.
Texas of all places?
And my question, why didn't anybody look her up? She has, I don't know if the lawsuits are active, but she has lawsuits
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
for not being able to organize correctly. She's not a very good organizer.
Yeah, a lot of this could have been avoided.
If I were the organizer of that tour, I definitely wouldn't have Dean or Parker as the headliners. I definitely would have someone more like Hector as a headliner for sure. And then maybe I would do a white woman. I would definitely do a black man, a black woman, and a white woman for the diversity, and then everyone else could join. Whoever can join, whoever I invite. It definitely wouldn't have been Dean or Parker.
But I don't even know if we should have headed that because black people didn't fuck America up. We
Again,
didn't
I'm not.
do it.
And I agree. I agree. I said we shouldn't have been on that tour, period.
Exactly. We're
But I'm
supposed to
saying
be.
if for the diversity part of it, any black person who wanted to be a headliner and who had
Mhm.
the credential to speak on it, they should have been the headliner. And then a white woman should have been a headliner as well for the diversity. I wouldn't have put a white man on as a headliner. I'm sorry. It
Well,
wouldn't have
Yeah,
happened.
see, my thing is like,
mhm.
especially with the way the tour is branded, like unfuck America.
Mhm.
So like I could see it from both sides of like, I know everyone's saying the 92% are sitting down, but I still know a lot of the 92% that like they just can't help themselves. Like they just want to keep doing the work, which I understand. But I don't know.
That's just how I personally would have done it. But again, I am aware that that's not the perfect solution. Again, unlike Zia, I can say where I'm not perfect at, and I'm not the best person to organize this, but I definitely would have done it better than her.
Y'all, mods, you don't have to mute. You don't have to mute like people that are talking shit about me. I really don't. I really don't give a fuck. Like, let them hate watch. It's fine with me. For the person that just got muted, you can unmute them. Their question was, "Are you not white?" For the people that know me on this panel, have I ever said I wasn't white?
You always say you're a white presenting Latina.
Yes, you always say
Yeah.
that you were right
So
presented.
I'm aware. I look at the mirror every day. I live with my privilege every day. I talk about it all the time. So like, I don't understand what's the issue.
but you don't age.
They can't see your cash app. What's your cash app?
So it's oh, sorry. That's the kitten toaster with an incubator. It's tried and trending. It's linked in my bio as well. I have Cash App and PayPal.
Okay. And then to move the conversation a little bit, Polly, do you
What's
know
up,
you're
friend?
here? I don't think Polly knows he's here. Okay. Gonna just drop him back there.
Imagine if you just let him sit there for an entire live and then he realizes he was here for so long.
Nah.
I got
Okay.
excited. Probably never comes through.
I was saying that representation. Sorry, I got tongue tied, but it's not. It wasn't enough black women creators. Of course, us 90. Some of us 92% women are going to sit our asses down and drink our mimosas and tequila, but it's like what what is the next move? Because um now they are planning another tour, the ones that was on the tour, and we need to just sit our asses down, basically. I don't know.
Say that necessarily. I think that everybody is called to do something different. So I cannot speak on what lane they're supposed to be in. And I don't think it's fair for us to try to push people into our personal lanes. Um I do hope that with this new tour that they take the time, that they actually do some market research, that they actually are able to do things like understanding what is success, right?
Identify goals, key metrics
Yes.
that they can look at. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and before they choose what school to go to, do a survey of people that are at the school so you even know where you're starting at. Because how do you know where you end up if you don't know where you started?
Um, that's a good point, Auntie Ren. Because um, my mom was saying yesterday they should have started at the community colleges instead of going to predominantly on white universities. They should have started at the community college, the blue states. Even where I'm at, there's a UC Irvine.
Oh, good burp.
They actually was had a table with white privilege, da 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 this. And it was a table of debate me, prove me wrong. And most of the places in California has predominantly black people and Hispanic cultures and everything else. So we need to start from the bottom of the pyramid, which is community colleges. We need to go to HBCUs. Then we can work our way to predominantly white universities.
You know the thing that people don't understand? Y'all, you got to do this like a dress rehearsal. That's why you start at a community college. That's why you start in a blue state. That's your dress rehearsal. That's where you understand what works and what doesn't work. In a place where the stakes are not quite as high, so that way when you go to the place where the stakes are so high, you have a well-oiled machine.
Name a few colleges that that's in like certain types of cities that that has like a HBCU type of culture in California. They could have went to Cal Baptist. They could have went to uh, Cal Santa Barbara, California Santa Barbara, and all the way up there because it needs to be more vocal. They could have went to Texas Southern University. They could have went to Howard. They could have went to colleges that they don't want to go to. They just want to go to predominantly white colleges.
I don't even think it's that.
I mean, but
It's following Charlie Kirk.
my thing is, but I would think that the teachers, somebody got background noise.
Your background is
Yeah, I'm like, do you want to drop? Because I'm okay to drop you in a minute. Because every time she come off mute,
I think that
I think they're in a wind tunnel.
they wanted to follow Charlie Kirk because they have beef with Charlie Kirk.
who wants to follow around a racist?
Other
I mean,
racists.
what's the point?
Oh, other racists.
It's to be.
I mean, if you wanna follow him around, are you going to what other work are you going to be doing there? Are you going to be trying? Because debating really sometimes doesn't change that many people's mind. They may feel good for the minute, yeah, they got them, but there's some diehard people out there, as you can see, who won't change their mind for anything. So, are they going to be registering people to vote? Are they going to be talking to them as well instead of debating? Because right now, wow, it's kind of creepy following around a white man.
And they're supposed to be in Long Beach next week.
Hold on. KGR? I don't. Hey, go ahead and tell us what you got there.
Okay, so full disclosure, I do organizing in my local government, and I do handle a lot of PAC stuff for our political stuff, right? I pulled up their disbursement report, and then I went into the deep dive of how much they've actually collected. So the PAC actually raised $300 since November 18th, 2024.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Additionally, as of cash in hand, as of March 31st, 2025, their cash in hand was $145,000 and some additional amounts of money. But as you can see here, as of March 13th, 2025, Soul Strategies was paid $95,000. Hey, Black Historian, who's Soul Strategies?
Oh, shit.
Who's Soul Strategies? SOLE.
I don't know who that is.
Z.
Oh, so it's her company too. So you're right, because she had two companies involved in this. That's right. One was
and
operations.
so this is another expenditure. This is another expenditure for Prayamanana Strategy, stating it was for fundraising and consulting. Would you like to know what they do?
What?
Good at me.
Yes, hi. And that was almost
It's
5K
robbery.
for, yeah. And then this is actually the information about it. This is where the LLC is actually out of. This is the address,
Mm-hmm.
which is all public record, so I am not doxing anyone. I am just pointing out that this is what is connected. Additionally, let's see who else is connected. Let me see if that's the one. No, that's Soul. That is this one. So this was paid for consultation. Look at that. It says APH Consultation Inc.
Is it her again?
Oh, no. Oh, it gets
It's a
better.
TikTok
It gets
creator.
better.
It's a TikTok creator, right? Her husband?
Yep. Hold on. No. You'll see. You're gonna sit there and go, the fuh.
Is it Parker?
And look at who likes the picture.
Hold on, who is that?
Look at who commented.
E to the hill. That's Z.
Yeah.
But who is this person?
I don't know who that person is.
The weird white, the weird 8x11 man bun dude who always talks about people being racist.
Oh.
He was on Jubilee, or am I crazy? Yes, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know that dude.
Yes.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. So the thing is, that's his consulting firm. The thing about it is, when I pulled his LinkedIn, he doesn't have a background in consultation. So yeah, that's what I did last night, because I know how to read campaign finance reports. I know how to read, those type of things. I ran for public office, so I know how the disclosures have to go. There's also on the report, and I'll put it in the chat, of where you guys can actually go and see the disbursements. When you start looking at the disbursements, you start seeing that there are I think there's 6 or 7 different consulting firms that have all been paid. Now, here's the problem with that. When you are a PAC, you rarely have that many consultants.
Mm-hmm.
That many different would like to know. And that's what's
That is
pissing me off.
amazing.
And the thing that's ticking me off the most, and I don't mean to be a D, but
You can be a D here. I don't care.
yeah,
Alexis,
they're
I told you how
utilizing
quickly it would be.
so the fact that they're utilizing ActBlue to do this, the problem is, I raise money for candidates in my district, progressive candidates that we can push forward. We utilize ActBlue for our fundraising source. They're already under extensive scrutiny right now because of dump. And doing something like this is very concerning. Additionally, there are multiple payments to PAF, which is, Political Action Fund, whatever. However, the person who is in charge of Political Action Fund, Blair Schumann, and this is public record, Blair Schumann has had to settle 3 different suits because of misappropriation. Yeah. And when you're stating that someone was paid $95,000 to supposedly do, we're doing, she put down, it was voter registration things, right? Voter registration drives don't usually cost that much. Specifically when you're doing it like this, and usually you aren't paying a consulting firm to do it, you're paying people directly for certain things. If you are going to pay a consulting firm, usually it's not your own consulting firm that you're paying. So you are fundraising for something to do an action. However, the action is just basically paying you. And I can honestly ask anyone who went to vote, how many doors were knocked? How much money was given to the local candidates who were running for state and local government? How much money was dispersed? Because when I checked, there has been no money dispersed to candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is that you all basically, and when I mean you all, I mean the people who were involved and the people who were with Z on this. You all basically scammed everyone and used it and pocketed the money yourself and then turned it right back around and told people that you didn't have the money and you couldn't get the money because the money was spent. And which is true, it was spent. It was spent and sent to your secret, shady shell company, and you're now lying to everyone about it. So, ZZ, what I'm going to need you to do is open the books, and I'm going to need you to produce the receipts quickly. Because if not, what I'm advising them to do is sue the shit out of you.
I just don't understand, like, again, like, she was a missing person just yesterday. We had a, poster up of her being a missing person, and now she's resurfaced, but she's not addressing any of the fucking issues.
Because
Not
she
apologizing
It's
to anyone.
Friday,
because it was a robbery.
It
and the
was
deadline
like
is
a set it
Friday.
off robbery for real.
Like she got away clean, so she don't have no reason to address anything. Why would
Everybody got hoodwinked and bamboozled.
led
I don't know.
astray, run amok?
I don't know why lawyers weren't contacted immediately when she said that the money was spent. That right there would have been like, oh, okay, since you want to play games, I'm getting attorneys involved. Yeah, you're going to give me the money one way or the other.
Yeah, but the thing is, what usually ends up happening in situations like this is that they end up having to refund all of the donations. And that is what is the normal course of action in this situation. And again, the person who was like, oh, I don't know you, again, I always bring receipts. When I come forward, I say the shit, and I always have receipts when I'm talking. So going through all their campaign, all their public disclosure, the quarterly report, going through to see how much they had on hand before when they first started versus how much they've raised. You can go in, you can see who donated, you can see who's been involved, who they went to. And PAF, it looks like they were paid $50,000 and then an additional 20. PAF is most likely the secondary group that they utilized in order to set up the UNF America tour. Even with those expenditures, because those both happened in March, they still had cash on hand of $145K as of March 31st, because those expenditures happened prior to March 31st.
Mm-hmm.
So they use a third party to utilize, because usually you do, now that is accurate, you usually do give it to another PAC who then goes and secures a location. That's very common. However, if you only spent $70K, you had initially raised $394K. And cash on hand as of March 31st was $145K. Please explain to me how you don't have any money.
Well,
Here's my question,
what's
though.
where did that money go in between
But wait, how much
November
was
and
Well,
January?
according to Santana, when he asked her what happened to it originally, he was told straight up it was gone. It was spent. It was gone. No explanation, no nothing. It was gone.
Well, here's my
That's
question.
Well, I heard it
That's
was. I heard they said it was spent on the event, like the
yeah,
event that
on
they
the
had
trip.
just done. Yeah.
The event had to be prepaid. PAF was given two donations transferred one $50,000 payment on March 14th, which is actually correct. That would be roughly 3 weeks before an event happened, so you do have to prepay a certain amount. Next, they were given another $20,000, which is correct, because normally you end up having some additional overflow costs, and that was paid on March 28th. That makes sense to me. However, in their final disclosure, as of March 31st, they still had $145K as cash in hand.
But wait a minute. That doesn't even consider, because what does it have, like a closeout at the end of the month showing how much stuff went in and came out? So basically, any money that was, because
First apparently started to be put together from what I can gather, in December.
okay,
That is when they started to talk. Okay, but again, when you're securing a location,
I haven't seen any evidence. The only evidence I've seen that anyone's presented to me, the earliest communication I've seen was February. But if you have something, then I trust you.
Thing that happened, and I will DM you the link so you can actually see the report itself. I've sent it to other people saying this is how you look at it. You look at the expenditures plus the intake. That is why the whole pranayama whatever yoga thing automatically hit my like radar. So 3 years ago, we had a candidate who was running up against one of my candidates, and we pulled his financial report. He kept putting in that he was doing fundraising at like these 2 locations, and their expenditures were kind of a bit excessive for a fundraising event, because usually you try to spend as little money on a fundraiser because you're trying to get as much back, right?
Usually,
Okay.
yeah.
So when we actually looked at the location and how it was addressed, and then I went to the address and it kept going, it turns out he was paying for weekends with his mistress with campaign funds. And that is how you catch people. And that is what I do. Hello, I help with ops. And I literally will go through every dime that you spend, and I'm going to see where you spent it. There's also a payment of $21,900 some odd dollars to American Express. Now, if that is their corporate, the PAC's credit card, which sometimes you do need to pay for like that, that is absolutely
things you can't bill. You know, you have to just make the payment and
pay
then
up
reimburse.
front
Yeah.
and reimburse the credit card. However, it doesn't align with everything else that they were already doling out. And one of those things is it doesn't add up. And that is where I'm having the issue, because most of their donations have come from small donors who have been just giving money over time, and it's thousands of different donors who've donated money. That is why I have an issue with this, because it's not adding up, that all of a sudden you need to spend all this money on your credit card for signage. However, you already have 2 consulting firms that are supposed to be handling that, and a marketing firm, which means they would have already paid for that.
And what signage?
And then again,
they had one thing, like, from what I saw.
I mean,
and then you're paying for a digital website. You're paying for ActBlue to manage your website, to do certain things, because that's several of their payments is to ActBlue for that service, right? So then why do you need another marketing firm?
but then I have a question. So this doesn't account for money that they would have gotten from April 1st on, right?
Not correct. I have not, because they haven't had to file that report yet. However, usually people do keep a running, like I know when I ran, we kept a running tab. And if anyone needed to ask us questions, we could automatically just shoot them over an email. Here you go. This is all the expenditures that happened within the past week. Donation from a union, because again, I do union organizing. My union gave me a donation. Someone wanted to come and state that I was basically kind of double dipping or something, but then I proved I'm not being paid by the union. I do this in voluntary manner. I'm a volunteer for my union. I'm not paid. Additionally, them utilizing a national PAC to give me a donation has nothing to do with this. And if I do need to return it, I will. Those are the things you do. So you always keep your receipts. Everything is usually on time. I mean, my campaign managers would literally yell at me every day. Hey, you bought lunch for all your volunteers. Send the receipt right now. Take a picture, email it, text it to me, send it now. That is usually how you do it. With PACs, it's pretty much the same thing. You better have your receipts, and the quarterly reports. Yes, they're due quarterly. However, most of the time with a PAC, you put that shit out monthly. You have your stuff ready to go every month, so no one can say that there's misappropriation of funds. That's all I wanted to point out. Like, I can understand wanting to go on a tour to try to get people involved. If your goal is to get people more politically active, younger people to get politically active, to get more people involved in that. However, you don't go to Texas A&M to do that, because they're pretty much hardline Republicans. You're not going to change their minds. Usually what you do is you go to all the surrounding colleges where they're far more liberal, and you start getting young people to be involved. Also, usually you take an effing candidate or 3 with you for something like that. If you're going to have a lot of media attention, you bring the candidates out there who are running. And then you do donations directly to them from your PAC. You're not paying effing consultants. Your money is is supposed to be donated to candidates. That is the whole point of this shit. It's to try to get more progressive people elected into office. So that is
that's if that is the actual point. Everything you said makes sense if what you're saying is the actual point. But we still haven't been able to figure out what their actual point is for
If the
this.
point was to follow Charlie Kirk, then what they did was it 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 ain't right, but it makes sense.
I do have to.
Them to
I
debate Charlie, and the other half was debate people who are MAGA. That's literally the whole point, and that's
well,
what they did.
I not
for
meaning to
what
interrupt, but I
purpose?
do have to run. I do have to run, but I appreciate you hosting this. The fact that this tour was basically to chase around a MAGA gremlin, and instead of doing for its actual purpose of raising awareness and raising, candidates and raising awareness about the political state of this country, and instead of you wanted to score bounty points by chasing a MAGA gremlin around, is laughable. This tour, like this is like I don't want to. Actually, I do want to say it. And I'm going to come out and say it with my chest. This was the biggest joke. This was a joke. Y'all were fucking. This is a fucking joke. If you're mad about it, I don't care. This is a joke. And black women, specifically, like I said before, keep your asses at home. Don't let me catch you in the store. Don't let me catch you, because I will say something. You do not. You belong at home at rest. You are queens. You belong at rest, and that's where we belong. And with that, I do have to go. Thank you.
Thank you for joining. I do want to add something. I had someone guys we don't like misinformation here. So once we get some clarification, I'm happy to correct it. So apparently the Schnazi photo was a screenshot that was during a live. Parker was raising his hand to speak, and someone grabbed the photo and then turned it into this whole thing. So he was not doing the salute. So just to correct that information. Again, I don't watch either of these fucking people because what am I going to learn from a 20-year-old?
I mean, the whole point is if we want political action, if you want political engagement, okay, so you want one big show. You want a show where you're going up against someone like a Charlie Kirk who does have a lot of followers. He has a lot of influence in this arena. Cool beans. But you scale it back to just your headliners going up against him or just 1-to-1, 1v1. You don't need to make it a big spectacle. The spectacle is just on the interaction between the two. Next up, if you're actually talking about something to un-F America, you are literally going to be going to register voters, educate voters, find out who can volunteer for whom. How, hey, do you guys have paid internships, unpaid internships? How can I volunteer? How can I help? You do that. Like, that is, I spend so much time and money of my, so I do hate performance in this manner. It's one thing to be performative in order to put a media lens on it. There is a difference in doing that and then just driving around arguing with stupid maggots. Like, who the shit cares? They're not smart. They're in a cult. And if anyone has ever dealt with cult members, you know there is nothing you can say to them, MFers, to make them change their minds. They will be in their cult, they will unalive in their cult, and you let them. They are not your target audience. You are trying to get other people involved so that you can override the cult. So that is why I have an issue with this overall, because it needs to be more. If you're going to say you're doing political action, if you're going to say you're trying to actually make a change, you do something. I do stuff. And this pisses me off. And I sent them, I sent plants and seeds and a bunch of stuff for the community garden. I do all that stuff because I do that shit in my own area. I want to make sure that everyone is covered because that is what we're supposed to do. But
Wait, you
when
sent she sent plants and seeds to which community garden?
to Jones Community Garden, I sent a bunch of stuff because I have literally, my whole entire front yard is literally nothing but plants and stuff, and I grow it. Do stuff for their community gardens. I will help you every day.
I'm dying to know.
nature.
Did you ever see proof of the garden existing? I'm just curious.
No,
Okay.
and
No,
that
just
is
because
my
I've never seen proof and people have been asking me.
I haven't, and I think that's what like kind of upsets me because
KGR, I know somebody
Mhm.
that is trying to start a community garden project. Is it okay if I send him your way?
Oh, please do. I have a ton of stuff. I don't mind. I will send roots. I will send cuttings. I send every. I have no problem with that. I've got a shit ton of stuff growing in my like yard because where we're at and where my parents are, my family owns a large farm. Just full disclosure, we own a large beef farm and it's a boutique farm because it's not a corporate farm anyway. And I've already talked to like nurseries, my neighbors back home to have them start donating stuff to people so they can start growing their own food because we all know we're about to hit a shortage.
Yeah.
So those are the things I put my efforts into. I'm actually doing an infant and toddler drive for my electeds who are running again for our House of Representatives here in Virginia. I'm doing all this so that people I'm terrified of what happens when people's children starve. In fact, I never have to worry about that. I don't. If I need eggs, I call my cousin. She drops off 2 dozen.
Mhm.
If I need beef, my cousin goes, "Hey, I got us a beautiful cow baby. Is we taking her out now or is we taking her out next week?"
I'm gonna be driving to
Like,
Virginia.
Bye,
Yeah.
Tina.
yeah, like I have all that. Other people don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
And
driving
that's
for. I'm gonna be
what I'm
driving to
about.
Virginia for a cow.
Mm.
That's
And our
awesome.
beef is delicious. Our beef is delicious. Our My cousin be loving on his cows. He'd be like, "Yeah, she's a beautiful girl, and she gonna taste delicious."
That
Oh
lasts
my
me a
gosh.
whole. If I can get a couple people, that probably lasts us each like a whole year.
Yep. I was just thinking that. I was like, man, maybe I need to find me a couple folks and
Yeah.
somebody need to
Oh,
go
I
out to
thought you were getting
Virginia.
like a real, like a cat, like a living cow.
Oh
No,
no,
To
we do. We
darling.
raise them. No, yeah, we raise them and then we have
Mm-mm.
them butchered. They have
no,
to
No,
she
be
said
butchered.
she was driving to Virginia for a cow, and I
no,
thought,
no, no.
Oh.
It would be it would be slaughtered. It would be slaughtered. So yeah,
oh my
and I'm
gosh.
gonna get a couple people and be like, "How much is it?" And I'll just come up there and pick it up.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So that's what I do. So that's why I have an issue with people who are not. If you're only focused on improving your financial situation, cool beans, you have that right.
Mhm.
But what you don't have is the right to deceive others
No.
about your intent.
Um, here's the thing. I'm going to put my email in my TikTok email in my bio, not my personal email. And I want anybody that has anything that they can contribute to a community, whether it's roots, whether it's some information you have, to send it to me because we have to start compiling this information, y'all. We have to start centralizing this information because we can't wait until we all in the midst of a robbery to
Hmm.
start having these conversations.
And start at last minute, and actually need to start now.
Yeah. So I want something good to come out of this. And I keep saying that. And I know people was like, oh God, Rand, shut the fuck up. No, I want something good to come out of this. I want communities to grow. I want to see us compiling information. I want to see us I want to see us actually making change, not performance for the sake of performance.
Hmm. Let me jump in really quick because I've been, I have a tea drinker for the $10 Cash App, says friend of Black historian. Thanks for the info. Thank you. I want to thank Lori. Lori sent 20 for I enjoy your takes and I love the kittens. Marina sent eight, and I'm not going to read her comment. You'll know in a minute. And then also big W. Leslie sent 108 for the kittens and things you need. I very much appreciate you guys. We've surpassed the goal. Please make sure you're taking care of the panelists. Their pay links are in their bios. Make sure you're gifting them, and taking care of everyone that comes through and shares valuable information for us. And you guys are obviously free to go whenever you want, but you can stay as long as. Oh, and we also need 9 tiny dinies to hit the flash goal, and it has to be from different people. So if you already sent one, you can't like send another one.
You know, I'm staying until the wheels fall off this joint. So
Love that.
I'm here. Um,
Notice I was up here, and then I did notice, and so I was like, I need to put up my CA because the goons told me I should crowdfund for the Asia Wilson shoes that come out on May 5th. So
Oh my
if y'all
gosh.
feel inclined, hit that CA for all the education I provide.
The what?
I can.
The what?
Asia Wilson's new shoes are coming out on May 5th. And if y'all know me, y'all know I love women's sports genuinely, actually. Like, I really do watch it. And I buy a lot of merch. A hell of a lot of merch. I thought I lost a lot of it, actually. And then I found it. It was a tumultuous week. Online, in real life, a lot. But that's not why I came up here. I did want to acknowledge first and foremost.
You better not do what I think you're gonna do.
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
What? First and foremost, I just want to acknowledge that when people say that they're genuinely supporting you and giving you their money, and then they do the research for you and make sure that they're helping you make good business decisions as well, you should probably listen, because most of the stuff that came out thought or inferred that was going to happen. I don't know why people don't listen to people that are genuinely giving them not just their support but also their money. But that could help next time, because I know people think that online communities or whatever are kind of cult-like or whatever, but these are genuine people trying to like actually build communities, especially in the political space where we talk about these like larger issues that do need a community to change them. Like, how are we supposed to talk about these like actual issues if we're just supposed to like not engage in genuine discussion on the internet? Like, it's confusing. Like, it's just really confusing to me, and it just hurts because it's like all of this could have been avoided, seriously. And I also just want to remind everyone again that always listen to Indigenous voices, because I only know how racist one of those white boys on the back, I mean white man child, is on the background, is because I heard Indigenous voices talk about it and talk. I listened to them and have listened ever since and have not seen much change. You know, as a dark-skinned Black woman who literally heard said white man child use AAVE during his apology, and not just one phrase, but a lot. Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel. Also,
they're
this
racist.
you can't trust anybody.
I was
And
gonna say,
I'll stand
better
this.
not.
You can't trust anyone that truly believes that cishet mediocre white men should lead a movement.
Think that they should be involved in all movements, right?
They can.
But
They shouldn't be the face of it.
but the people who
They can put their dollars in there.
Right. They can do their money.
They can
but the
carry
people
boxes.
that have the people that have to actually be the face of it, because here's the thing.
Not even just the face, but the mind of it, like the structure, like
Yes,
what the
because
goal is, what the plan is, what we're trying to accomplish.
if you want true liberation, right, it means that it can't be under the lens of YT supremacy, right? If you want true liberation. So what that means is, in order for movement, it would have required a level of unpacking that they have not done in their 20 years of life.
Oh, I know that. And the reason why they're not doing that unpacking, Ren, is because they want clout and money, and they like getting the clips that trend on Jubilee. They like the attention. That's why they keep bragging about it. That's why they're doing it. They don't want to really unpack and cause real change.
That's what we have to get with. It's not I don't know those young men, but I know, and I don't say this lightly, I am absolutely certain I have forgotten more than they know. And I don't even mean that to be disrespectful. It's just that when I have a child your age, you're not going to be able to tell me how to get my liberation. I'm sorry.
Did Baby Run ever have a bigot era?
I No. I'm just gonna say no. Cause you was
Um,
about to make me cuss. No.
exactly.
The moment she came out the womb.
Exactly. So why are we looking? Because I do know white tea people that have made missteps, but have been not having bigot eras in their youth. I have a best friend. Her name is, I won't say it. She's a white woman. She's from the south side of Chicago. Like, that's where she grew up. I've never heard her use AAVE. I've never heard her say the N word. I've never even heard her use, like, a little black set. Nothing. The most that, like, she said was, like, her pushback on the Childish Gambino situation. And you know what? She's the one being fetishized in that situation, so have fun.
But see, like the thing about it is, I'm not saying I can't learn from young people. I learn from my child all the time. What I'm saying is, my child would not feel comfortable being the face of a liberation movement. My child is self-aware enough to know that it's okay not to know things and that she's still learning. That's it. But I also raised her to be able to say I don't know. There's nothing wrong with saying I
Doesn't speak up. I hear her speak up often, and that's what I do. And that's why I know there's hope.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna be clear because there's certain people that love to just talk so much shit in the Discord, which, we get all screenshots. So just make sure when you get my screenshot, you make me look cute. Um, when I say that white white men should not be leading any movement, I also say that cishet white women should also not be like I don't think I should be leading the movement either. I don't think I should be headlining this. I would never headline something like this. Like that's bananas. It's absolute bananas. I also would never follow around a racist just to try to get a clip out of him. Like I have better use of my time. I'd rather be fostering kittens. That's much more productive.
And I
But
have
also, it's more harmful because by following around said, racist, you're giving him more access to the
Mm-hmm.
platform you have.
you giving him
And
You're
more.
I'm
exposing your
sorry.
audience to those people. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why I have such an issue with that. And as far as Roosevelt, you being a leftist, I'm just going to point this out. I'm sorry. A lot of you 8x11 leftists are problematic too. You haven't unpacked your anti blackness. You're just only a leftist because you're upset that you're not at the top of the food chain. That's it.
No one. Do you not see what's happening here? Do you need me to put burglar under there for you to understand what's going on?
They got hoodwinked.
Like it's a robbery costume. Why would you? Why
Yeah.
would? Oh, jeez, Louis, y'all
Have
buy
y'all
a
never seen
vowel.
a crime movie or Law and Order or something? Like it's literally a robbery. Like what?
Buy a vowel for real.
I have something to say. Yes, I do have my Cash App up because my other Cash App is my business Cash App, and I raising funds so I can be able to go to Arizona to visit my dad. Because if y'all know in the Discord, y'all know what's going on
Mm-hmm.
with that situation. So I have to visit him out there, but um, I would say that this situation right here, I would not have two on my platform.
or on a tour. I would not follow a grown walking fetus that still is having mommy and daddy issues and racism issues. I would not follow somebody that that can bring hate towards me, because for instance, my grandfather, he was the Black Panther Party. He was in the Black Panther Party movement. My and he was a veteran. So I do not hold my tongue. I do not bite back on it, because the fact is that this shit was wrong. It wasn't enough black creators. It was not any LGBTQ, the alphabet community. There was not enough. There was no trans people. It was not correctly put together to the point that we can be like, okay, we can back this up. And plus, it's a red flag for Z. It's giving me like, does she have a offshore account?
Ooh. Oh my gosh, that's so pretty.
Ooh, that is pretty.
Thank you so much. Y'all, you don't need to send me. I love you, Leslie. Thank you so much. But I would love to see everyone on the panel to have at least over 1,000 coins like Ren and KGR does. Spread the love on the panel. Before you finish, Irene, let me just, before I forget, Jessica sent 10 for Stay Strong. Got you always. Love you, Jess. And Steph sent 40 for Take Care of Yourself. And middle finger, American flag. Love you. Thank you. You can continue now. Oh my God, that is so pretty. The gifts are getting really cute.
So
with, oh, thank you, Leslie.
With what I was saying is that we shouldn't be following around Charlie Kirk. He's a walking fetus. He's absolutely irrelevant in my life, in the Black community life, and well, where I'm at, because everybody's saying, "Who is Charlie Kirk? Who is this person? Who is this motherfucker?" Excuse my French, but who is this person to be following around? I thought we was going to take a break. Right now, where I'm at, there's a strike, and it's over 15,000 LA city workers on strike right now because they got let go. And it's a lot going on. Schools are getting shut down. We need to start from our community within before we get to the situation. And KGR, have y'all checked if there was an offshore account with Z?
I don't even think it matters.
I think she's that big to have an option.
Evidence of that. I haven't seen any evidence of that, and it wouldn't work with the way that PAC filings go. It wouldn't work like that.
She don't have millions to have an offshore account. She wouldn't be messing with TikTok creators like that if she was have an offshore account.
Yeah, I mean, she has a pretty like I think she has like 60 something thousand followers online. I'm not part of this was self-serving as well to build up her platform, because she's based on her most recent video, it's obvious that she's wanting to be in the front of it too. Like she's not, you know, with her head to the ground, like being the pavement. Sasha, I want you to jump in because you've been sitting there. But before you do, my lovely Sash, I'm going to try not to cry. I just want to thank you so much for being one of the few people that have had the bravery to speak up and defend like my like intentions and my integrity of speaking up about the fact that there was lack of representation. I was pretty disheartened, straight up. I was disheartened to have someone who I used to call a friend, say that, or question my integrity and my intentions of doing that, and say that the Dean and Parker have pure hearts and the best of intentions. That I appreciate you speaking up in that moment. And I'm sorry that you didn't get to get your thoughts out completely because you kept getting interrupted. But if there's anything else you want to share, you have the floor here. You can talk about that. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You can talk about this little robber.
How are you, Mama? How are you doing?
Good.
I don't know if I can put my words together, my thoughts together. Um, this whole thing to me was not good from the beginning, from the start. And like I was trying to say the other night, I agreed with you. I agreed with you from the beginning. It just wasn't, it didn't feel right. It didn't sit right with me. And I agreed with you for speaking up for what you said. I didn't see that whole live where you said what you said. I caught the tail end of it, but I agreed with you. I agreed with you. And there was some comments that I said in that live where I said that I agreed with you. And there was people that responded to me. And I don't wanna guess um the gender of this person. I'm assuming that they were a woman, but I don't want to misgender them. But they told me basically that BIPOC people, Black women, and all of us basically we couldn't do this on our own without white people. Basically, is what they told me. And after that, I was like, you know what? I can't have this conversation. I can't have this conversation anymore. And I kind of I stepped back. I stepped back and I stayed silent. I stayed silent after that. Because after that, that was when I found out that all of the other creators um, joined this tour, and they seemed very, very excited about it.
Mhm.
And I didn't want to like rain on their parade, right? I didn't want to come down on their excitement. So I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about it. Still feeling that I think we should be jumping on. It still didn't sit right. It still didn't sit right with me. And I didn't want to donate. I didn't want to watch it, and I didn't. So I was like, it's just not the one. It's not the one. And I didn't.
Mhm.
And then all of this came out, and then here we are. And here we are. And yeah, and I'm still kind of playing catch up a little bit on what happened because it's very heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking watching everything unfold, watching people that like you said that we thought were friends. We thought that we could trust, and
We
watching
thought
all
that
of
we
this
had
unfold.
the same values and alignment. Yeah.
Exactly, and watching all of this unfold, and it's very heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you in that first live, like when I first got up and the first few things that I said and the response I got, I was like when I
right.
got pushback for like the fact that historically Black people, marginalized people have led these revolutionary movements, like, and that white people were needed. Wait, but white people
Hmm.
were needed for that. I was like, how did I get here? I was like, I'm enemy territory.
Right. And but I kind of want to speak to everybody collectively because I know that everybody's kind of feeling a little bit lost
Oh
in the
my
moment.
goodness, land your plane.
Everybody's I don't know who you are.
He's a racist.
Cam,
No, he didn't.
Interrupts black women. He's a
No, he didn't need
bitch.
to. Yeah, he didn't need to be here. I'll go ahead and use
But
one of the donations as a kick.
I know everybody's kind of feeling a little bit lost in this moment, but just kind of remember, take a step back and kind of remember that you don't need to have 100,000 followers, 10 or even 5,000 followers to do something,
Mhm.
to make a change, to make an impact. I was talking to Muteng, and I was telling her that
And now she told me that you guys
a lot of
spoke.
yeah, I was telling her that a lot of the things that I do for my community, I've done way before TikTok, and I'll keep doing them long after TikTok is gone, right? I do things for nonprofits in my community, for the immigrant community, and anybody that feels that they want to advocate for their own communities, you can. I'm pretty sure there are nonprofits all over your respective communities, all over the place. Um, there are things going on. What kind of um, rubbed me the wrong way too about this event in Texas was all these people came to Texas, and there are some people that were on the tour that were from Texas, but nobody addressed what was going on in Texas.
Well, and Brett wasn't even part of the tour, so.
He wasn't part of the tour. He wasn't part of the tour. He just went. So I'm saying with the exception of him.
Mhm.
But nobody addressed what was going on in Texas at the moment, today, like right now. And I think that would have been something impactful that could have happened. But yeah, so there's a lot of things that everybody can do with your respective communities. If you want to do something like for example what some people said that they wanted to do on the tour, which was register voters, talk to people, things like that. All it takes is just you, 3 to 5 people, and getting a permit, and that's it. That's all it takes. It doesn't take $100,000. It doesn't take 100,000 followers. That's all it takes. 5 people and a permit, and that's it. That's all you have to do.
I want to get another W in the chat for Stephanie. Stephanie sent another for you saying, "Fuck disgusting men, I love you." Love you too, Stephanie. And I agree with you. Hi, Queen Toy.
Toy. Queen is.
Toy, okay.
I
Yeah,
just never changed it because
yeah.
some mutual called me that one day and I was like, what? This is so dumb.
I
But
would love to
it's
hear your
stuck now.
thoughts because I saw you after we left my live. I saw you around the TikTok streets. I would love to hear your
Oh
full
my.
circle opinion of everything now that you have more information.
Well, I didn't really need that much information when I realized who was doing the manipulating. I already knew what time of day it was. And when I saw this tour from the beginning, I was like, what is, like, that's cute. They're going on a meet and greet tour. Like, it's almost like a book signing or some shit. And I was like, this is not going to accomplish anything, respectfully. Like, why are you following around this racist 8.5 by 11 man to give him, to validate him even more? That's exactly what it does. It puts more attention on him, and people are going to go and look for him and see what he's about, and it might send them down a rabbit hole to start to follow him. Like, I don't understand how that's helpful to anything or anyone. It's absurd. And again, the people doing it was in a shock, so I was just like, I've been keeping quiet for a real long time. I've been listening and keeping quiet for a good couple of years now and just letting things fall where they may, because people are sycophants when it comes to their parasocial relationships, right?
Hmm.
So if you tell them that someone is a certain way, they're not going to believe you. and then they're gonna the person, the influencer or whatever that you call them, is gonna weaponize their audience to go after you. And I don't want to go to jail, so I minded my
Mhm.
business. I drank my water and I stayed in my little piece of corner. But
Well, I'll ask you the question that Shay asked me earlier.
hmm,
Do you think that he'll be able to come back from this?
no, I've seen him come back from quite a few. Well, you know what? Okay,
Because
there's options.
the 5 years I've been doing this, the politics side of this app, I have I've never seen a man get canceled. They go away for a little bit and they come back, and they get a new like. I've just never seen
Well,
it.
him and the other person are broken up for real. I don't think there's coming back from this. Not on the scale that he was at previously. But if
Mhm.
they stay together, he's gonna come back from this because I've seen him come back from other things where I was just like, bro, these people are
Mhm.
fucking crazy. There's no amount of me liking some rando on the internet, even though I've met him, for me to excuse this behavior. Like in the beginning, I was like, I've heard this and this about you, and oh, I'm a changed person, whatever, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna give grace in this season of my life and give the benefit of the doubt. And then the 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 orange flags started to happen. Then they became little itty bitty red flags, and then they became one blinding ass red flag. And I was just like, man. And then my dog was like, I don't fuck with that guy. And I was just like, you know what? If my dog doesn't like someone, pretty
It's
much.
it's a bad sign.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a real bad sign if my dog is barking at someone. He's 13 pounds and he is a little bit touched in the head, but so
Mhm.
yeah. And like I said, I knew about like, how can I say this cautiously? Like, you know when
Transgressions.
yeah, you know when people like are fundraising and crowdfunding for other people allegedly, and those people allegedly don't get that money. It's just like, at what point are we going to hold that person or individual persons to task where it's like, where's this goddamn money? Okay, where's this money? If I speak
Where's
and
the
say
money,
what I know,
Lashandra?
if I speak and I say what I know about where the money goes, people would be fucking sick because I do know. And it made me sick, and I was just so I had to step back. I didn't say why I stepped back, but I stepped back because I was like, this is crazy. This is like thousands of dollars just pissed away on doing this for 20 years and just wanting to do wanting to be a part of something, but not actually wanting to do the work, just wanting to benefit from the other people's work and then take it away and take it over because of this experience is fucking insane. It's actually real life insane. You know what I mean? Because that adds to the resume without having to put in the actual work. Because who can verify this actual 20 years of experience and work?
Can
Can
you
you?
can you mute that comment
Which one?
from Brighton? Not from Brighton. From
It's gone.
somebody might have already muted it.
It's gone.
They, huh?
It's gone.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I didn't see anything. Yeah, but can
I'll make you a
anyone
mod
prove about
too, just so you.
Okay.
can anyone prove this experience? Can you
I think
anybody
I
here on
think
this
what
panel that knew this person?
I think that people, like we've all touched on, I think people really need to be more cautious
More
with
discerning.
this. Yeah, more discerning with the people that they follow and
Yeah.
what they believe. Like, for example, um, about a lot of stuff about this tour, and I understand that everyone was lied to, but it really feels like everyone's just gonna we're just pointing all the issues at this one person, so
No,
that
no, no,
none
no,
of us have
no,
to.
not at
No,
all.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying you. I'm
Oh,
saying in general. Like that's the plan. The plan is we're going to point at this person, and we're going to just escape accountability because
no,
I didn't see
everybody's
a single. I
feet
didn't
have
see a
to be
single
held.
receipt. Not one receipt. Not a
Yeah,
screenshot.
everybody's
Not an
feet have to be
invoice.
held to the
Not
fire.
nothing. Like I
Yeah,
haven't seen
like
a single thing to prove anything that was said that evening. The timeline of this event, like nothing. The only person that's provided receipts is Peyton in his video and me
yeah,
in my video
yeah.
and other people that have done videos, but like no one
Oh,
from the
there's
actual
another.
tour.
Yeah, there's another person from the actual tour. She provided receipts.
Ooh,
I'll send you that video. I don't know who
yes,
she is from the. I don't know her from a can of
send it to
paint,
me.
but
Yeah.
I came across her video today, and I was like, oh shit. I was like,
Mhm.
oh my, about renting out, renting out the restaurant, renting out the hotel rooms,
Mm,
and whatever what's not. But 100 grand, 100,000 US doll hair, 5-star thing, and apparently the food was subpar. And like, can you say her name? Who's her name? Who's her? Oh, I don't know her name because okay, I have the video saved in on like my account or whatever, like in my saved videos, but I don't know who
mhm,
this person is. I've never seen her a day in my life. So this, I think I know. Oh yeah, she had like all of the screenshots behind her of like text messages and things, and
mm,
how things started. And she didn't. I don't think she ended up going through with it, if I'm not mistaken. But of how they were told by a certain someone
mm,
not to have Z apologize or whatever the hell the case may be. And I was just like, Z needs to be accountable. That man that tells people to drink water and say nice things needs to be held accountable. Um, the two alabaster hued men need to be held accountable, because I'm not understanding why they were the face of anything that included black people. Because what are we talking about?
I
Well,
wanted
see,
to also. Sorry, Ren.
I was gonna say,
They have
but
not.
here's my thing
Okay.
too, and not to push back though too. Somebody, if you saw somebody being racist, at what point, regardless of what somebody else says, at what point do you speak up? Because you got to
Do
be
you
able to
know
look yourself in the mirror.
what was told to me by the person that was trying to take it over, the black person that was trying to take it over?
Hmm.
That if I have to hold hands with a bigot, exact words, I'm saying verbatim now, if I have to hold hands with a bigot to get something done, I'll do it. I beg your finest top shelf pardon.
Yeah. So he's a Schnazi now.
Excuse?
That pissed me the fuck off.
What
He's
happened to the
Those were
sitting at the
the
table with
fight fascism.
Nazis?
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Those were the
That part.
exact words said to me yesterday.
Or using the masters, you can't use the master's tools in order to fight racism. So basically, you're using a biggest money who's basically under the umbrella of fascism to fight the same fascism. I'm like, this month.
And
Does he
actually,
even
I gotta speak to the white men, because I was also told that this person told the white men bust a grape in a fruit fight. But I'm to believe that they told that these people had headlining this thing, that they were clowns to their face
And then film videos afterwards saying that these were the
with
best
them, and then
things.
break bread with them. Right.
I would like. Oh, the only thing I wanted to add, and I saw some people mentioning in the comments too when you said everyone needs to be held accountable. A lot of these members were also racist to people who had responses, and also perpetuated misogynoir to like black women who had critiques and responses. Like Hannah, who when I was on her live and was asking questions, was very microaggressive to me, was a racist to me. And then we can't forget Chris G, who, in response to me having a valid critique of this tour, said weaponized his veteran status against me. Like, what is that supposed to impress? I'm so confused. No, there needs to be people actually saying that, hey, I'm either out of this new event that.
I just want everybody in this space. I want everybody, because if we just sweep this under the rug,
It's gonna be another shit show.
not even
It
just
can't
a
be
little
swept
bit,
under the rug. It
if
can't.
we
We
if
can't
we
allow it.
If we allow this to be swept under the rug, then how are we any different than the other side?
Exactly.
How are we any different than the other side? How can we sit, if we allow this to be swept under the rug, how can we ever say they're in a cult, they are uneducated, they don't know what's going on, they don't care about any of that? How could we? It would be hypocrisy at its finest.
I
And
mean,
I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I can't speak for nobody else.
I'm with you. I'm not going to be a hypocrite either. I mean, during
Neither.
that person's life, they let a white woman up on the panel to say women and their lived experiences because you think we have bigger fish to fry. Like two things can't be true at the same time. We can't walk gum and chew gum at the same time. Like, are you crazy, lady? And then when they pushed back on her, she got into her feels and was like, okay, well, if you don't want me on your side, then I guess I won't be on your side. And then had her own life, and people were holding her to task. And it's like, well, I guess you don't need my help then, as if you're doing us a favor by being a liberal or a leftist.
But
Sit down somewhere then.
the fact that she thought that was okay to say,
It's crazy
and
work.
not trying to be funny, but if your only reason for helping is so that people can kiss your ass, you're not doing it for the right reasons. I do this because it's the right thing. I don't really give a damn how other people behave and act. I'm going to do the things that I do because it's the right thing to do. If you're doing it because you need somebody to hold your hand and give you a cook,
You want the accolades that come with doing something seemingly altruistic, then you're a shitty person. And we don't want you
At her
anyway.
big age. Oh, I'm so glad that at your, I don't know, 56 years old, you finally figured
Right.
out
At
that
your
racism
big
is bad. Like, thank
like
you.
you want a bag of cookies for that? A medal, a gold star? What do they give little children? Stickers at school when they do
Yeah,
something
gold
right?
star sticker.
Like, come on now.
And I would
But
like to say something after you, Toy. After you.
yeah, you could go yeah, no doubt.
So um like Rand said, we need to have these people take accountability. It's not just the other people like Z, Johnny, Chris, everybody on this tour needs to take accountability. Everybody. Because for people to the people that voted 92%, 85% are indigenous women or people of color. They shouldn't. And I'm raising my voice because after yesterday, I was livid. Thank goodness I had a break from lives. But hearing another black creator tell a black another black creator that they playing the victim card, I am livid because they should not be doing that. We need to lift each other up at this time of need because the one thing is going to be happening. Most of these black people and indigenous and people of color, they're not going to vote because they feel like they're going to be attacked by the leftists. So
Personally, I might. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So when they take away their voting, I'm gonna be unfuck America. We all gonna be fucked with no Vaseline.
Irene, behave yourself.
I'm sorry, but y'all know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
At the screen.
Hi,
Can I
Autumn.
say something?
Welcome back. Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
go first. No, it's okay. Sasha, go for it.
Can I just say one thing that really I will when when she who shall not be named was up there and he said or they said why did you bring her up there? And he said I didn't bring her up there. The mods brought her up there.
Yeah, what a load of bullshit. That really chopped
Oh,
my ass, sis. That, like, I
No,
was
because
like,
I was
the next day she said that he invited her up. So
and knew what
I was
she
like
was going to say. invited her up and knew what she was going to say beforehand. The way I wanted to,
Right.
woo,
I was like, you know exactly, you know that we wouldn't bring her up there. Well, how dare you throw us under the bus like that? Oh, I was so upset.
manager up on that panel, but without your say so,
Right.
Mister, I need to
Oh,
be in control of everything. Man, knock the fuck off, bro. Like, what are we talking about? What are we really talking about right now?
the way I threw my phone.
Well,
Yeah, same.
thank
I
you,
wanted to fling
Hex.
mine out the window.
Thank you, Hex, for the donation. But also, I just the thing about it is, and I say this frequently, and I think it applies in so many situations. There is enough blame to go around here. There is enough accountability and responsibility to go around here, and everybody needs to take their part. Everybody does. And I need people to realize that there was a lot of hurt caused in this situation. Nobody talks about the fact that and that somebody had a 7-hour live about Alina. 7 hours about her. People
7 hours.
upset because Alina was the first person that said this was performative and that two cishet white men should not be the lead of a movement.
Why are we
Well,
not talking
of
about
a
the fact that those
liberation
two white
movement.
men are still not are so actively racist? Like nobody's going to talk about that either.
Yeah,
Like,
I
why are we
tried to bring
faking
that
the
up in the
funk?
live, and they nobody liked that. But listen, to be clear, the 7-hour live was not because of that. The 7-hour live was because I said ew when he came in and sent a raid.
Yeah. It became it was just it's gotten so messy, right? And the problem that I'm having is that first of all, this was not planned well. It was not planned, because it was a grift. I get it. But
Does someone mind dropping for Kiara? I don't know how long she has.
Drop
Yeah.
You can drop me.
Thank
I
you for
can
having
drop.
me. I'll drop.
okay. Oh, oh, she
You know
left.
what it was? It was a cash grab.
Oh
Thank you so
yeah.
much, KGR. I appreciate you.
Oh, and please, 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 I'm gonna connect you. I'm
I not say not to. Then I'll wait. Okay. I love you,
I
Lena.
know, I know. Today is, you're busy, so I just wanted to see you and say hi.
I'm okay. I'm all good now though. Like I'm not super busy anymore. I'm here for you. I'm standing by your ew 100%. Matter of fact, I think it's saying ew to a man. Are we? I think you're not made for leftist spaces or left spaces if you as a man can take an ew from a woman. That's me personally.
I'm just confused why people think that. I don't know. Like, I guess people like. When have I not had these? I dislike them.
I mean that's what I said the other live.
That's
Like
like
I've heard
that's
you
literally
talk
my
about
brand.
this. Yeah, for 10 people, like calling that a grift and shit is just so disingenuous. And I mean, it's also like, understand, okay, like, even if Alina said, like, ew to the entire raid, to every single person, and not just to the man, um, pipe down. 7 hours? Be so for real. Like, you're still dragging a woman for 7 hours on your life.
7 hours is giving that he's a goddamn fan. Because what the hell?
Wait,
and
Toy, were you still on the live when he like came up and tried to explain it again, and everyone laughed him off the panel?
Oh yeah, I was like, man, if you don't get the hell out of here, what are we talking about? Like, shut up.
but
Seven
my
hours,
problem
you're a
with
fan.
the whole 7-hour live, my whole problem with the whole thing is why he didn't come talk to her. Why he didn't come talk to her. If he had an issue, he should have talked to her. He's an adult, right? And what makes Alina literally got tossed under the bus and ran over for saying something that a lot of us were thinking.
And prior to this
She,
stupid tour, everyone agreed with.
yeah, she said what a lot of us were thinking, and she went and she put her white presenting privilege on the line to make the statement and got dragged for weeks. And then anytime she mentions anything, oh, well, she being messy. Why is she being messy talking about the issues at play?
That I've always talked about.
It is.
Sorry. Ren, someone said wasn't because of ew. It was because you said someone from the community wasn't welcome in another person's life. No, that's not what happened. She said the person that was literally talking heinously about her, since you want to correct things.
And even if that's what she said, why is it that, let me tell you something. Somebody could tell me I'm not welcome somewhere, and if it ain't their space, as long as the person that whose space it is didn't tell me that, they can say whatever the hell they want. Who
That's
gives a
not
shit?
that's also not the entire community. Firstly, I think that's very important. And secondly, I just want y'all to understand what kind of relationship we have as panelists. So,
No, it wasn't even
Ren,
as panelists. Like I was
yeah,
literally on that live as a co-host for
yes,
months.
and a friend. Okay, and I'm very for real right now. If somebody of y'all are fucking me up in the chat too much in Alina's space, I will block you. I don't give a shit. Like, this is the kind of friendship we have, and Alina wouldn't even blink twice. If she corrects me later and says, "Hey, I want this person in there," okay, that's one thing. But we are at a level of friendship as certain privileges in each other's lives, and to say that she's taking over the live or that she is speaking for other people, no, that was supposed to be our space. We literally called it.
Alina, Payne said to text him. Sorry, I just don't want her to miss that. Payne said to
Wait,
text him.
Oh, okay.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry. Continue, Chair. Sorry.
We literally had a whole name for all of our communities together. The things that we planned together, there was something, you know.
It was a lot, and for her to say that, because nobody wants to talk about the fact that she wouldn't have said anything if the people, when they came in, didn't immediately start attacking her in the comments. And you know how I know that? Because I was the co-host in that space.
Was there
Immediately started attacking her. And
and I
um
started getting into an argument with the person that she said was unwelcomed because they were being rude and they wanted to act different. Sorry, Ren.
so nobody
That's
nobody
very
wants to talk
sissy.
about how we got here. Nobody wants to talk about how they came in and both Dreas were in the comment wielding weapons, trying to using their words, trying to say, "Hey, y'all not gonna come in here and behave that way."
And I just also wanna note something very importantly, because he swears up and down that it wasn't like, that it was just something that his viewers all, encouraged and stuff, and he had a pure intent with that. Just optics wise, and I want to really I want to set the scene. Okay, so let's say you criticize a pretty big creator about some shitty behavior that you have noticed, specifically people in the community and focusing on like smaller creators, marginalized creators, etc. And you get like so much fucking pushback. You get so much shit for it, for saying that and speaking out. And a day after, you see that creator doing so, especially in the life that you frequent in, it looks fucking petty, and nobody can convince me otherwise. Even if your intentions were really nice and clear, you have to at least acknowledge that it was nasty, and it's okay.
The 7 hour live also came at Kiara about her child. Well, I don't know if it was that person
Me about
specifically.
her baby?
Yes, I don't know.
Oh hell.
Oh, sorry. It was. I just want to hold on. I don't want.
It was the
any.
community.
It was the community,
It
and
wasn't
they said very awful shit like I'm neglecting my child and
What?
that kind of stuff. Like is kept in the Discord, not addressed it. Like this is fucking dangerous.
That creator himself is denying that it happened, but his community is the one that said it. That creator is denying that it ever happened.
Yeah, the creator himself did not say that. I just want to reiterate that. His community
But
did.
if you foster a space that's appropriate and that's allowed.
No.
Like just like the comments that were said against me and that whole and in all the different lives, like their moderators were not moderating. Like to say that I'm white, I'm 1%. First, I would never claim to be a POC, and I'm 100% Cuban. So like that's fucking rude. Like I would never allow that anyone to say that about any panelists. I don't care if they're an op.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like we don't come for people's kids. That's not our community.
Like if you
How
come
do
for
you go
somebody,
for anybody's kids? Is you crazy? Like people do stuff to people for less than that.
and I'm one of those people. Even if people start coming for people about their looks, I'm like, y'all, it's plenty of stuff we can insult. Let's not insult people's looks. And it's just because children, things that people can't change. Um, there is people give you so much ammo without having to even go there.
And I mean, I just also want to reiterate because coming, like, I just want to sense me being a neglectful mother, neglecting my child. And that is what is being said. Not like they didn't say anything necessarily personally about my child, but that is a no. And they kind of clowned me in the comments when I said like, y'all, like I'm like, don't use my child. Like then it's on.
Hold on, Kiara. Kiara, that is personal about your child.
Of
Because
course it is personal about your child.
that has the potential to cause consequences.
Mm-hmm.
So no, that is absolutely personal about your child saying that you're neglectful. That is absolutely personal.
Those are the same type of people that swap people. Like, come on now. Like the woman, like if they could say something like that, they could call the people, if you know who the people are, and say that you're a neglectful parent. That's insane. That's dangerous behavior. Those are threats.
They've
You
also
can't take
threatened
that
to like
lightly.
to create mass report bots to mass.
Imagine, like, what kind of sickness do you have to even engage in this type of behavior?
Yeah,
And I'm sure he's going to do another
all
live about me tonight. You'll see.
And all I did say was that because he was like constantly reading out my comments and saying that I should come up, and I said, well, I can't right now because my baby's sleeping next to me, or my baby's next to me. That's all I said. And then it spiraled into that bullshit.
And I want to be abundantly clear. Hold on, and I'm gonna let you talk, Irene. I'm pretty sure that was you.
Well, also after you're done, Ren, I want Autumn's been sitting there quietly, so I would love for
I'm
Autumn
sorry,
to proceed.
Autumn. Yeah,
But after you, Ren, go for it.
I need everybody to understand why I brought this situation up. Because you know what? I'm sick of everything being swept under the rug. If we genuinely want to be in the sun, if we want to be in the light, then we can't keep sweeping. We have to start talking about things, the hard things. Because if we don't, we are no better than the people we say we're fighting against. And I don't know about y'all. I'm better than that. I can't speak for nobody else, but I am. You can go, Autumn.
Hi, welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me again. I went down a really disturbing rabbit hole when it comes to all of this. It's I made a video about this, and I will stand 10 times down on this, except for one person is full of shit. Because I just conflicting statements, stories, no one's being honest. The fact that these people are still holding lives, acting like
this whole thing never happened. And I see a lot of people being ignored. I see a lot of people who have been hurt. I see a lot of people who have been attacked for just doing the right thing. And the only way these people can make it right is if they apologize to every single Black woman who was on that panel with V and Peyton. That's the
It's
only
never
way.
gonna happen, babe.
Oh, I know it's never gonna happen. That's why I'm saying these people are full of shit.
Yeah.
and they're lying. I feel like they're just lying. And I don't trust any of them. And if they think that they can do this again, they're delusional. Because
No,
who
they
would
can do
even
it
trust
again,
them?
and they're going to succeed, and they're going to get the money that they want to do it, and they're going to go to all the places because they have cult-like followings, and those people are going to believe everything that the creators feed to them because
They
it's
already
just
have
like
that
yeah, it's just like
the live after Jones's live. It was there was not a single receipt shown, not a single
yeah,
screenshot, not a single email, not a single communication, nothing, and everyone just believed everything that was said.
they have
That
to
live with
believe them.
that live with Jones, I watched the whole thing. I didn't say a damn word. I didn't watch the whole thing. I got in there pretty late. I got in there before Mishi went up,
I missed that
and
part, but everyone described it to me, and I was like, "Oh
it was
Lord."
horrible. It was honestly the most
It was
disappointing thing I've
crazy.
ever seen this year.
It was
And
what?
the most it was the most disappointing thing. Well, not most
You have
disappointing,
to
but
stop to be you have to we have to I think as a collective stop being disappointed. They always do, babe. They're always going to revert to doing what's comfortable because being uncomfortable, God forbid, to help other people is too much.
okay, so I'm seeing people obviously defending. Um, I understand why, but and I get that, I get it, but at the same time, it's like read the room. Read the room. I didn't say a single word. I just watched it. I can hear the pain and everyone's voices who were on that live. And you have to read the room. It was not the time to come up there and try to make it something that it wasn't. It's okay if you didn't have all the information, but why even go up there? Why even go up there?
You know what just clicked for me is exactly what Johnny did when Sam came up to Mermaids Live. The same vibe. Hey guys, like, let's just, can we all get along? We have bigger things
No,
to
I'm
do.
not going to get
Yeah.
along. Are you crazy? Like, these people claim to be anti-racist. So you want me to like just ignore the anti-blackness and the racism?
Michelle, please go away. And it's
Oh,
also
please.
she did something dead wrong and didn't even have a proper apology. It's crazy in the comments. You people need help. You need to do some reflecting because she knew she shouldn't have been up there in the first place. Why'd she stay? Who was chaining her to the panel to stay? And then furthermore to open her mouth and say the out of pocket thing that she said. Who made her do that?
Who made her
Nobody
host the live the next day?
She's grown. She's
Yeah,
grown.
host the live the next day and then manipulate people and say, well, if you don't want my help, I'll just delete the app. And less than 24 goddamn hours later, less than 12, as a matter of fact, she was back live again, business as usual.
And this is why a lot of people, a lot of creators are very ego-centered when they're doing some form of activism. And this is why I said to Alina too, I'm like, you're dead right about not putting white men as racist to not be racist. The moment he will be called out by a black man or a black woman and say, hey, you're doing some shit, there's going to be a video coming out why I left the left. Like, if you can't hear it from the marginalized people themselves, if you are only a feminist because it serves you as a man, if that's the only way I can convince you, then I don't want you. I don't want your empathy. I don't want to beg for empathy. I don't want to beg for you to be nice to me and not like participate in oppression. Like, what is that? and it's never worked.
Can
Men have never liberated women. White people have never liberated Black people. Cis people have never liberated like trans people, and neither did the straight people do that for the LGBTQ community in general. Never happened.
I don't
Because the moment they
understand.
get pushed back, it's done.
I don't understand the people in this comment section. Like, look, it's if that's like me putting myself up there. I didn't know what was going on. I was just listening to what was going on.
Because
Why
you want to
go
center
up there?
yourself in because she wants to center herself in everything. No, not here. Here is the reality, right? You're well off. You don't have to work. God bless you. I'm not hating at all. Not like get your coin, do live your best life and milk it to the fullest extent. But clearly, if you're on live 24/8, you there has to be a sense of loneliness inside the home in which you
Can,
live,
can I
right? There
read
has to
y'all?
be something lacking inside in your life that you have to be having these parasocial relationships for 4 hour, 5 hour, 8 hour stretches daily.
um can I read y'all something that interestingly enough is something I wrote a few days before the tour, and what we're dealing with these apologies and stuff, okay? It says, as a Black woman with a disability, my existence already navigates a complex terrain of visibility and invisibility. What I've come to recognize is the insidious way apologies are now weaponized, not as acts of genuine remorse, but as tools to further victimize the already marginalized. Let me illustrate with a story that I'm sure many can relate to. I was simply existing, minding my own Black disabled woman business, when I overheard someone spew a sexist joke. As many disabled individuals experience, interactions often swing between being completely ignored and being subjected to excessive, often unwanted attention. In this instance, the person, likely noticing my presence as the visible other, immediately pivoted with a hastily performed performative sorry. Here's where the weaponization kicks in. If I don't immediately drop my justified reaction, if I don't instantly grant absolution for their offensive remark, I somehow become the problem. Suddenly, my feministism is twisted into the reason why things are supposedly so bad for women. You can, of course, substitute racist or ableist into this scenario and witness the same dynamic unfold. News fucking flash. I am not required to accept your apology. My feelings, my experiences, and the impact of your harmful words are not contingent on your desire for immediate forgiveness. If I want to sit with the discomfort you cause, if I want to articulate the depth of my frustration and pain, if I want to tell you to go fuck yourself along with six motherfuckers that look like you in the horse y'all rode in on, I damn well can. The crux of this is the audacity of the apologizer to preemptive damage control, a desperate attempt to alleviate their own discomfort at being perceived negatively. By demanding immediate forgiveness, they are attempting to flip the script, making my entirely reasonable reaction the new offense. The burden of reconciliation shifts from the perpetrator to the victim, a breathtakingly manipulative power play disguised as contrition. True remorse understands that forgiveness is a process, a choice that belongs solely to the person who was harmed. It doesn't demand immediate absolution. It accepts the consequences of its actions, including the discomfort of knowing you have caused pain. So, no, your flimsy, weaponized apology holds no power here. My anger is valid. My refusal to play along with your manipulative game is an act of self preservation. I am not the obstacle to harmony. And yes, you can absolutely take your insincere apology and shove it up your ass. And that's how I feel about it all.
You uploaded that to Substack yet, Ren?
Not yet.
Church.
Oh, I love it. I can't wait to repost it.
Um, you know, I feel you on that
To the
part.
people who were saying stay mad in the comments, what is wrong with you? Seriously,
And
what
don't
is
pay
wrong
them
with
any
you?
mind. Don't give
No,
them
I
energy
know,
because
I
they
just
just
I
want
have to say
attention.
this. I have to say this because every y'all claim to be anti-racist and when white supremacy and racism happens to a group of black women who are just trying to fucking exist and live their damn lives and do the right thing, you can't like just listen to what they have to say, try to empathize with them, and then when your fave gets called out, rightfully so, you want to be like, oh, stay mad, stay mad. Like, seriously, what is wrong with y'all? Like, do y'all care about defeating white supremacy or not?
They don't. Because
Absolutely do not, because they want to stay in their comfort. That's why
mm-hmm.
you hear sentence don't even sound right because the word Republican is in it. Oh, they get it. No, they don't, because if they're still Republicans, babe, right? Yeah. Then they voted against the majority of the people in this goddamn country. And for me, that's a go no go. That's a problem. That's a non goddamn negotiable. Like, what do we, why are you still breaking bread with these people? You might as well be at a table with Nazis because that's what it's giving. And because you don't want to let go of your creature comforts, so you're going to break bread with your Republican friends, you're going to go to Thanksgiving with your MAGA family members, and all of the things. This is absolutely out of this is out oh this is so offsetting, it's not even funny. Yeah, you could continue to do that, play in my face. And first of all those people got on this goddamn app and lied in our faces up until the election. They lied on our faces because the numbers say that they lied in our faces. You understand me? And that's why I'm side eyeing everybody, everybody, especially somebody that with a full chest and 10 toes down say, oh yeah, me and my Republican friends are going to brunch. Huh? Nah. You can't you can't straddle the fence like that. It don't work so. It doesn't. You get to be comfortable and be a savior. It does not work like that. Well, not for me anyways, because I I think that I have self-worth. So I don't know. Some of these people don't clearly. So they'll kowtow. Learning at a big ass age in the year of our Lord 2025? Absolutely not. No.
Which, and also, whatever, it's fine. If no one taught you right, it's fine. But like, you don't need to be doing that in front of everybody else, like on the internet, like making your
Exactly.
mistakes in
Keep
front of
that to your
everybody
damn.
else. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, do the work in the corner somewhere and come back and tell us what you learned and what you're doing to make things better. But don't just play in our faces and like rub it in like salt on a wound and say, oh yeah. Well, yesterday my Republican friends and I talked about how lovely the flowers are blooming today. Like, well, huh?
And flowers. That
Right? We're about to be in a goddamn recession. We're in a cost of living crisis. We don't even know what is going to go on in the next several weeks as far as getting daily needs. And this shit.
Let me
Most
let me
people
Enough.
here can't do that.
let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. If you think going on a live and offering an apology and saying that you'll do better is taking accountability, I have a bridge to sell you. Taking account like actions speak way louder than words. Way louder than words.
Yeah, they give you a lot of pretty words. They say a lot of pretty words on this internet every single day. I don't care about your pretty words. Okay? I
Like
want the
if
ugly
it was
truth.
me, if I
It's
was in
so
that
funny.
situation,
because I
I would
wrote
probably
something
do
about this too.
one statement and then I will do everything in my power. I will actually go to these college campuses, talk to voters, try to convince them explain to them the importance of voting, and I wouldn't even record it. It wouldn't even be on the internet. I would just do it. No one even knows. No one even needs to know that I did it.
Are you kidding me, Autumn? Then how will people know that you're a good for giving a homeless person, an unhoused person, my bad, if you don't record giving an unhoused person $50 or a bottle of beer or a meal? How's anyone going to know that you're a good person if you can't get 30,000 views from it? You know what I mean? Like that. That cat is so damn cute. I don't do cats, but that cat right there with his
Aww,
little bottle, bless his little heart. Oh my god, it's so cute.
sweet baby. I have a cat too. He's my little baby.
So one of
My
my
little
one of my fosters.
angel.
Look at that! Look at that milk belly.
Oh, look at him. Oh, is it a boy or girl?
I think boy, it's a little questionable sometimes at this age. It's
Oh, okay.
sometimes it's just
Well,
like you can't really tell
the
too well.
baby is gonna fall
Yeah.
asleep any second now. Milk
Hmm.
drunk.
Oh
Cat
my
facts.
Wasted. The baby got milk wasted.
Mm-hmm.
So I have something to say real quick. I want to say that people need to do better, because if people are attacking people in the comments and they're supposed to be leftists, do fucking better. If they attacking people on the panel like yesterday, do fucking better. Because if they don't do better, we're not gonna get anywhere. The numbers are gonna plumb down when it comes down to the voting.
Oh, bye, Kiara.
Not by Kiara. Um, the numbers are gonna come down plummetly on the next election. They're gonna come down with the other election. We're gonna have people that's in the office that don't care about us, because people are going to regret their uh what's going on, and they're not going to want to be part of this community. Make a community. They stand 10 toes down. They have
Delusion, yeah.
they delulu. But us, on the other hand, we ready to attack each other and bring each other down real quick in a hurry. I've
Well, the
seen
thing
that.
about it is that we have sleeper cells in our ranks. That's the problem, right? We have people that are manipulating and trying to pull strings and act like this, like we're pieces on the chessboard, right? So if we didn't have people that were trying to like pretend to be something that they weren't, we wouldn't have this problem. But we're not using enough discernment. Like people, especially specifically people that used to be Trump supporters and are not Trump supporters anymore, letting them in so quickly is fucking insane. Stay over there. You're on timeout for the next 12 years, bitch. Like until I see your work and until
Yeah,
I see
go
your
go
report card,
go sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
absolutely. You're going to go
They
on the
asked us to
naughty
get in the
step for the
corner,
next 12
go on
years. What are
timeout.
you talking about? What? I'm not like, why are we embracing these people? Oh, we need them. No, the hell we don't. No, the hell we don't. Not until we have proof that they're doing what the hell that they're supposed to be doing for the collective and not just for a certain subsect of people because they have now a trans child or because they have a gay cousin or because they have a mixed biracial family member or next door neighbor, and all of a sudden they see the humanity in these people because it's at their doorstep. That is not enough. We cannot
And
keep allowing these people in our ranks.
and like what you say, Toy, that's a big problem, because we ready to open arms. Some people are not opening arms. So go to the bottom of the earth. I know hell is not going to welcome her, but she can go to the bottom of the earth.
Yeah,
So
no, she got to stay over there for life. She
yeah, she
she
gotta
she
stay
made
over
her
there for
bed.
life. She's in there for life, even if she having voters remorse.
I don't
But
care. That don't mean nothing.
I'm saying that these the leftists need to do fucking better, because, for instance, and I'm sorry I'm breathing heavy. For instance, for black women to attack other black women, to attack indigenous women, people of color women, we need to do better,
Yeah,
because
black
if
women attacking other black women is getting out. Like I've experienced it, and it's because I'm not considered black in this country to certain people, and they
you're
said as
still a
much on.
black queen.
I think it was.
I think it
You
might
know,
have
if
been
you're not
way
black
before.
American, you're not black. And I was like, sorry. Okay,
All
so
right,
I'm not gonna vote.
I'm gonna show you guys
Alienate
something.
people.
Well, first I gotta say thank you to Cassie for the 5, Katie for the 10 for Ice Cream on You, Hail Chairman Mao, thank you, Katie. And Joy sent 10 for the kittens and Red Bull. Love you, Miha. Thank you. Love you too. Okay, I'm gonna show you Tulip, y'all. Like I told you earlier, she is the ugliest foster kitten I've ever had. I feel so bad saying that. She's not cute, y'all. She's going through it. She went to the doctor today. We're gonna try to see if she survives, but she's a crusty little mess.
He's so cute to me. Oh,
She's
Who's not cute? That cat right there.
where her like insides are coming out of her body. Like it's not so cute.
oh.
But
But it's all right.
we're
He likes
working on
her.
it. We're working on it. Her eyes are starting to open. Don't get too attached, y'all, because I don't know, she might not make it. But
Don't say
we're gonna
that.
try.
Don't say that. You can't speak that into existence. Don't say it. Of course she's gonna
I've
make
been on
it.
a bad string of luck. We're never.
Oh.
But she has a good
Was she
appetite, so that's
ill?
good.
Did her mother reject her? Where did you find?
The thing is, like, a lot of times what happens is like people will find like just a kitten and it'll be like the mom cat was either moving them somewhere and got spooked and left one behind, or she might have left it behind because it was sick. You just never know. So that's why they say like 50% of kittens this small, like without the mom, won't make it, because it's just, you also don't know how long they were without their mom, because at this age they have to eat every 2 hours. So if they're gone
Oh
from the mom
shoot.
for like an entire day, like they're already super weak, super dehydrated, and you can only do your best. But she has a good appetite. She's actually doing a lot better since we took her to the vet today. They gave her some. So.
Is this a different one from the last one?
From the one I just showed you guys like a little bit ago, yeah. I have 3 of like the little ones, and then I
Oh,
have
I didn't know.
2
I thought they were
larger
the same
ones.
cat.
No,
I don't know. They
I
look the
showed you guys the
same.
cuter one first.
But that one is cute.
It's only cute because I like when they're little underdogs. Oh my gosh, if you guys could see, like, she's doing like the little biscuits in the air. Oh.
Oh, she's making biscuits in there.
A
Good.
friend of my
Oh.
daughter's, a friend of my daughter's found a little kitten in the wall last night.
Oh
Oh
She's
wow.
shoot.
so she's so tiny, like she was the size of my finger, like she was tiny,
Hmm.
Oh
tiny
my
little skinny.
god.
When they're
So
first born,
she
they look
moved
like little rats.
yeah,
Yeah, they do.
and she was a little orange one, like she looked like Mao. She
Oh.
was so cute. But I hope they're able to nurse her back to health because she was tiny, tiny.
Well, if you need any
I
advice,
thought
or
about
if you
you.
need any advice, yeah, let me know. Okay, thank you
But
so much for
I'll
coming
be
by.
doing it. Of course, I'll be here. Let's get
Look,
all
she's
the
latching my
panelists
butter.
and stuff
Look,
in.
guys.
Oh, little baby, chulita.
Oh, look at the little paws going.
You did so good. So, if anybody's wondering, uh, I spend most of my free time fostering kittens, and that's where the majority of like the donations that I collect go towards fostering kittens and Red Bull, to keep me sustained. But yeah, so may not be boots on the ground compared to what some people say. This is my boots
Oh
on the ground.
shit. You at least we see what the hell you're doing. All we see is shadows and dust with other people. I don't know.
We say in my Discord I put like it's not boots on the ground, it's scoots on the ground. I put one of those gifs of like the
Oh.
dog scooting on the carpet.
Yeah. Yeah,
Weird.
absolutely.
Hi Mutang and hi SJ.
Okay,
Oh,
I
she's purring.
That's a good
just got
sign,
my
right?
heart monitor put on. While you were
Ooh.
talking about kittens, you had mentioned the other day that you had to keep the babies separated in the incubator. You have
Well,
two different litters.
I have three babies separated.
So you need more incubator funds.
Oh, there's no way though. There's no way we're getting another incubator. We gotta make it work. So I have
Do
them
they
on heating
cost?
pads and all that. They're expensive as shit. They're like $1,200.
Wow.
But I
But
think that
we actually like, shout out to the goons. We like did like a 3-day, because I didn't think that, like, I thought we would never. I've been doing this for like almost 3 years, I think, and I just never thought I'd be able to afford an incubator or get one. My God, look,
it could happen. I'm just saying.
she's looking
Oh,
for more milk. Oh my God,
she's a fighter.
she's doing so much better. She's doing so
You
much better.
got it, Tulip.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted to put that out there. I think that we can push for more incubators. That's all I
No, but
wanted
like
to come up here and say.
usually I could make it work. It's not often that I have 3 bottle babies that have to be like separated, and then once we pass 2 weeks, I can combine them.
I mean, everybody in the comments is down for it. I'm just saying.
I know, but we have a list of things that we're trying to accomplish. We got a lot of people that need stuff. So we want to help, Like Ren, we got to get Ren. Ren, how much do you need left for your wheelchair?
For the copay, like
Yeah.
four.
Okay. And we have two months to do it.
Yeah, we got time. It's no rush.
Okay.
And honestly, they also gonna work on some grants and stuff. So yeah, it's not. It's
Yeah. Yeah, it started at
copay?
5, and we've raised. Yeah, that's the copay.
Yeah.
God, this country is a mess. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
you have to understand the wheelchair that I use. It has like a seat elevator, tilt. It has an elevated footrest.
But she can like be more.
No, I get that, but being born in another country that has universal health care and having lived in another country that has universal health care, it sickens me to see those types of prices, because even though that wheelchair is innovative and super like high tech, in a country with universal health care, this would not be like, this is just it makes me sick. $5,000 for a copay. I know it's probably like a $30,000 wheelchair. But like
40. It's 40.
Yeah. I figured it would be up there like that, but still, like that's.
Well, think about it like this. They have cars, things I could drive. They have accessible hand controls.
At least 250K.
100K. Just
I've seen those types of bands before where you can you can do it with your hands and not need your feet. Yeah.
Yep. And that's what we do. Everybody has things going on. I don't know if there's somebody else on here that may have some needs, but they probably don't want to speak on it. So we have.
But that's what makes this tour more egregious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hello, Latoy. Or sorry, Toy.
Yeah.
You can call me by my name. It's okay.
Yeah, I have. I'm sorry, SJ.
Oh, it's all good. I'm just saying hey to Toy.
Yeah, I just need not that much. I told Mutane about it for me to be able to travel, because me, my mom, and my brother be taking a 5-hour drive by my dad. He's still in the hospital, so dealing with what he has, and it's not much. Now I'm trying to see him either this weekend. So yeah.
It's
SJ,
urgent. I don't. Sorry for speaking for you, Irene, but it's urgent. Irene literally supports absolutely everybody, is there for everybody, constantly putting in work for everybody. I had to ask her if I needed to ask for like assistance or something on her behalf, post something. Like, it's urgent, y'all. If you can, like, any little bit you can send Irene, please do.
She definitely deserves it. She's an amazing fucking person and does so much for everybody.
How are you feeling, Wu-Tang?
I'm um get into all that.
Okay.
It's a lot. um I've got a lot of health stuff going on myself. That's why I haven't been part of why I haven't been around. Um but
Well, we're
Wu-Tang
happy whenever you can make it by. We love you.
yeah, I love y'all a
Can
lot.
is are you okay with mentioning something or no?
Yeah.
Are you okay with me talking about the what you need? Are you okay with me talking about what you need?
I mean, I guess I'd really rather get Irene, like anything that could go.
If we want to talk, we can talk about it after if you want, and
Okay.
figure out
Yeah,
like
I really
when's
just want to
appropriate.
get Irene to her dad right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Like anything that could be sent to me, I really appreciate that very much. Thank you. I really do. I love you so much. But I really just anything that could possibly be sent to me. I just want to get Irene to her dad.
I'm not gonna cry, but thank you so much, Wu-Tang. But you do need help. I talk to you all the time. You do need assistance and everything with what you're going through.
Yeah, but that can be taken. What I need isn't as crucial. My spine is still gonna be here when you get back. Like we'll get there. Just need to. I want to get Irene to her dad for that though. Seriously, that I really appreciate that, but I really want to get Irene to her dad.
She did say that, Parker. She absolutely did just say her spine wasn't crucial.
It
I
is.
did
It
want to.
is. It is. But it's still.
I know what
It's
you
still
meant.
gonna be here. Like,
I know
I
what you
did want to
meant, but
see. I
yeah.
wanted to see. We have Lexi and SJ now on the panel. Do you guys have an opinion on the robbery that is the
The
racism?
robbery.
I do. I do.
Someone asked, Tori, were you here when someone asked like why I covered her face and not their faces?
Oh, come on. What different? Man, listen.
Yeah, Lux, you can go first if you want, but I do have thoughts.
I'm gonna make this short and sweet. I feel like this whole thing from the get go was a horrible way to go. First of all, chasing somebody down and trying to debate him in front of people that believe the way he does was a waste of time. Shouldn't have been done. The problem was with us, right? The problem was the Hispanic community didn't feel heard. The Black community didn't feel heard. LGBTQ community didn't feel heard. That's where you should have gone. We should have gone to liberal colleges because a lot of those kids did not vote, right? The problem needs to be cleared up in house. Chasing all these other people, was he with people
And
for
money.
nothing? They're not going to click in. Why waste our time doing that when we need to start with the younger people who said, I didn't vote because I first of all, a lot of them were poorly educated on who was running. They were poorly educated on the policies. Why wasn't that their starting place? Like, why waste our time arguing with people who don't want to listen? We could have educated on this tour. We could have got people registered to vote because that still needs to be done. There was a lot of things we could have did with people we could have easily reached, right? And when you flip the black voting to where people are informed, they feel heard. We could have reached out to senators and work with them where we're like, hey, we're taking in your concerns. We're going to reach out to your for you on the back end. Tell us what your problems are, right? Tell us where you don't feel heard. Tell us what really matters to you. That's where this tour should have started. We wasted so much time and we were robbed so much money for something so stupid. And that's all I got to say.
I agree. So
Yeah.
much money.
And I came up to say one thing because, well, about the whole when they were speaking, because I was watching it live, because I just so happened to follow these kids recently. I had seen them around, and usually they debate about whether God is real or not. And I'm just like, okay, like nobody has that answer. So,
Hold on a second. What kids are you speaking about?
oh, Parker and Dean.
Oh, they're not kids. We have to call them men because they're men. Like, no disrespect.
Young adults, very young adults. I'm 43, so I still see them as children, but
Too, but if we perpetuate this idea of them being kids and them being held accountable for the fuck shit that
Yeah.
they do,
yeah,
is
definitely,
you know what I'm saying?
definitely. But yeah, I just thought it was very much motivated in, they were yelling. They had another man in the group that was yelling like schmatzy this, schmatzy that. I'm like, if you're going to yell something, it could be something productive, like, don't you want your freedoms back or something like that. And then of course you could just tell that it was very much attention seeking, and that's just what I saw after knowing about it for 3 days. So yeah, it's disappointing because it could have gotten, I had no idea how much money they had raised. So pardon my voice, I've been protesting and I don't know if my voice is ever coming back, but that's why I'm a little laryngitic. But yeah, I'm very passionate and I'm disabled myself. So, boots on the ground is hard for me, but if I have to put my wheelchair on the ground, I will. But I also have been trying to partner with more diverse people in the community. That was a question I had for you ladies, because I would like to partner with a couple of my friends who are, big members of the community, but I just feel like, they've got a family and they can't do boots on the ground. So how would you advise, getting together with our that, not only their voices are heard, but like so that they can lead, like you were saying, because, I mean, I've had my own issues with people because of the, things I face in life, but, that's nothing compared to what a lot of people have had to deal with. So I'd love to have some advice on like how I could do that.
I mean, I'll say one thing and then I'll let everyone else kind of jump in. I think the constant, and in my community we kind of joke about it, the constant like boots on the ground thing, it's ableist as fuck. And it doesn't meet people where they are. There's tons of work that can be done from people's homes, whether it's writing postcards, calling people, you can host webinars, you can do all kinds of like calls. I do that at my house, but I spend a fuck ton of hours doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's so many different ways, and I just think like just saying like, oh, you got to be out there, like not everyone can get out there. Like the event that they had was not accessible. Someone like Ren could
Yeah.
not have gone to that event. SJ, I know you got off mute, so I figured you had something you wanted to add, and then I guess Toy.
I have lots of thoughts, but I want to be respectful of your lives. So, at any point, if you want me to shut up, let me know. The question for Jessica, I'm making an assumption here. Are you, as you put it, a person of color or
No,
not?
I'm not. I'm a
Okay.
redhead
Do
and
you have?
probably about as pale as you can possibly get.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have a family that I haven't met across the country that I found out do support him, and I'm still
And
trying to
and
figure out
friend
how to like
friends
deal with that. But yeah, that's the only person I know of, thank goodness. That's a
So
family member.
no friends or anybody like that.
Unfortunately, I do have some people, and me and my fiance have been discussing like whether or not these people should be allowed in the house. I say absolutely not, but then I have people telling me otherwise, and I feel like my feelings aren't being heard on that, and I'm causing a lot of waves, you know.
Yeah, I think my feedback would be the first step is to stop breaking bread with social community first, and then because the thing is, black people showed up. You know, my job is to convince other black men, like, hey, you know, why didn't we show up like the women did? That's my job personally, and so I'm looking at my community and figuring out ways to galvanize behind a movement that pushes this country forward. But my recommendation to anybody who is like you and from your community, like, take an opportunity to communicate with those people first.
Yeah. And we do have people that come here. Now, I know this might sound stupid, but like no one asks these questions, so you don't know. My mother told me, don't be scared to ask. Is it still acceptable to call someone black? Like, how do I refer to a, you know, quote unquote black person correctly? Because I don't want to offend anybody and I want to be, you know, courteous.
Hold on.
Because black people aren't a monolith. That
Um,
is not
can I say something?
sure.
Nobody up here can speak for all black people. We are not the arbiters of all things black. So we cannot answer that question for you. People will let you know what they want to be called, and you need to be able to listen and hear. But the first step is, and I mean this as respectfully as humanly possible.
Oh no, I want the truth. You're
Okay.
not going to hurt my feelings when I want your truth, you
Okay.
know?
So the fact that you have to come up here and ask us instead of people in your community, the black people and people of color in your community, is showing that you don't associate with enough black people, indigenous people, and people of color.
I do, but they tell me like, you know, saying that's fine. And I just feel like a lot of people, you know, have stigmatized, you know, using that phrase. And, you know,
If
my
it's
friends say
fine,
it's fine. So like I said, I am not sure just because I don't ask that question. I don't, when I'm talking about like my friend Mark, I say Mark, or if it's like Chris, I say Chris, you know, like
oh, and why would you
I
do
use,
anything different just because they're
no,
oh,
because like
but
you guys don't know who my friends are, you know?
we don't. And then you say black, and if they don't like black, then they'll say I prefer to be called African American. You'll call them that. You'll move on. It's not brain surgery.
Okay,
It's
no,
not
I just
rocket
wanted to know if
science.
that was an acceptable phrase. Like, that's the only thing I
It's
was
fine to
asking.
me, but I can only
Okay.
speak for me.
It's
So
fine
yes,
to me
we
too.
we
Like,
do have black friends that come here, and that's like why I'm worried that these people may still be coming because we, you
Okay,
know,
time
we
out,
have
time
a
out,
lot
time
of
out, time
different.
out, time out, time out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a part of this conversation. Respectfully, this is not the place to. This is not a classroom. I hate. In my
No, that
opinion,
was only
Alina,
the one thing I
that's
had a
That's
question about.
that's valid. That's valid. If you guys don't want to have the conversation, that's valid. I don't care.
Valid.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jessica. I don't know what I don't know what she was talking about.
what was that like? What do we talk? Like, you have a background, right? Like, I can read it. Everybody, like, is it big enough for everybody to see?
It made
Yeah,
me.
I
It
was
made me feel
confused
like
where we ended up there.
She was centering herself.
That's why I
Maybe.
chimed in because you're doing too much at this point, right? We just
Mm-hmm.
told you that black people aren't a monolith. We can't answer that question for all black people. You're doing like you're trying to be a chaos agent, and I don't. Okay.
But by black people, do you mean people born in America, or you mean like
I'm sick of you, Spencer. But about the
so,
un-F America
so in
tour,
our friends?
Spencer.
I'm just messing around. But I mean, that's part of the conversation I wanted to bring up is like, and Toy and I have had this conversation in the background over the last several months now, because for me, I'm Jamaican. I came to the U.S. Now I'm American. At least I have citizenship, I should say. And it I kind of ran into this situation a while back when I made a video talking about my experience and coming to the United States, and I got all of this backlash from people. Oh, you're not black, or that's what's wrong with you people. I'm like, what do you mean you people? We're all black. Because from the outside looking in, from the perspective of the alabaster people, it's like we are just another Negro, right? Each of us. They're not gonna be like, oh, you're one of the good ones, you're from this place or that place. So why are we fighting about it amongst ourselves and making this distinction? It just felt so derisive and divisive and demeaning and belittling, and I don't understand it because we all need to stick together. Why are we doing that? So that was one aspect of it. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention was my own feelings, I guess, the disillusionment of, they say never meet your heroes, but I'm not saying this person was my hero or anything, but in this, the fallout of the tour, I learned that everything, what you see on the internet, I mean, this is obvious, what you see on the internet isn't real life, but just for somebody to just lie and steal money and I think put a lot of people under the bus is just my understanding. If you want me to name drop, I will. But let's just say a certain gentleman who would always
You
ask
you're
if you've
yeah,
been hydrated.
you guys are welcome to name drop. I don't allow white people or white presenting people to name drop any person of color's name and direct harm. But you guys can, it's your community. You guys can, if you want to name drop, you can. If not, that's fine. I don't care either way. I'm not gonna like
Yeah.
police how you guys speak about it.
Yeah. So the other night, I watched Santana's live. I watched through that story, that narrative, and just well, I shouldn't say narrative, but the retelling of what happened, and just feeling, I guess, disappointed because I had hoped for better from people in in this community, and these people that have a big following, right? Mr. Jones is who I'm talking about specifically. I, with everything presented and the angles I see, the information I have, I'm like, why complicate this? Why not just be straight? I was watching the live as well where I think Mishi came up, but I didn't see that part, but he was hosting it. There was a question asked directly, and I could just see the dancing and the moving and the weaving in the words. And I was like, at that point, I said, "Yep, there it is." And sure enough, with the fallout. So all of that to say, like, I'm just disappointed, truthfully, that somebody who I think a lot of people put a lot of trust in their words or at least their intentions seems to have done something that I think undermines this whole tour. So that's one aspect of the tour, right? And then that led to the whole FBA thing as people were having discussions about it. But on another note, like I was saying to Jessica, like I understand that white people want to include black people in this tour, in this movement, this thing. But from my perspective, it feels more like using people because if you run the numbers and you look at the election, you do not need us. We showed up. Handle your business. Stop breaking bread with sociopaths because these are the same people. There's a quote from Malcolm X that says, the white liberal is the one to watch out for because these people will excuse and normalize behavior that has led us to this point. That's the thing that's so frustrating. And then they come up here and like, oh, we need you. Let's come together. No, handle your business first. That's the thing that's so frustrating for me right now. Stop talking to us and do your thing. Like I said, I'm going to talk to people in my community. Hey, you didn't show up. Even some of my family voted for Trump. I'm not talking to them. I'm not spending time with them. That's not easy, but they don't want to do the thing they know they need to do, which is get uncomfortable. Stop scheduling protests and do your thing. I don't know why in churches on Easter Sunday, they weren't bringing this up. I'm not saying necessarily bring politics in, but say, you know what, we're not doing Easter this year because we need to have a conversation as Christians, for example. Well, and I'm not trying to single anyone out or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, have those conversations in your community. Recognize the issues because the facts are the facts. We showed up. Y'all didn't. Stop asking us to come together. We need to come together. No, we came together. We showed up. Y'all are the ones who are breaking bread with sociopaths. I don't understand it. I never will.
And
Stop
following
it.
them around college campuses.
Yes, stop it. Like, oh, that's the other thing. It's like, what do you hope to accomplish by arguing with these people? Right? They spend time talking with them every day. They make tons of money doing it. on this app and other places. But the goal should be, hey, let's facilitate thought and conversation, not try to shut down somebody, which is typically what happens in these debates, so-called debates. And I think there's certainly an opportunity for visibility by engaging with somebody like the antagonist here, from the conservative side. I don't even want to give to gratify him by mentioning his name, but I understand the visibility of like, hey, there's this thing that's happening, but the goal should be opening people's minds. And from my perspective, the only way to do that is ask questions. The challenge is people have such short attention spans. These kids are on these campuses are so they're looking for that little bite of information that I think appeals to, as particularly with the boys, the men, their insecurities, right? We're kind of at a moment right now where these insecurities are leading, but it's a disappointment in these people who should be better, right? Given how many people are following them. It is the division, even in the community as I see it, where people are trying to decide who is the most black or who should be black. It's like, that's not the point. And then, is
Can I ask a
there any?
question about that?
Yeah, yeah, go for it.
Do you think, because we keep getting in this cycle over and over with lots of different creators, especially like men, do you think that this position turns people into this, or do you think that it attracts people to this position? Like, do you think people become creators for that goal, or do you think that at a certain point the goal shifts?
The goal of making.
Like, uh, are people signing up to be like a big content creator on this app in the leftist space? Like, do you think that starts genuine and then there's a shift, or do you think that it's this ego focused thing of kind of like that's like first fueled by like the the high of like, the praise and the helping people out and like the joy and all that stuff, and then like it ends up becoming more than that?
I want to believe, and thank you for clarifying. I want to believe that it's well intentioned, but what I see is it's like the intention might be there, but what pays shutting people down, and then it's like when I started to hear and see how much people are making from doing what they're doing, which is just shutting people down, and it's not really changing people's minds. When I saw that, that's when I realized, and I was like, oh, you slipped into that path. But at the same time, like Toy knows me, and kind of knows my heart a little bit here, where I'm always optimistic. I always want to believe the best intentions, but to more specifically answer your question, whether or not people go into it right with the wrong intention, and when you see the numbers and you see the following growth, then I noticed the little shifts. I see things happening where it seems as though they then slip into that money mindset. Which, I mean, let's be real, that's life. People want to make money, whatever. But one thing I've learned, I'm 43, or will be 43 soon, is that money just messes things up. It messes with your morals, it messes with your perspective, and it kind of muddies the water in terms of why we're doing what we're
Not,
doing. So,
not to interrupt you, as it's already there.
ooh,
I agree
ooh,
with that
okay.
too. I
Ooh,
Okay,
that's
okay. I like that, Ren. Thank you. I like that.
that it. I don't think that if you are fundamentally not that kind of person,
you're going to
I don't
become
care
that
how
person,
much
right?
money you get, you're not going to become that person. But if
Hmm.
you are a predator when you're broke, you're going to be a predator when you're rich. You just
I
going to have
agree.
more
You're going
access
to
to
be a more
prey.
successful predator when you're
Right, you're
rich.
going to have access to
Okay.
better prey. That's
But
all.
to Alina's question, I think it's both. I think some people come into it altruistic and stay altruistic for the more, like Mr. Jones, that are calculated, that see an opportunity and seize it because they know that they have the ability to manipulate people and to mold the minds of a certain type of person.
But can I say something though? And I have to say this.
Mm.
Some of the people that went on this tour
Mhm.
are aware or were aware of potential allegations and potential things that looked funny. So why that this person automatically had your best interest at heart? I
Yeah,
don't, I
that's
don't
crazy
understand.
work to me. I
I
agree with
don't
you.
understand that. If
Me
you
neither.
knew, I'd have been like, okay, maybe he do mean well, but I'm still gonna move like he don't to
That's the
protect.
Yeah,
that's the out of the entire group, that's the last person I would put all my eggs in a basket for,
and to
and
let that
sacrifice my
person take
community.
control of who's going to apologize and how and when and where, and let them determine that instead of coming together and all speaking together. Do I personally know if his daily goal was actually used to help people? Should I answer that question?
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
um
Yeah.
it was going to help people. What people? Himself. I know for a fact that a certain amount of money raised over I don't even know how much amount of time went to something that will turn people's stomachs. Not in like a predatory way or anything, just like a flashy way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
And I'm not going to disclose what that is, but I do know that. And I know that this person tried to manipulate me on many occasions,
Oh
even
wow.
whilst they were with their partner. Yeah. Said, let me drink my little piece of water, and you know what I mean.
Wow,
BMW runs,
that's
yeah,
that's
yeah.
really
So whose goal is this? We were talking about Mr. Jones. Yeah. So when someone is trying to make $500 a day and TikTok is essentially their job, they got bills. You know what I mean? And if they're trying to portray a certain type of lifestyle, don't be sorry for me because I already knew what it was with that person. That's why I didn't fall victim to it like the person that they got with, because I knew what the game was, and I was like, absolutely, I will not be part of that. No, no, I'm not going to come and stay with you and let you take care of me because it's a job, and I'm going to make me my own money. Okay, because I'm not going to have any man say, oh, get out at XYZ time, and then I'm shit out of luck. Absolutely not. My mother always said, you better have ain't shit oh shit money on you at all times.
my mama told me you gotta keep something to yourself. You got to for your
Absolutely. And there's
safety.
no way in hell, like I would have kept my own place and did that, but I'm not going to get rid of what I have and go over there, and then you can tell me how to move, when to move, because you think that you know control my entire life, and because of because you control my finances, I have to come to you if I want my nails. Nope, not today, not never.
Um, I need everybody to understand that this is about him. We're not talking about anyone that may have been in that sphere. Okay? Like, let's not do that. One of the things that y'all need to stop doing is just because you hear about one person, just because two people have been connected at some point, don't keep doing that.
Yeah, and I'll say y'all were hella messy because I know that someone was live last night and y'all were putting my name in the comments. So stop being messy,
Yes,
please.
like y'all, allow everybody to go. Okay? Allow everybody to go whatever through whatever processes they need to. They don't need our help to unless they ask for it. So,
Absolutely,
so
absolutely.
stop, please.
I I keep going back to what you said, Ren, and I really appreciate the redirection there because as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I'm reflecting on some things that were said in past lives. Oh, here's what I've done for the community. Now I'm thinking, where's the receipts? Because you're you're collecting $500 to $700 a day just on TikTok alone for your goal. Where are the receipts? What are you doing with that? Um, and as you said, money magnifies, right? So what magnification was there? I want to see what this altruistic side that that Jones used sometimes in these arguments. Oh, here's what I've done. I want to see those results because I don't see them. Or there would be a photo or something shown because the truth is on the internet we just see what we see,
Yeah, you can
right?
manipulate anything. It's hearsay as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, and like I said, Toy and I talk sometimes, but I've never seen where you're wrong on something. You're an impeccable. Your judgment of character and situations is impeccable,
Except for
flawless.
myself, damn it. But yeah.
And well, yeah, but because you you and I've been talking about this feeling of disillusionment that I have, and that's where I went wrong because I was believing, right, and trusting and hoping. Hey, maybe this person is good, well intentioned, all that stuff. But
That's true.
Hmm.
And that's just hearing all of this is very sad. I kind of feel like an idiot for actually believing in him and
You
that he's
shouldn't feel like an idiot because it just
You're
means that you have a
manipulating.
good heart and you're a good person. You understand what I'm saying? By trying to think the best in somebody and believing that they're doing good for other people. That's not that's not stupidity. That's not idiocy at all.
That's why I always say, I used to run a background that one of the topics was why does the left attract and defend, or attract and protect predators and abusers? I think we're more susceptible on the left because of our ability to like have empathy, believe in the good work. I think it makes us very susceptible because we believe that the right, we already know they're a piece of shit. it's it's like a given.
And we assume that all people have empathy, but then you have people that are like dark empaths that can mirror empathy but don't actually have it. And there's a lot of dangerous people like that walking the streets every day, in circles every day, in commune with us every day that we don't know
Alina.
because
Hmm.
mm,
Oh no, I'm just wanting her to look at something. You can keep talking. I'm sorry, I was just trying to get her attention.
What am I looking at? Just can you message me? That'll be
Yeah.
easier. Okay.
Toy.
um
Whoever was talking, I'm sorry.
no, I
oh
was
no,
just
I was
saying, yeah, to Autumn that you're not an idiot. Don't say that about yourself.
Um, I have something to say, and I think everybody that send Cash App notifications. Y'all made me cry like a big baby right now. Um, it it will go a long way. It's very triggering. As somebody that was in a Mishi, can you mute your mic, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Um, it's very triggering for somebody that dealt with this in the past. As somebody that dealt with verbal and mental AB in the past, and it was very and I feel bad for the people that was dealing with this. I do feel bad, but it's okay to get out. All my advice: respect the person that is dealing with the breakup. Please respect. Do not bash her
or anything in the comments. Because if you do, then you will catch the wrath of me, of course, because I will be in the comments once I drop down. But please, please respect her boundaries. Have some fucking healthy boundaries, for Christ's sakes. And have some healthy boundaries and don't start no shit between Elena and the person that's that's dealing with the situation. Have healthy boundaries. I don't know if y'all went to therapy or anything, but please, or had critical thinking classes, respect healthy boundaries. Learn healthy boundaries for once.
Y'all need to chill out in the Discord because, like, you guys are making me look bad because it looks like I'm laughing at what Irene's saying. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna shut you guys down over here.
Thank you, Irene, for saying that. And it's true. We are not going to bring them up. We are going to allow them their grief, their process. We're going to allow them. That's what we are going to do. And if you can't do that, you can't be in this space. Because
we have no business speaking on this person. They're not here. They're going through something. Like let them have their grace and their peace to do what they got to do to take care of themselves and their family. Like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
Yep. Like that is just that simple. So if you continue to do that, you will be escorted out of this space. And I feel comfortable enough saying that Alina's not going to get upset with me. And I'm going to say a lot worse than ill.
Well, yeah, I definitely won't. We won't have any people crashing out over Ren.
I don't give a damn. You can crash out from.
And I always tell y'all, like, you guys don't need to put my name in anyone else's chat. You don't need to put anyone's name in my chat. I tell everybody all the time, just watch how I move. If you notice, I had removed myself from certain spaces 6 months ago. Pay attention to who I panel with, who I hang out with, whose chat I'm in. Like, I'm very, like, very intentional with where I spend my time and money.
I think I'm gonna drop to make space for people that were affected by the Gasta na Lecha that decided to colonize the space.
I need one favor from you, Ren.
Ren?
I've been live for like 5 hours. I really need to go run, use the restroom. Can you handle first
I got
5
you.
seconds?
I got you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
1 second. But you can let up whoever you want. Okay.
I got it. Girl, I don't need your help. Go do what you gotta do.
All right, BRB.
Okay. Mutang, thank you so much for coming up. You know I always love you.
Of course, Shida, I love you too. Didn't she lovely?
All right. And let's see. Nishi, you're on the panel.
Because I want to listen. People were letting me know that my name was being brought up, and that's totally fine and understandable. I've done a lot of self-reflection, and I realize how inappropriate it was for me to come onto the live. And I mean, without blaming anybody else, because the only person I have to blame is myself. I was misled. I didn't have all the information. As listening to Santana's live the other night, I was clued into a lot more. Either way, my inserting myself and what I said, bring myself on this, which I'm really trying to do, I'm trying not to do. I just want to let you know that I will continue to do self-reflection on myself and
Okay.
and not make that same mistake again, I guess.
What I will say.
You know what? It sounds like I'm centering myself, but I don't know how
Hold on.
else not to, I guess.
Hold on, let me tell you something.
Yes.
I appreciate all of that, but the best apologies are changed behavior. Those are the best apologies. Those are the best apologies. That is the way to show people that you're actually reflecting, is by making sure that your actions match your words. And in that moment, your actions and your words did not match.
I agree.
Now your words are not necessarily relevant because your actions are already pissed on your words.
Agree.
So at this point, make me know it.
I agree. And I'm trying to do that. You know, one of the things that I'd be willing to do, I don't know how people feel about this because I believe it's important to use my platform to discuss microaggressions, including my own. So these are just things I've been thinking of on how to move forward. I'm not asking anyone to forgive me. I'm not coming on here to, gosh, you guys, I'm not coming out here asking for forgiveness at all or like there's none of that. And all I can say is I'm sorry. And I will continue to evaluate how I was wrong in that situation completely, with no excuses. So,
I have
and
a
that's all.
question.
Yes, we've known each other for a long time, Toy.
We have, yes. So, since I did mention you previously, you just said that you were misled. Can you expound on that a bit? Because
Well, I've had a lot of talks. Well, I don't like to throw people under the bus. I really try not to.
but in this situation where there's a central figure that is a party to this conversation that we're having, it's important because I, in order for this to stop and in order for this person to not be able to continue on doing what they've been doing and potentially has happened or did happen, you understand what I'm saying? So if that person told you something,
I'm not
knowing
trying
that
to.
by telling you a certain something, it doesn't have to get into details, that you being in a place where they knew as a black person that wouldn't be a good idea, directed
Know
you
that
there
I was brought
anyway.
up.
Huh?
Know that I was brought up, and the
Okay.
person knew what I was going to say.
You see, that's a problem.
Okay.
What you were going to say.
So you
Yeah,
were manipulated.
That's what,
You
right.
allowed yourself to be manipulated.
We were texting prior, and yes, and
Okay.
so I don't. Again, I have to shift.
You and I don't mean that
I'm
disrespectfully.
in my 50s. Yeah, I'm old enough to know better.
So at 50 years old, you knew that somebody said, "Hey, I'm going to come up here and say this." And it's like, "Yeah, come up and do it," and you did it. If this was your teenager, you'd be like, "So if everybody else was jumping off a bridge, are you going to jump too?" That's the question you would ask. Why would you allow yourself to be manipulated?
Well, I don't want to say that I'm manipulated because that's my own problem, right? So I'm trying not to point at anybody else but myself. And okay, and I understand I'm listening to people in the comment section. Like, I'm how do I say this without like messing up? Like, I'm really trying to do the right thing here by owning my shit. I really am.
Nishi, ignore the comments.
I know, it's just
maybe
you're up here with everyone else on here. Ignore the comments. Okay?
I'm not.
The comments are shitty to me too, if it makes you feel any better.
I'm putting the blame squarely on all the information. And when I listened to Santana's live, I learned a lot more. And I didn't realize the extent to what happened in that live, okay, with Z. I was uninformed, and that's my own problem. I should have informed myself before having an opinion when I come on a platform, and it was completely wrong of me. And
Do you think you were compelled to go along with what that individual said,
Yeah.
um, because you wanted to be a part of it or to have a discussion or whatever? Because I wouldn't say that you coming up was not necessarily altruistic, but maybe that was a little piece of it, but more importantly, like just to get in on it type of thing.
Well, so that individual had reached out to myself and
Hmm.
asked if I wanted to be part of the tour. And a 3-year-old YT woman going around to colleges. Like, what is the point of that? Like, what role would I possibly have in that tour? And so I was very hesitant. So I was really trying to learn more and more about the tour to see if there was a place for me at all. And so when I was invited and they said they were going to pay my way to go to the next event, I refused. And I offered to pay myself to go to see if it was something that I thought was worthwhile. But so I was kind of learning, and I mean, I guess I'm looking at it like, wow, there's a lot more to this, Toya. I'd love to talk to you about it offline.
Yeah, you
But
can. That's fine. No
but
problem. You don't have to like.
bottom line is, it's squarely on me. I made the mistake. I shouldn't have come in there, and I I reflected on it a lot. I promise.
Can I say something though?
Yeah.
And I definitely appreciate that you want to talk about it offline. But one of the issues that I am having in this situation is everybody is talking about it and we're not calling a thing a thing. And that is how people are allowed to continue to operate because we're not calling a thing a thing.
I get you.
And I get that, and I'm not saying that this is the forum to express anything, but I'm saying that we cannot continue to hide behind, oh, I'll talk to you, and we want to genuinely see change. That means we got to bring everything, all the skeletons, all the dirt, the dust, the grime. We have to bring it into the light.
Yeah.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant.
I understand, but remember my whole comment on when I came in, which I still kind of hold firmly to, is maybe it's my old ways. Like, I really don't like having these types of conversations on open forums. I don't. When people talk crap in my live about other creators, I try to shut it down. I feel like it's counterproductive to the movement of moving forward. And so I'm just going to place it on myself and then go away. Okay. Yeah, then I'm a 50-something-year-old grown ass woman, and I have to take responsibility for my actions. No one coerced me into anything. Everything was my choice. Whether I had good information or bad information, I still went on that panel inappropriately, and I still said the things I shouldn't have said. And so, you guys say you don't care how old I am. There is a difference when you've been around the block a few times, guys. I should know better. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask,
Okay.
have you spoken to him since
Uh,
that day?
Since what day?
Since that live?
Since that live, briefly the next day. And I simply said, wow, that didn't go great. And to push away from me, I understand, because I took the blame for that. And he seemed very frazzled and was busy with his kids, and that was it.
Well, when somebody's lying, they're always going to be frazzled. But anyways, I digress. A lot of pretty words, and I get it. I get that the only thing that you can do in this moment is to say sorry. I
Yes.
do understand that, but then moving forward, it has to be, actions as
Agreed.
Ren did say. So yeah,
Agreed.
man, listen, everyone has their, ups and downs and things like that. So
I'm trying to face this.
nobody's perfect, you feel me? And if to the shoes of someone that's not white, and that's not a white woman, and that's not a white woman with privilege. So it could, I could see how it would take time, because if it's years of it's years of learned behavior of being a Republican, a Trump supporter, whatever. Then there's going to be likewise years to unlearn that stuff.
Exactly. And
I
as
would be concerned if you unlearned it in 5 months. Now that I think of it, or whatever, a year.
as I said to people, am I going to continue to F up? I probably will. But I will tell you that I continue to try to learn and look back at my actions, and I will continue to try to do better. That's not to say that what I did wasn't wrong or not. And I'm really trying to take this head on, which I don't know. I think it's important to have this discussion, and I don't know. I keep saying which feels like I'm centering on myself.
Have you apologized to the people that were on that panel?
I don't know how to do that. I actually asked Santana to come up on his live, but he didn't get my message till later.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if they want an apology.
Well,
but
exactly.
I just was curious.
Well, exactly. And I mean, I'm navigating new waters here because I'm not really sure exactly what's appropriate, right? So Meadow's in here. Meadow, I completely apologize looking back. And my response to you comes from, I actually talked to my therapist, defensive, like why I was so, when people were saying I was racist AF, and I was like, you know what, F it, I don't need to be here. I'm going to leave. I don't even need to be on this app. See ya. Like I literally asked her, I'm like, why did I react that way? Can we talk about where that came from? So when I was a Trump supporter-ish, the second time, and I'm very open about this because I want other YT Republican, that's my audience, YT Republican women. I want them to hear in me what they might be thinking themselves. Racist because I was voting for Trump, and it really triggered me. And I ended up voting for Trump the second time, not because I thought he was a good person, but because I wanted to give a big FU to everyone who was calling me names. And horrible reason to vote. And I've done videos on that where I'm like, gosh, you know what? Voting out of like revenge and hate is horrible. When I voted for Kamala Harris, I voted out of joy and hope, but that was who I was at the time. And so I think for me with my therapist, I got really triggered, and I got back to that whole FU. I'll just leave this app. You guys don't need me. I just had the same sort of reaction I had as the person I was. Excuse. I'm just trying to tell you, if you've gone through therapy, you have to try to get to the root reasons why you do things.
I understand that, and I think I accept this apology a little bit more than the last one. I will say that it's not my job to educate you, but when I was on that live, I was explaining to you that you may not know, but your comment section is anti-Black. Also, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me up. This is not my live.
No. I was looking for the people that were on that panel because I was like, that's why I asked, have you apologized to the people that were on that panel? Like, so if there's anyone else here that was on that panel, I will drop.
Yeah,
Chi-Chi.
Ichi I'll drop. I wanted to say one thing. Mishi, an amazing thing you could do right now to show some change behavior is you can hit up Irene's Cash App so she can go see her dad who's in the hospital. That would be fantastic. That's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna drop back down and make space. I'll be posting her Cash App repeatedly in the comments.
Yeah, she really is trying to get to her dad, and she does need the help. So that would help definitely. So go ahead.
And then if that person can come up in the box so I can send them gifts, that would be great. But yeah, friends or people that you know, but it's still really important that when you have guests, and not even just like Black guests, but any minority, that your comments don't create a safe space for those people, especially if they're addressing you. On top of your reaction, which I mean, you've already said was negative, and I think you've unpacked that. It's not my job to analyze you. You're working on that. Just be very aware of how you present yourself and then how your community represents you too. That's what I was trying to say. And it kind of turned into something that I didn't want it to. So yeah.
And I don't think I was in a good place of receivership, and that's my problem. Like I should have done a better job listening to that and addressing it. I did say, hey, stop. And I went into a place of defensiveness.
And then one more thing before Tabby goes. I think you have Black mods. Um, your Black mods too were also saying like, "Oh, I'm muting and I don't care about it." I think that you should maybe have that conversation with them too, or if you know who they are, and we can have that conversation. But it's just really important to surround yourself with, I think, people if you want to grow as a person. Because I mean, it was very recent that you voted for Trump and that you were in that community, and I think you're still unpacking those behaviors. But yeah, just definitely keep working, I think, before you start educating others.
Yeah, and Spencer down below was in that at the time. If my live a safe space for a lot of people. I appreciate your feedback on that, and I'm listening now, and I should have listened better before.
Thank you.
I have a question. What's your relationship with Mr. Jones?
Oh, a lot of people have been asking me that. I, a year and a half ago, had a stalker issue, and I reached out to him for help on that issue. And we don't talk often. Like I really don't talk to a lot of people off app because I like my privacy. But you know, I met with him and No Rads at Disney a couple months ago for like lunch, and we probably talk offline once every couple months, like briefly.
But it was him who was trying to get you to join the Unfuck America tour, right?
That is correct. He called and said, "I have great news for you. We'd like you to join." And I questioned it immediately because I didn't understand how I would be beneficial on a college campus.
Wait a minute. He tried.
Yeah, she's.
So how?
Girl, we don't know.
Her people. But no, she's one of his people that he was trying to add to the takeover, which is why she was even in the box in the first place, because he invited her up. He invited her up.
He lets me in the box often.
Well, no. So this was
Yeah.
planned, is what it seems.
Yeah.
Because if he asked you to be on the tour, and then after that, because he needed someone on his side during that panel to come up, yeah, that's sick work.
Yeah, he brought her up on the box.
That was actually a good question, Mishi. Would you have accepted that position?
And that's I paid close attention to the tour because I was like, wow, we're finally getting a ground game. And so when asked to go, I said I'd be comfortable being paid, so I will go out to the next event, but I'm paying my entire way, and I will watch and see if it's something that I want to be a part of. But
you say that
I will.
When you were being racist towards us and telling us we should handle things on the back end because it would affect the tour.
Correct. And I was completely wrong on that. I didn't have all the information that I should have had, especially to have such a strong opinion. So I and you know, I certainly have reflected on what I said. I regret doing that. So If I could do it again, I would do things very differently.
Question.
I'm not asking for grace.
Okay. But why weren't the black women on the panel telling you that it wasn't okay? Why wasn't it enough for you to realize that it wasn't okay? Why did it have to come from anyone else?
From
Chi mute. Chi mute.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Tomato plants, right? Like, I don't like to grow these types of discussions. I'm coming on here genuinely because I believe people need to hear, and I need to give it more. I need to give an apology, and let you know that I've reflected and I know I was wrong. I don't know how much more space you guys want me to take on that from this, but
This is why I cannot accept your apology, because it's very disingenuous and you did not answer their question. When we told you the first time, Mishi, it is not the time for you to come up here because we're having a black discussion. You quite literally, and I quote, said whatever.
Oh, I don't think I heard there was so many people talking at me. I don't.
To be fair, and she asked you what was the reason for you coming up there. You quite literally just dismissed everything we said, and then when me and Meadow went on your live, was it the next day?
Yep.
And then we didn't even feel comfortable having a discussion with you because your followers are a bunch of racists and misogynists. And then when we tried to point that out to you, you was like, "Well, that I have a lot of Trump supporters." That does not excuse that behavior. Neither does that excuse your behavior or your mods of color. Those individuals I'm more disappointed in than the other mods. I'm trying to have a discussion with me after you said, "Can y'all please stop muting them?" They quite literally said, "No, I'm gonna do it any fucking way."
I don't. How do you think I should have handled that better? I guess if I'm in a place of learning, because
if we're telling you that your comment section is toxic, how about having your mods to turn the comment section off, because they have the ability to do that if you give them that power, right?
Well, see, I certainly would have turned the comment section off, but I honestly am a moron when it comes to tech, and I actually was looking to turn the comment section off, and I was just like, okay, we're going to keep going at this. So
you're asking me how
the tea drinker, is that the tea drinker? Like that guy? I'm not going to be in a place with somebody that was a predator towards me. He's in the comments, so I can drop down or he could be removed, but I can't. Tea drinker. Tea.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No.
All I can tell you is I do try to create a safe space. I should have listened.
I don't even know why I'm doing this because it's not my job. But have you unpacked the reason why you felt the need to tell us to handle it in private in the first place?
Yes, I actually just discussed that, and I actually had a 2-hour therapy session today where I unpacked it.
Okay.
I mean,
you don't have to tell me about your therapy session, but I'm trying to figure out like your therapy, right? What does that look like?
Well, I think it's self-evaluation. I think it's this moment where I had time to self-reflect on myself, and in a place where I normally would be stubborn and say, fuck it. Like, I actually was like, okay, what could you have done differently? Why did you do that? And I'm trying to continue that by coming in here and having a conversation, right? And so all I can tell you is I'm trying to do better, and I'm trying to take the time to do better and think about why I did things and how I could do them better. And
okay,
go ahead. That's all. I think that's all we can know to do.
Well, do you think? Oh, go ahead, Meadow.
I would say,
yeah. I mean, in theory, that's a great start. I don't think we need to like keep reiterating what we're doing, but more so how we're doing it or what conclusion we're getting to. Because if you're saying that like you consistently are unpacking, then why are these behaviors still presenting themselves? Like I think that's more so the question.
Because it takes time, right? I mean, even after I got off that live, I talked to several people, and I had in-depth conversations and even asked them how I could have done better or what I did wrong. Like, it wasn't like I just got off that live and was like, woohoo, right? I think when we're put in a situation that's triggering for us, which is aggressive behavior. And so I think what you all saw, particularly at the end, where I was like, fuck this, I'm leaving, that is my regressive behavior to the person that I once was, that I'm trying not to be anymore.
It doesn't feel like regressive behavior. It feels like you were trying to victimize yourself after someone's calling you out on your blatant bigotry. That's the issue that I had as well, because you can't say you're sitting here and apologizing to us when we quite literally watched a live after you said that you were going to end it and delete your account because apparently we deemed you as a racist. Not me or Meadow said that you were a racist. We just said that you coming up there on that panel was just a little bit weird. And to find out that you were that apparently that Jones had you a part of the tour just to add you up there just because he fucking felt like it was very my account. And since I'm such a big bad racist, that's what we like to call white woman
Reading
tears.
from the comment section. So someone in the comment section had said, "You're racist AF." So when I said that, I was reading what someone said, and I was triggered by that comment.
So that implied that
Not by what you
that
guys
implied that me and Metal was the one that called you
Wait,
racist.
I'm
You
sorry.
didn't specify that it was a comment section saying that you were a racist. But again, I still feel like you doing this weird white woman crash out of I'm gonna delete my account. That's your victimhood showing, sis.
100%, 100%.
Just to clarify, if you are exhibiting racist behaviors, why would that trigger you? You're trying to unpack that.
I think because the second time.
Yeah,
Out of spite.
that's strange.
Fight. And so I know it is, but
So,
you guys
so
know the reason.
and
Do you know the
sorry,
reason
just
why?
to address one thing that you said, because I think it's really important for like you to listen to Black voices. You saying that it takes a long time to unpack your bigotry. Trust me, I understand. I'm a Black woman and I grew up in a white area. So the amount of racism and anti-Blackness that we have to unpack is severe. So I don't really need that. I don't need that explained to me. Trust me, I don't. But I just think it's really maybe the way that you go about things is strange. And you keep saying that you're using your platform to talk to Republican women, but it's like you're still racist, or you're still racist. Yeah, you're still racist, and you're exhibiting those behaviors. So
I was
maybe just listen and don't respond. I don't know. Sorry, Tabby.
I was
I
going.
have
Yeah, now you acknowledge yourself as being racist. Do you acknowledge yourself as racist currently?
Not something I'd like to acknowledge myself as that, but I would say, obviously, I still exhibit behaviors that I need to work on. So, the reason why I had
It's a yes or no question.
well, I wouldn't call myself that. But if I'm still exhibiting,
But if you're doing the actions, wouldn't that make you the thing?
so I would say this then. On my live, someone says, "Are you watches a lot of Fox News?" So clearly, I have
So the answer is yes, then, right?
So right. And so
So why can't you just say yes that you
well, so
acknowledge yourself as currently a racist?
I have said that, and but how about
I
this?
just asked you
Yes,
the question just now,
I'm
and
working on it. How about that? It's
you've
a
not
hard
said
question to
yes
answer
yet.
because I don't feel like I am, and I feel like I've worked on it hard. And I've had a lot of people come to me and say that they don't believe that about me in the community. So I guess
That doesn't matter what.
you know what?
Hold on. It goes back to what I said. If you do the actions, are you the thing?
You're still
in the comments.
If you do the actions, yeah. If you do the actions, are you the thing?
So I'm trying to understand me coming and so I guess you're saying I exhibited racism by coming into a black space and saying that they needed to be more discreet.
Literally, yes.
Are you acknowledging that? Wait, hold on. Did you not see your actions in that moment
At
as
the time,
racist?
no.
What do you
Do
think?
you see it as
I
racist
was
now?
about to say.
Yes. So
Okay,
and
so
that's
you did the racist actions. Doesn't that make you a racist?
Respectfully, did she not answer the question? Sounds like she.
No, she's not.
It sounds like she was. Listen. If I have a shitty aspect about myself, am I gonna want to admit that I'm a shitty whatever? Like, let's say a manipulative person. People don't tend to want to admit fault in themselves.
Well, I know,
Can
but
they
that's
think? Can they think it in their heads? But saying it out loud is a different thing. That's a part of discomfort that needs to be unpacked, and you need to be You need to be uncomfortable in order to get to the other side of whatever it is. I agree with that 1,000%. Don't get me wrong. I'm not
But
caping
my thing
for.
is though, is that she was also willing to go and be a part of this Unfuck America tour.
yeah.
Educating young people on these systemic issues.
Yeah, but the thing is,
And yet she is going into a space and telling a bunch of black women that they need to handle racism in private.
Faces of the Unfuck America
You
tour,
said
Deed
she
and
was.
fucking Parker, are equally as problematic, if not more. You know what I
I
mean?
just wanted to clarify. You said she
I'm
she
not
was
talking
going
to
on
Dame
the
Parker
tour.
right now. I'm talking to her.
She said that she was going to see if she wanted to after she looked at another round of this tour.
Okay, can I say something? Hold on. Because
Oh,
I
okay,
feel
gotcha.
like this is getting off the rails and
I
I'm not
agree.
necessarily happy about it. Um, one of the things that I'm having an issue with is, Nishi, if you're going to apologize without explanation. You did something racist.
I'm also
And
confused why you came to a white woman's panel to do it.
oh, it's only because people were letting me know that this was happening right now. I would have come to any panel.
like it's and she doesn't have to. But at the end of the day, she's already said sorry. And as I said in the previous thing I read earlier, y'all don't have to accept it. If you want to, great. If you don't, that's on her. She has to sit in the hurt that she caused.
But I don't think you have the right to tell us how to respond to it, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're not the one that was there. You're not the one that had to sit here and be
You're
told
absolutely right.
that me having me hold on real quick. Me as a victim of microaggressions by me being told whatever by some random white woman, and then we tried to talk to her.
No,
Her
I
space wasn't
agree.
safe at all, and we told her that. So I don't think it's your place to tell us to be like, well, if you accept it, you do, you do, you don't, you don't. It's
No,
not your
no, no.
place. Mishi,
If
I'm
you
gonna
would
let
have
you know right
allowed,
now. I personally don't accept your apology because I think it's forced. I think you coming over here to have this conversation with these women that were not even there. Well, except for Queen. I'm not excluding Queen. But majority of y'all wasn't even fucking there. Let's
you're
be
right.
fair.
And that's what
I'd
I don't
say.
accept your apology.
You don't have to.
no ma'am.
Okay,
Not in
so
this space.
I
We're
didn't
not
mean
gonna do that.
You're
I
right.
I
I'm
didn't
not. Like I
understand that
said,
you gotta
Mishi, I don't
Wait,
accept
we
your
were
let
apology,
having
and
a
me
I'm
good
let me finish
conversation. I don't know
talking.
why you're telling us like how to
I'm like,
respond to
if
Mishi.
you had just I'm not telling you how to respond. If you would have
Well,
allowed me
one
to
second.
finish the sentence.
Well, you were done talking, and I'm not the one that was speaking
You
after
did not
you.
allow me to finish. What
Okay,
I
you
was
can
saying is
finish.
at this point, she is not learning shit. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't. What I'm saying is this is becoming circular. And
It's
I don't
turned the
want y'all to
corner
keep
where
putting
it's
labor in this.
counterproductive. Yeah, it's turned the
That
corner
is
where
Okay,
it's
what I was
I
so
saying.
why
didn't
would
think
you
it
stop?
was, but if y'all feel that way, that's fine.
okay, so if I were to do it
If it
again, I
does
would
do.
come in and
But
say
if
I'm
you feel
sorry.
like, but
Okay,
if you feel like it's not, why are you dropping the black woman and not just dropping her? If you feel
I
like it's
didn't
not
drop
for us,
her.
so.
She dropped herself. I didn't drop her.
No, but I don't think anyone dropped her.
not
I
to
didn't
So
drop
mention
her.
Alina, if you want, I have the text messages that I sent to Santana last night asking him to come on the live to apologize. And then he wrote to me that he hadn't seen
Yeah,
it.
I don't understand why you want to show it to me. Like I wasn't
Exactly.
there.
You,
Like
you asked me
You
why
shouldn't.
you asked me why I chose to come
It wasn't
on your live. I actually
about
tried to go onto a live
you,
last night.
though.
I tried to go onto a live last
But
night. I
that
tried
moment
to
with Santana, but that moment with Santana wasn't about you. You should have messaged the people who you had affected.
understand that there's a lot and you need to bring up a lot of people. I'm not the center focus. If you have time, I would like to come out and apologize for what I did that was incorrect. And I did preface it saying, certainly I'm not the first one to bring up. So if you have time, great. If you don't, no worries.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Well,
should have messaged my same appointments. You shouldn't have messaged him. You
yeah.
should have messaged the ones that
Heather, we're not
did
mutual.
that you did it to.
We don't
Nishi,
have to
did
He
you have
mutual
their
wasn't the one that.
experiences.
information? Did you have their information in order to reach out to them?
No, I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to know because I mean, you can't do what you can't do. Again, not caping for
I don't
anyone.
know
It
why
just
we're defending.
No, the next day, both Meadow and Chi Chi were in her live.
Okay.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I
Nobody
can
was
play the
there.
So she
clip.
could
Like
have.
Like,
we have
yeah.
a recording of the entire live from start to finish when we jumped up there.
Yeah.
That is why I'm saying that I don't feel like this apology is genuine. I feel like it is very forced.
Why is it
I
forced? Did I
agree
need
with
to do
you.
it? Did I need to do it? No, I did not. It's not.
No, you're not listening. That's a respond because you're being defensive right now. That's the
Okay.
problem.
Chi Chi, can I say something to you? Darling, I'm not trying to tell any of y'all, Tabby, Meadow, Chi Chi, I'm not trying to tell y'all how to feel. I know somebody is disingenuous, and I don't want y'all to keep putting labor into something when y'all have been in her life to hear this apology multiple times, and then now y'all are still in here trying to get this damn apology, and it's
We're
still
not
not
trying to get
working.
an
I didn't want an
Yeah, I
apology.
apology,
know.
to be
I'm not
fair.
saying that y'all are. I'm just
That's what you.
let me say the words, okay? Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
Y'all are in here to allow her to explain herself
No,
because
I can
y'all
have a
don't have
conversation.
to.
I was gonna ask a
Y'all don't.
question. What's the hope for outcome? What are you trying to accomplish? This
In the middle of having a
Who's the
conversation
question
with her, and I think we
towards?
all were. So if we're trying to get to a point of her understanding, I think we're allowed to do that. Um, we have conversations with bigots all the time. I don't think we need to be told what's disingenuous or
All
not.
right. Okay,
So
let's
If y'all don't
take
want
our
us to have the
non-black selves
conversation
out of
oh,
here.
I thought I was
here,
talking, but so yeah,
if y'all don't want us to have
that was the
the
point.
conversation,
But I can decide, and the host can also decide when she no longer wants this conversation to happen. So
yeah, that's fine. I was
yeah.
just trying to
If y'all
understand.
don't
I'm
want us
happy
to have
to
the
chat.
conversation here, then that
I'm just
can
really
we
confused. Like,
can leave
what was
somewhere
the
else.
point of it being here? If y'all don't mind me asking,
I wasn't. I
how did
wasn't.
it get started? If y'all don't
no,
I
mind
not
me
was.
asking.
you, not you, Elena.
We were talking about this. So I
Okay.
don't know.
I
All
just
I
heard
heard
what
was
you were saying. So
all I heard
I
was
mean,
that you. Yeah.
well, yeah. Well, I'm not talking about you. Hold on. I'm just talking about like bring it up or
Oh,
I
we
can
were
Oh,
tell
she
talking
you.
about
just
something
came up.
completely different.
Tell
I
you
was
how we
She
got
just
alive.
here.
came up.
Mishi came up,
Okay.
I was
Mishi
alive when
came up,
the whole
and
major
Alina
drama
asked her, "Did she apologize to y'all instead of coming up here to apologize to us?" That's how it came up because we asked she when she came up here to give an apology. Alina said, "Did you apologize to the people you harmed?" And that's how we got here.
all right, well,
But I did say I don't know if the people that were harmed even want an
no, I
apology, and
know.
if they do, like whatever, they're
Our
welcome to
issue is
come up.
not with you. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
yeah, yeah. We don't have
By
an
the way,
issue.
can I say thank you guys for laughing Dan out of that live that night?
That was
Such
no,
a
hilarious.
he's
fucking
weird.
creep.
I'm trying to
Weird.
a better example every day on this app is try to be honest about who I am, the mistakes I made, so maybe that they can see
did.
You absolutely did.
I did.
Because I think it's like Toya mentioned it. It's really hard when everyone's asking you something, and I'm
like turning like I'm feeling like a lot of like I'm feeling very overwhelmed, and that's a me problem. And sometimes I can say it really easily, but at this time I had a more difficult time saying it. So
That's all I wanted.
but oftentimes we have, I know Toya's known me a long time, Spencer's known me a long time, 2 people on this app who've known me. Autumn, I know, has been in my life several times. I say the things that are hard to say oftentimes, and I really try to openly unpack my deconstruction because I think it's important for other people to hear. And that's my intention in coming here is to do that and that alone. And understand I'm not looking for anyone. If people want to unfollow me, they don't like me, all that is totally fine. Better example for women like me. Because I could have just walked away from this and ignored it, and I didn't think that was the right thing to do.
I'm struggling with the idea because I feel like you came up here to center yourself. And that's how it feels. Because if you were just trying to listen, you could have done that in the comments. You didn't have to come up here to give that apology, and then now the people that you need to apologize to are in here and you're equivocating, and I don't understand it, and it's actually making me annoyed. And now I'm sitting here and I'm having a disagreement with Chi Chi when I don't have any beef with her. My issue is genuinely with the way that you are presenting yourself in, and it is not with Chi Chi in this moment at all. My issue is with you and the way that you are behaving and the way you are presenting yourself and the way that you are not calling a thing a thing.
So I'm trying really hard to do the right thing, and I'm not always going to do the right thing. And all I can tell you is that I'm trying to set a better example for other YT women to actually own their shit. That's really what I'm trying to do. And I felt it was important, and I believe that Meadow and Chi Chi and people that were involved with this deserve to hear me say it. And if you letting me take the time and know that it came from the right intention. And I was even afraid to come and apologize because I was worried that it would be centered on me. And that's not my intent. So I will continue to learn and grow and do better. I apologize. Thank you for the time. And I will drop down and listen and mute if that's okay with you, host, and everyone else.
I feel like some of y'all just want a cookie for being a decent human being.
Message me, Mishi. Thanks.
Thanks. I don't want a cookie at all. Okay.
Chi Chi, I understand that got a little bit heated, but we good. I hope you accept.
I don't even know you from a can of paint, girl.
I know.
I ain't tripping.
Okay, I just want to make sure you know I ain't got no beef.
I don't do beef.
Okay.
You beefing with me, you beefing by your goddamn self.
I know that's right.
And I'm sorry for
Talk trash on my phone.
No,
so yeah, I don't want nobody to be like,
look, not she getting
I'm
dropped.
not
Wait, still up here.
I ain't gonna drop her if I got something to say. If you noticed, I'm just gonna say it, and we gonna just be
we're
up
just
here.
gonna go back and forth. The fuck?
Yeah,
No, but TikTok kicked me out. TikTok said, "Nah, we're done with your shit."
That's hilarious. Well, that was interesting.
That was fun, guys.
Wait, Elena, I did have a question for you. I didn't even know that you started. I don't know what you're comfortable talking about, but I just saw Dan doing the live, and I was like, this is interesting. This reminds me of something and someone. I think you know who. But what happened? I heard you said ill and then he crashed out. What was that about?
Pretty much. Okay, so I'll give you guys the short version of it. Short version of it is when this tour was first announced. Dan was a mutual of mine and he was doing a live, and I basically was a white man, a white woman, a black man, a white man, like basically like being like, what the fuck? And then I was like essentially saying that it was performative and that it needed more representation. And he brought me up, and then he had like the Z come up, and then he had someone else come up, and then Dean came up. It was like this whole thing. And then he had been him and his Discord and him on lives, it talked shit about me for like 48 hours. And then
Yeah.
I, at the time, was co hosting pretty much every night for months with Ren and Erica on their. I said, ew, when he got there. And I called it performative. And then well, not all a lot of the Dan Raiders were basically talking shit about me, like tagging me in the comments and all that shit. So I told one of them to stop multiple times, and then I told them that they're not welcome in my friend's live, and I muted them. And that's me going after his community, and that's where the 7-hour live ended up.
That makes way more sense from what he said. I mean, obviously, I don't believe you.
Yeah, ew. So that's why
Ew,
everyone's saying
did
ew in the chat.
understatement.
Yeah, it really did him in. He's still crashing out. And then that was the night that he made like all the memes.
I didn't see not one.
They're not great. They're not great.
I'm sure they're weird.
I don't know who he is much, if at anything, if at all. I just know that he has some type of beef with you.
I was just very confused as to why he came up in the first place.
Yeah. Sorry for taking over your.
I just was confused first why she came here. I think for all the white people or white presenting people out there, like if you're gonna do an apology, like question why you're doing it in a if you're apologizing to black people, like why are you going to a white woman's live? Like I get that there were black people in the panel, but like it just seems weird. It's like you were looking for like a comfortable place to land. And I'm sorry that's not gonna be here. I'm glad you guys were around to be able to accept the apology, whether or not you choose to accept it or whatever. But Mishi,
Oh, James. I was just gonna give some context. I'm the one who mentioned her name because I was saying we were talking about Jones, and I said the live where Mishi was up, and I said I missed that. So maybe somebody in the comments, because then I started seeing the name. Hey, let Mishi up. Mishi's here, and so I think that's what did it. Because I don't remember that.
Maybe she thought that live about it, but like
somebody must have said something, but I wasn't even talking about her. So
yeah, Edith sent the message, and so I was like, oh, interesting. And then I told the rest of them, and so we were like, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Alina, thank you for having me up. Point one, protect Black women. I think that I have been on panels over the last couple of days, and I'm going to say that every time I come on a panel to protect people that are allies that are protecting Black women, particularly when people are saying things about them that are not true. I find it interesting that stand in the nasty reflection of her truth. And I'm not accepting apologies on behalf of Black women, but it just seemed counterintuitive to come up here and act like a savior. But moreover, I find it quite peculiar that you said you had this epiphany, yet you thought that you, and have been in the comments of people on their lives and on post.
or having her henchmen do it.
Yeah, and I think, and I think saying, "Oh, I turned it around a year or two ago, but I know more than Black women about this." Let me tell you why you don't know how true activism should look, or when is the appropriate time to engage racism.
Yeah.
It is a profound level of audacity and privilege to do things like that. But moreover, I think people who claim to have our best interests, but yet set aside the belief that Democrats are also racist to black people and that anti-blackness exists profoundly, but more nastily, that misogyny war exists toward black women in a way that's just absolutely despicable. So I think wherever Mishi came up today, and I only heard part of what she said, I'd encourage her to go find a black woman that's going to have an authentic conversation with her and is willing to do it, to learn what it means to be an ally and to talk to allies is a reminder of the work that people refuse to do and then try to colonize victimhood when they're called out for it. And I don't know how desperate you have to be to colonize victimhood, but the colonization of victimhood that I have seen from people over this last week is absolutely despicable.
Yeah, I will say I didn't forgive her. I just really wanted her to say that she was a racist, which is why you saw me word it separately the second time. I'm like, you're a lot older than I thought you were. I thought she was like 40s. I
Uh,
thought she said she was 50s. I was like, and then knowing that she voted for Trump twice, I'm thinking in my head, you've been a conservative for a long time. That's not new for you. This whole trying to be democratic, trying to be anti-racist, all that is new for you. So, and you're still baby at baby stages in your 50s. I don't think you're going to do much impacting me individually. That's what I think.
But what
the
I
reason
think is
why, go
even
ahead,
what
go
I
ahead.
think is even more malicious is that the second time she did it was out of spite. Like she intentionally meant to harm people and she voted for Trump because she was mad at somebody. And I'm like,
Just didn't accept her apology because the first time it was met with whatever. With the second time that we tried to get her to understand where we were coming from, it was met with, "Well, you guys just think just a raging racist. I'm gonna go ahead and delete my account." I just think she just came up here for brownie points, and that's the way I see it.
yeah,
And most people don't know about the second time. The second time, the next day.
yeah. I knew, like she literally was on my For You page.
She
And I was
was
like,
what?
I said this last night and I'll say it again. You know, I think forgiveness is divine and it is a part of my
I, I also just kind of want to name and elevate that I think her apology and apologies moving forward from people post this whole week of just chaos should be grounded in showing through your actions that you're trying to do better, not just saying I'm sorry. And I think that people confuse like the articulation of an apology and actual actions that prove forward momentum to being better. And I'll land on this just so that everybody's clear. Because somebody has a large platform doesn't make them an expert. Because somebody has a lot of followers does not make them an expert. Because a person does not make us experts. People get these large followings and they believe they are beyond reproach. I get it wrong a lot. A ton of people get it wrong a lot. And at the point that we can recognize that, perhaps we can have some authentic conversations. But this tour at inception was built off of I have a large platform, therefore you should listen to me. And that's what that created was the ripe conditions for racism.
Hmm. I mean, look at simple. But that's a. I had that.
Another story for another time.
I say I got that man blocked. But yeah, I do think forgiveness comes with change. And just simply for me, she has not between that time she did the acts to now, I have not seen any exhibit of change. Um, as well as like knowing about how she treated Meta a whole day later. you're still on it. And then instead of reaching out to the women you directly harmed, you come on alive to talk about it, hoping that they might show. Hoping, yeah, Toya was one of them, but hoping that like the rest of them would just show up or something like that. And then like the aspect of, like I said, you're in your 50s, you just started to try to unpack. There's no way I'm gonna believe that you're anti-racist enough for me to be safe around you.
Days.
No way I'm gonna believe that at this moment you're gonna be anti-racist enough for me to feel safe around you. So I do not forgive.
Yeah, I think when she first started speaking, I was like, okay, this makes sense. And then she kept running her mouth. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that one. But yeah.
I just wanted to clarify. It's not that I was coddling her. To somebody in the chat, it wasn't coddling her. Is that women to do labor when she just genuinely couldn't even say outright, yes, I'm racist because I did a racism. I don't understand why that was difficult. It shouldn't have been difficult. It should have literally been as easy to say, hey, are you racist? Sure am. And that should have been it.
But it kind of like proves the point that she's not at any level yet to be trying to educate or be an example for people. It's like
So the company that she keeps as well, like the comment section. When I tell you that this shit was fucking atrocious.
I think I have it on YouTube, but I have the tail end of it. But yeah, that comment section was, I mean,
And
worse than this one. I mean, I know it's on sub only, but worse than when it wasn't on sub only. Like, it's crazy. Oh my god, wait, I just realized that the AI live.
the AI live summary.
I saw it. Wait, that's so funny. I'm
when
so slow. I was like, wait, how are they responding to the AI?
when they followed me, I felt so blessed because I was like, now you're gonna say the weirdest shot. You guys like you should see the ones that they did when Dan was crashing out. It was so
That
fucking
is so
funny.
funny. Oh, I need to be in this space more. Hold on. Anyway. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Again, there's
I'm
no bad
sorry
blood.
that she
I
ended up
just can't stand bitches
here.
like that.
Yeah.
She be pissing me off.
You're good. No, that is not your fault.
Yeah,
She has her own
she
issues,
has
so.
issues that she definitely needs to unpack, and for her to even come over here and try to, again, it seems like she just wanted a pat on the back for, oh, I'm going to apologize to them. Can you guys give me a cookie? That's why I kept saying you wanted a cookie for the bare minimum. But y'all have a good night.
You
I'm,
too.
I'm
I'm,
satisfied
I'm
with
gonna
her
go
even
read this
admitting
book.
to be racist. So
Still in here, me too follower. Y'all, we're in sub only chat because of you guys. I don't know what you thought you were gonna do over here.
Yeah.
Telling her that she didn't need to apologize, that she's done enough and all that stuff. Like, don't bring that over here. You're not
Yeah.
welcome here. We don't like it here.
Mishi, if you're still listening, I'm just letting you know, your fans don't help at all. They literally make it worse. So that's something you're gonna have to deal with.
And some of
You've been in her lives. I've seen her chat. And when I tell you they are disgusting, they are disgusting. So if that's the case, because I literally went in there, I watched one time, I saw the comments, I said, oh, gotta go, and haven't been back.
When DeSantis ran the first time against Andrew Gillum, you're a racist. I'm just saying the racists think you're a racist. So I'll just leave that there.
Irene, would you like to, dirty bag, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
I thank y'all. I thank y'all so very much. Y'all have hearts for real.
How much more do you need?
I think I'm at the goal that I need. Thank you, Chairman Mao, my favorite cat that made me love cats.
That's actually that 30's from DG. She sent 15 for you and 15 for me, but I just sent my 15 to you. Well,
Thank
Chairman Mao did because he's bad with money, y'all. Like he spends
you.
too much. He like
Almost at it. I have 300 and something. I just need 400. But again, thank y'all so much. I love y'all. Y'all are the most strong community that I love very much. And this Big Irene is not going anywhere. I'm loyal to the fullest. Had to get a little bit ratchet, but
you're good.
thank you very much, guys. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all
I love you
because
too.
um y'all making me highly emotional. But I'm going to call my dad and let him know that I'm coming out this week before Cinco de Mayo. So
Yeah.
yeah, so thank y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Good. I'm glad we were able to get that done.
That was fast too.
Yeah, it was. We be making it happen over here, don't we?
Mm-hmm. Speed trainer, did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation?
To any goon that's in here or Rainbow that's in here, I am not going live tonight. I
No,
love you. I'm tired. I'm okay. You know what? Since the way
no,
you just said that, no.
no. I'm just saying. I don't want you to. Is it because I went too long? I wasn't planning on going this long, but then like the conversation started and I didn't want to end it.
No,
Um,
I'm fit to be tired. Like I might, or maybe y'all can catch me in voice chat. I don't know. Yeah,
everything else was fun.
yeah, I'm tired. So there's that.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you change your mind, let me know.
Yeah, I
If
might.
not, we can do it for tomorrow.
Yeah, I
I
know
know
I'm definitely.
I know it's a lot for you. Like what y'all don't understand is like for Rent to Go Live, there's a lot of setup involved and all of that. Um, so I know it's a lot to do just for like 30 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, cause then I gotta get myself situated, get my chair,
Mhm.
get out my chair, get the things set up, and it's
Mhm.
yeah, it's a lot, yo, it's a lot.
Mhm.
So a pitiful life, but my life is neither sad nor pitiful. So enough about my challenges.
Mm. Does
And
anyone have any final thoughts about this conversation, about my beautiful artwork,
About the background or the last 30 minutes?
whatever you want to talk about?
Um,
Any final thoughts?
okay, cool. I appreciate what Ren said earlier about, and I don't think she was coddling either. About change taking. I don't remember who said that earlier, but anyhow, I recognize that, like in situations like this, and I've been on the side of receiving like a lot of very uncomfortable feedback before. I'm not saying I understand what it's like to be a white person who is in a space with black women or black men who are like giving you feedback, but I always try to go back to, what's the hope for outcome, and like what are we doing? That's not to say you can't do something a certain way, but at some point it has to be, like, I think there has to be an objective. So that's why I asked the question, what's the objective? React a certain way. I think the I don't remember the exact words you used, Ren, but it was something like like you don't have to accept the apology, or you can, or you don't have to, right? And I think it's related in that sense. So it's kind of just a contemplation from me, more so than any sort of like determination as to what happened. It's just more like, okay, what's the goal? How do we achieve that goal? Is this productive? Does it have to be productive? I don't know, right? So that's all I'm thinking
I think
right now.
everything has to be productive in some shape, form, or fashion.
Yes, if there's a retrospective on that experience, right, and I'm listening, um, was that productive?
Yes and no, right? I think it it was productive to a point. And the point where it was no longer productive is when I kind of was just like, look, and I wasn't trying to tell them how to feel because they were absolutely valid in all of their critiques and sentences. I was just saying it didn't seem as if she was ready to be honest about her motivations and the things and the way that James during the election. She wasn't ready for it. And we can't shove her head through the mirror. Like we I mean we could, but yeah.
I need to write that one down. You can't shove your head through the mirror. Do you got
Like
you got all sorts of good sayings and analogies. I just gotta say.
no, you can't shove her head in the mirror. If she don't want to see it, she don't want to see it. And I in no way, and Jazzy, this is to you. I'm in no way trying to coddle her. I could to be told
Um,
and
before everyone gets into like the conversation, I just want to be clear. Like, I know everybody feels one way, another way, whatever. Like, not my place. So I'd rather like everyone have the conversation, but I'm definitely not. I'm not trying to get canceled before May starts. Like, not again. So I'm I'm happy
after
to let
after
I'm
after
happy
black
to let y'all have the conversation and maybe come to an agreement or non-agreement. That's why I brought Jazzy up so she can get some clarity on her
I don't
questions.
I don't think we have to agree, right? We just have to
No,
respect each other's view on the subject. Um, I just did not. I did not want those three young women who genuinely just. If it was really about listening, there would have been no need to come up on the panel.
yeah, but I think um,
I'm glad
I
she did
think in
though.
some sense though, like I don't think um, and I don't want to speak for them, but maybe they felt like in some ways you were infantilizing them and not letting them like make the decision for themselves if they wanted to do that
Mm,
labor or not.
yeah,
And
and
I'm
that's
saying this with
possible.
love. Like,
And I mean, that's possible. And if that is the impact of what I said, I apologize.
but I know you do it from like I know because I know you. I know your heart. Like I know you're
Yeah,
because you do it to me. You always tell me stop spinning my wheels.
I don't want people. I want people. I believe energy is power, and I want people to use their energy um, for things that edify them.
Mhm.
And dealing with somebody like that is not edifying. I don't find it to be edifying, but maybe somebody else does, and that's their judgment to make.
All right, yeah, you're up. I got y'all. I got to finish before the 7 hour mark because I'm not going to be that person. Mm-mm.
See,
I don't
holding her accountable and even letting her just be uncomfortable and be weird and stumble over her words and look embarrassing because what she did was violent. You know what I mean?
Not at all. I just think that it was an interruption of peace to keep going and going. Because at what point are you going to, okay, or accept it, and then wait and watch and see if actions follow that reflect those words. And I just think that it was becoming uh, unhinged because it's like, so are you racist? So are you racist? So are you racist? When someone has a shitty aspect of themselves, right? Like, I don't know. I've been manipulative in the past. Would I want to look at someone and say, you know what, I'm a real manipulative bitch, you know? Of course not. That it's hard to reconcile that when it's you. You know what I mean? It's easy to see the plank in someone else's eye. I mean, the sawdust in someone else's eye rather than the plank in your own at times. And that was it. It was not talks about having lunch with Republican friends. And that don't make no damn sense to me if you're trying to deconstruct, because what do you mean you have Republican friends? You're trying to tell me that you're breaking bread with people that are voting against the well-being of the majority of this country. I said that earlier in this live, so it wasn't me protecting, not at all. I, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand. I think in that moment, maybe that just wasn't thoroughly explained, and so it just kind of felt like.
And then this kind of goes to earlier, and I'm glad that you did, kind of name drop and that conversation was had, just because I do think we need to know who we're supporting. And
Oh, of course, we need to know who we're. Come on, yeah.
super transparent. And so, I mean, I guess they know who they're supporting. Sorry, my dog is.
Oh, my dog is acting a mess too.
Know who they're, or I guess they do know who they're supporting, and I personally just won't stop calling out these white women, and honestly the black men who enable them, because I think,
oh, for sure,
I'm going to say names. Mishi Shea are enabled by Jones. They are very much, and
Shay was in a crust too.
Oh yeah, and she was
wait,
in the live.
Shay, the sommelier Shay.
She was in the live
I don't fuck with
saying,
that one
Mishi,
because
I don't think
I
you.
don't know.
She was saying, well, she was like, Mishi, I don't think you did anything wrong, and Mishi, I don't think you need to
No,
apologize.
she was saying that.
Yes.
In and out because I was at work, but that's what you see. That's why you can't trust. Oh God, that's wicked work.
That's all I need. Like, Shay already knows how I feel about her. I keep cussing at her in the comments. I'm gonna continue to call that girl racist. I don't care. But yeah, you can write my name on that right next to her. I do not care. But I just want to, like, the black men who also enable that behavior also need to be called out. So all of that's really important to me. So regardless, I do appreciate you clarifying, and I respect you guys so much. And thank you, Alina, for hosting.
You
bringing up your concerns. One of my operating principles is seek to understand before being understood. And sometimes that looks like questions, and sometimes that looks like a call out, like, "Hey, what was this?" Right?
Right.
And or, "Hey, you did this." Then I can go, "Whoa, whoa, hey, here's where I was coming from." So I appreciate that, and I do think it's important in situations like that. So that's all. I give you a follow.
Thanks. I just think that's how Black people build community well. Is I think we do that a lot, and people of color, specifically because I am Black. I think that's something that I see and I witness. Just we have a and ask questions.
Yeah,
And
I was thinking about this the other day too. It's like for white people, they don't understand that, and so sometimes you have these situations, right? She came up, and I've seen other things like it where to them it's like, "Oh, you're attacking me, attacking." It's like, no, 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 we're trying to understand.
Right.
But
Yeah.
it's different because there's that disconnect. They just don't understand that.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I just appreciate you.
Of course, and I appreciate all of you on this panel. I'm gonna go do projects. I'm about to graduate, so
I don't know how those of y'all that went through college, like this time period of like C-19 and
It's crazy, yeah.
crazy election, and then January 6th and all that stuff. Like y'all are y'all are a different bunch.
You're built different, for real. For real.
and then I'm working full time. It's
Oh
crazy.
my god.
I'm good. I graduate literally. I'm
Well
finishing
done.
my assignments tonight. I am getting it out of the way because my birthday's in 2 days. So I'm
Well,
about to.
happy early birthday as well.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna drop down, but thank you guys so much. And Alina, love ya.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
Toy, it's gonna get weird real quick soon here,
No, I
and
know
I don't know
Mr.
if
Thomas. Don't you worry about it.
no, even
Oh.
weirder than Mr. Thomas.
Oh.
So I don't know if you want to
What do you mean
say your
even
final
weirder
thought.
than Mr. Thomas?
No, I'm not sorry. I'm not here to be Mr. Thomas. My main is banana.
Jesus Christ! What is
My
going
bad.
on? Nah, you could have trigger warned, like for real,
That's
for real.
why
I
she
know you.
gave you a warning.
I
She
know,
knew
but that wasn't a real warning for real because I didn't know it was gonna pop up on my screen. Dang.
How do you prepare for that?
She
Yeah.
use a warning for it. She just be doing it.
This is well.
Not
That's
without
fine.
filter.
Yeah, now shit, Mr. Bean.
By the way,
Leave the
y'all,
filter
this
at
is
home.
Marina did this when I said I couldn't read Marina's comment. She wanted Albina, and I was trying to wait for a good moment, but there was never a
Not
good time.
Albina. I am so done. Albina. Good night.
Good night. Thanks for coming by. You guys are welcome anytime.
The eyes are the creepy part.
Hi,
Yeah.
James.
What's up, Mr. Thomas?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt anyone. Okay. I just want to say, Mr. Thomas. But
What about me?
Obviously, like, come on. But anyway, yeah, I just want to say before I go, not to ruin the mood, but Mishi, you never should have came here. Point blank, period. I think your following enables your behavior. I think they're really weird. Literally, one of them just said that we were being mean to you. So yeah.
When she came here, that's crazy.
Exactly.
Like you came here. No one told you. No one said you needed to come here.
Exactly. So yeah, I definitely will not be. I don't. Just know you centered yourself again, and it just didn't need to. It wasn't. It was unnecessary. So, but I do appreciate hearing from the 3 women that were affected. It was great to hear from them, and yeah. Y'all stay amazing, and I will see y'all later.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh. And I was covering my screen until. Oh, you did it again.
There's my Albina.
Can't even do Mr. Thomas voice.
Hi, Mr. Thomas. How are you, beautiful?
Listen.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you, babe. I got you.
But listen, I got a video saved. I got it
Oh,
in
Oh,
drafts.
a video.
Of
Interesting.
what?
Of a glass full of tea?
Was it of me
I
threatening
hear you.
you?
A glass full of tea.
It's actually
All
going to be 2
right.
videos.
Wait, is this a
What's going
different
on here?
account? I'm not following this. Wait a minute.
Oh my
If
goodness,
you followed
Lena.
Mr. Thomas a long time ago, then it was a different account.
Oh,
This
okay.
account I've been
Oh,
on for like
okay.
a year and a half.
Okay, then, okay, this is a different account. Woo, part 1 and part 2. Don't let us wait now.
I'll
Oh
post them
boy.
one right
I know
after
it's
the
gonna
other.
I know it's gonna be crazy. I know it's going to be crazy.
That's all I'm going to say though.
Early.
Because listen. I'll wait for Mr. Thomas's video, and if
Oh, the tea is gonna be good.
oh my god. Oh,
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I want everybody to do that though, because
oh, you have no
predators,
idea. You don't want to
predators,
know what I
and
know.
things, they hide when we don't speak out loud about it. So, and only people that are comfortable. Like, I'm not saying anybody that's not comfortable. Please don't do that. Please, please,
Or
please.
not safe to do it
Yeah, if you're not
for
yeah,
whatever
safe
and
with
reason.
it.
guys, please don't put any details.
I'll
I
find
just
you again.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
we
don't think
just
people are ready for that conversation about what I got to say. I'm not sure about that.
yeah.
Alina, I hope you know I'm gonna meme you as Albina.
And
Like,
I was gonna say,
Is that
Toy,
a
I feel like
threat?
I almost feel like this needs to be like a game of
What
hide and seek.
happened, Ren?
I feel like this needs to be like a game of hide and seek. Ready or not, here I come.
Okay.
It
I
don't matter if
mean,
people ready for the conversation.
you want to know what I think it would help in stopping this person from coming back, because they've disappeared and come back, but from doing some fun and then came back, and I don't think that should happen again. This has gone too far. Like at this point, I don't think that should happen again at all.
And yep. Well,
So
We'll
yeah.
Yeah,
see.
it's like it's because I know some stuff, but it's not first-hand knowledge, so I don't feel comfortable. Like it's not my place to share. But I think I think Ren is right. Like if you put it out there, I do not see how Jones recovers from this. I just don't.
Me neither. I mean, he's recovered from things in the past, but a different kettle of fish
Mm,
is what this is.
there's those loyalists.
That's true. That's what, because I've seen this happen before. I feel like it's just gonna be like fall back for a couple of months, reach out to my loyalists, make sure they're locked into me being the best person in the world, and then rebrand and come back like nothing happened.
Yeah.
I've been modding for him from the beginning, so I can't speak too much, you know. There's definitely been things that I had heard about that I didn't get fully educated on. Didn't pry as much as I probably should have. So it's
Feels bigger than Womblands, and I just don't.
I don't know. Womblands was like a multi-part
it
series. It
was.
was
You
a
fucking
time.
knew.
But
You
there was
fucking
genuine stuff
knew.
on both sides in the Wombland situation. This
In
one
my
is
womb.
like, yo,
And that
bro.
was also
Hey,
during that was also during the C-19 when so many people were still at home, so we were locked
Locked
in.
in.
Yeah.
We were locked in. Chelsea
and
really dragged
yes,
that shit out.
there is a Roomlands meme currently in the Discord. I've been memeing in the Discord, Alina.
I know, I saw it.
But like, no, I'm about to cancel all these lives that we're
I swear, trying to keep up with all the lives and all the things, it's just been like, damn, I don't even watch actual real life TV.
the
There's no need, because
lives and the lies. Oh boy.
lives and the lies. Oh,
That's another
yeah.
miniseries right there.
This is a telenovela.
No, they're gonna We were talking about it earlier that this whole tour thing is gonna be like in a documentary or docu-series, the Firefest, Leftist Firefest.
Oh yeah, surviving Unfuck America tour or whatever. You know those. God forgive me. Like that Sufa. I'm going to hell. I need to go pray.
Listen, as a spokesperson for the below, you're more than welcome.
Oh shit. No, I don't know. I don't like to be that hot. I like heat, but not that type of
Listen, listen. I already talked to Lucy, and he said as long as I show him how I do that thing that I do,
Chill.
we're safe. You're good.
No, I'm not fucking with Lightbringer. I'm good. I'm gonna go get my Bible. You're not gonna get me caught up.
Not the Bible.
The Bible, damn right, the Bible.
Oh
My
shit.
God.
Because tell me why I moved in with two leftist men and they both did me so fucking dirty.
Oh my God, no.
Boy was
Did
right.
you?
Remember, you said.
I be telling you.
No, you said
Spencer?
you rejected the invite.
I did reject the invite because I
You
got
do not
the
miss.
invite to move into the same place,
You
Mr.
do not
Thomas.
miss. I'm telling you.
I think
And I was
Alina's
like, hell
tired.
to the no, bitch. I'm
Yeah,
saving
I
my
think
ass.
Alina's tired. When she starts sifting through filters, that means she ready to wind it down, y'all.
She need to go eat something is what she
Yeah,
need to
it's
do.
like
It's been a lot of
Ice cream is
hours.
not food. What's wrong with you? Go eat.
I know. You all see, I've been feeding the kittens. That's all
Oh,
I care
that's
about for my
cute.
little kittens. I just
Oh,
feed
that's
them and
cute. Little angel
um
babies.
and Red Bull. Yeah, I had Red Bull.
that's not food.
That's even worse. Red Bull
Girl
and ice cream
dinner.
and no
Girl dinner.
girl
Hey,
dinner.
who wants a
Well, does it
consensual
make you lose
smooch?
weight? Because if it does,
I'll take one,
I might
Albina.
consider it.
This is
Mwah.
my girl dinner.
What is that? Cough
Girl
drops?
dinner.
They're peeled.
I'll delete.
Shit. What is
You said, is she
peelers?
eating cough drops for dinner? What
It
does that
looked like a cough drop
It's
container.
squishy.
They look like Ricolas, like you eat Ricola
Oh,
for
it's like
dinner.
a gummy kind of.
Yeah.
Real fruit.
You peel it. Hold on.
You peel it.
I just want to know, Alina, why did you stop loving me? When did this happen?
Marina
The
paid
fruits
for
Why don't you love me
inside.
anymore? Does Marina not love me anymore? Is it the two of you? Because
I've never
like
seen
Chairman
anything
Mao
like
just bought
that.
me galoshes, so I thought we were cool.
with
Oh
my
wow, I've
money.
never seen
So
that.
like
Sorry.
So like you and Marina, we're not friends anymore. We're not.
to to
Just-
to close the party down.
Oh yeah, no, I am here for that because Albina is not my idea of a good time. So as much fun as today has been, we can't hit the 7 hour mark, y'all. It's the principle of the thing. It's time for a nap.